topped up on his HP. Not really any aggression or kill threat from them. RIYADH going to walk up on the high ground to try and scout any vision, but Faith Beyond was there ready and waiting for him. It's always so cool to see how these concepts develop, right? The first time we saw these heroes going into that mid-tower range, looking for observer wards, then we see people reacting, putting a player there, so you can't really give away that information. And now it's always someone sat there to scout out. As LGD hold the high ground near the top rune.
And the backstab from LGD.
From behind, they're baiting with nothing to say, and OG, they had no idea this was coming.
They want Amar.
Huge dual breath in onto Amar and Misha. Focus the Huskar with a battery assault. Jin-Q body blocking him, and Amar about to die as your first blood spilt out by LGD Zeus. Nothing to say, your mid laner grabbing that extra gold is going to be a huge boost to him.
Not perfect execution from LGD for that first blood. They did not allow them to see them. And look at the two observer wards scouting things out. One in the triangle and one behind tier 1 and tier 2 tower.
That's huge. I see everything coming. And it looks like Misery was absolutely spot on. 3 heroes from LGD up top. The tri-lane has been assembled. And Amar, I think he's realized what's coming. He sits away. They focus Tiger, forcing both supports back as Misha has also traversed his way up top. Tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Does have a Fairy Fire.
What year is it? Tiger is dual breathed up. The Fairy Fire popped. He's alive and safe under the tier 1.
Yep. I saw the post on Reddit about old eHome from 2008 or 2010. These are the guys, like, yeah, ESWC, they invented the tri-lane.
The old Visage, the Undying. Now, none of them. We've got Warlock, Windranger against the Clockwork Jakiro, and Tiger is in trouble again. Misha's trying to tank the battery assault for him. But you've got so much harassment coming out of these LGD heroes that OG have been buckled, sent back to their tower time and time again.
Also, Ame going for Earn. This is a bit of an old school build because they knew, they already know, like PSG LGD, they're prepared in every single segment of the game because they knew that they're going to run a tri-lane. So having that means they're going to be a little bit more kills, a bit more aggression. So the value that you get from Earn is going to be pretty nuts in this game. Also, not to say off to a good start. One more time, getting the first blood, getting that bottle. So he's going to have rune to be secured and also bringing some extra items. What is he bringing? Magic Stick and the Clarity.
Yeah, leaps and bounds ahead already. And will the Spectre, you reckon, finish that into Spirit Vessel against the Huskar, or is it just an Earn for laning stage?
It's just for the laning stage. It gives you, like, decent amount of stats, a bit of mana regen, and yeah, exactly what you need.
Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Sage's Mask is such a valuable item all around. I could pick up for him, as Misha's Courier, with a lot of regen on it, dies. So this top lane looking pretty dire for OG.
Sage Mask for something called Sage. It's carries are pretty happy to buy the item.
They are. Now bot lane, RIYADH against Faith Beyond in a 1v1. That's not too bad for the Dawnbreaker, right?
No, Dawnbreaker's gonna do okay because she does like every single time the hammer's used. And look at the build. He's going for a point in Luminosity just to have some extra sustain, a bit of more harassment. And, here comes the harassment because he just used the Time Walk.
Tiger turning onto Jin-Q. Why is that? To hold them back. It's triple range from OG, so they've got the ability to position themselves and do good damage into the Spectre and the Clockwork if they are able to put themselves in that spot. And they'll go towards Ame. A couple of burning spears. Why? Getting chased down by Tiger. So revenge for OG incoming. No way for Jakiro to slip away from that. Finish him off with the
They want to get a return kill. Only level 1 on Clockwork, needs to be a little bit careful.
Straight towards Tiger though, into the middle of 3 of them. Shadow Word on him. Tiger, wind running away, and now Jin-Q gonna hand his life over to Amar, who gets a double kill.
OG used the opportunity because Clockwork was trying to pull the lane back. Lane was very close to tier 1 tower of OG, and they needed to pull it back, and instant aggression coming out. You mentioned the 3 range heroes, especially against Spectre. Ame actually has Spirit Vessel queued up.
Ooh. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Against the Huskar, it kind of makes sense, but you have the worry that he's not going to scale if he buys this item. It's quite expensive for a position 1 to go for this utility item. As in that mid lane, top rune spot, BZM trapped inside the cogs. Jin-Q, he sets it up for nothing to say here to get a bit more zap damage in. And Zeus finding another kill and accelerating his own game.
he still might change his mind about the Spirit Vessel, but yeah, thinking outside of the box, maybe they're gonna play a bit more like heavy, like carry-oriented build on Dawnbreaker, and the Spectre will catch up. Because you don't want to have Spirit Vessel on the core Dawnbreaker. Zeus is not the one that's gonna buy it, but yeah, we'll see if he heavily commits to it.
We'll see what he does. Yeah, we'll give him that little bit of a window there. It's a nice stopgap item just to kind of bridge the early game.
OG will need to be careful. Zeus is going to be level 6 very soon after the next creep wave. So then having that extra damage on 3 heroes against the tri-lane, that's going to be massive. This is when LGD will try to get a kill or two.
Well, the contest on the pull. Jinkyu getting shackled, but he's got Tiger inside the cogs now. Dagger across from Arme. Close the gap onto the Wind Ranger. She'll try and get out with the Wind Run. Jinkyu going in, but the Solar Guardian is coming in, landing onto Amar's head. And Huskar, the quick change of focus, charging in towards Misha and Tiger now, and all 3 of them are going to die. Clockwork, the only casualty for LGD. And Zeus, yeah, he was dropping low in that mid lane.
He was ready to pop the ulti, but no mana has Arcane Boots right now. This global presence, this is how they're going to get more heroes and just try to kill this tri-lane. Jinkyu doing a lot of work in terms of refilling the bottle, ganking the mid lane. He's securing Nothing to Say's early game, and yeah, in terms of levels, not doing so hot. Level 2.5 on Clockwork. Shackle doesn't connect. Taiga steals Invis.
Snags it under the nose. I have Nothing to Say. He's still full HP, full mana though. Would have liked a bottle refill, but not a massive deal. Tiger coming in from behind. The Avalanche was there, but no toss available for BZM. Couldn't get on top of the Zeus. While back up the top, that's just, yeah, Jinkyu. Every time you look at this Clockwork, he is there, trapping someone inside cogs. Faithful Bonds from Misha, though, trying to swing the momentum back their way. And even though they are 2v3, they push LGD back, and in the mid lane, another Shackle shot. An interesting angle there from Tiger. Still unable to finish him off, and Nothing to Say stands his ground. Blows up the Wind Ranger and survives on a sliver of HP.
Raindrop plus a Fairy Fire, even a full magic one. Usually you don't see that item on Zeus, but this is what keeps him alive. Having a couple of extra charges and also 3 extra attributes. Man, looking at the bottom lane, Fate Beyond 43 and 13 against 29. So he's going to have another ulti in 15 seconds. Is he bringing, yeah, a couple of mangoes?
Yeah, just keep that game flowing for LGD.
Jinkyu, another refill.
Oh, he's all over the place, isn't he? I don't think he's come down bottom yet, so he's got one of those maps. He wants to travel the world. He's going to cross the bottom jungle off his list as he gets a nice little ward there deep in the jungle. He has spent a lot of time kind of ping-ponging from top to mid, bouncing around.
Dawnbreaker ulti available. Zeus not ready, but they're waiting for Nothing to Say on the high ground.
They were waiting for him. They know that rotation was coming, but the Solar Guardian and the raindrops popped out. Nothing to Say is fine. BZM spent his combo with no kill coming, and a turnaround cancelled by Tiger. Good Shackle shot. Stops the Starbreaker, and Uragi's faceless void. He's here with Chrono ready, holding onto it for the time being, and blown up completely. Didn't spend his ultimate. Well, Amar, yes, he'll kill off Y, but Spectre chasing him down under the tier 1 tower top. The Avalanche toss, not finishing off the clock. LGD yet again winning a battle where it looked like OG had the setup on them.
Yeah, Nothing to Say was keeping the distance on Zeus, using Arc Lightning like, I don't know, 10, 15 times, and they just couldn't get stuff done. Even if he lands a Chronosphere, I don't think there's enough damage. Like, in terms of damage inside Chrono, they're gonna be pretty limited. We're talking about, like, maybe Tiny's Avalanche Power Shot, but other than that, yeah, it's gonna be very, very limited. Yeah. And now Spectre has ulti, so they don't necessarily need to play the top lane. They can shift position to potentially bottom lane. Zeus will have ulti available in 3 seconds, plus Arcane Rune. Like, this global strat.
Like, they can play anywhere. They're not locked into any potential, real part of the map. They've got the potential to go wherever they want to. If they know there's a target they can kill quickly, they'll find him. But this Radiant Observer ward, getting de-warded, did spot them coming, so Misha will retreat back behind his tower. They'll see Yuragi bottom though in a second. I think that dire ward might just have, maybe it didn't. The trees were there, right? I don't think they knew exactly where he was going.
Ah, man, what a player. Going for Spirit Vessel, no boots, Magic Wand on Spectre. We'll have it in 400 gold. I guess he understands that this Huskar could potentially get out of control if he's not countered. All they have is like magical damage. There's gonna be some physical coming out from Fate Beyond because he's going for Deso.
Oh, from the offlane, yeah, he is.
This is what I mentioned, just him scaling a little bit more to have the damage because Spectre going for different item, and in terms of tower damage, they don't have as much, so this Deso is going to help out quite a lot. Chain Q, Shackle on him.
And BZM coming forward, but there we go. Dawnbreaker ulti, it is forced down, the Chrono on two. Why? And nothing to say, you're looking to get damage in from the sideline. The Tiny was trapped inside the Chrono, now Ice Path and caught out. BZM in trouble, the Spectre horns back in towards Yuragi. Chasing the Faceless Void, a good Shackle shot comes. But Yuragi, that time up to the low ground, I don't think that's enough to give him the space he needs.
One more zap.
LGD will find the Faceless Void. A lot of ultimates expended in that trade. But LGD coming out on top once again. BZM, pick off the Jakiro.
Oh, the slows on the attack speed.
So
nothing
difficult.
to say. Has another chain and we'll get it.
He's going to get the double here, isn't he? I mean, Amar is arriving. Jinkyu will try and save, nothing to say, but the Huskar with the damage. Amar jumps in, the Cox were good, but they kill the Zeus.
That's a big one. Amar on top of the net worth right now. He was in the triangle, getting a couple of stacks, and very close to just a casual Sanj right now. Having that armlet, it's going to be a bit difficult to go in and kill Roshan because of all the global presence that they have. Like even one rocket could change things, one Zeus ulti. So they need to take a fight before they can go inside a bit with the Huskar.
And a little bit nasty playing into Jakiro as well. Damage over time is always your enemy as a Huskar with an armlet. 11 minutes, 4 seconds. First time this patch, no surprises whatsoever. As Spectre finishes the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, it's easy to break a record if you go for item that no one buys.
I wonder what the stats are on like a Crystal Maiden Rapier.
Probably happened, not in the DPC tour, but yeah, in some lower brackets, definitely happened. Zeus ulti is available. He used the previous one with your Arcane Rune, so that means it's going to be up again. BZM on Tiny. Shut down a little bit. Also, he decided to go for Power Treads and Windlay, so the Blink Dagger gonna be delayed.
Yeah, much slower game from him. And both of the big cores, well, I guess the regular cores on OG sitting about 4,000 net worth, and again we come back to the point about Amar being that position 1 from the offlane. He is the highest farmed hero in the game at over 6,000. A lot rests on his shoulders going into these mid-game team fights.
Oh, Radiant using the scan, wrong side. PSG LGD will do a wraparound. It's only Wind Ranger that they can find. Should be an easy one. Another Arcane Rune. Could we check the rune control again for this particular game? Because in the previous one, Zeus 6, Tiny 3, and Clockwork 5.
Oh, we've seen this from LG, right? You know, up against any team at this tournament, it has been control the runes for nothing to say. Bounty runes as well, of course, adding a lot of that income to LGD's bank account. It's a 1K lead. So on the other side, you can say OG doing a pretty good job at keeping the farm rates up and actually hitting creeps much better. 107 last hits compared to 69 on the Faceless Void.
Nice. Faceless Void going for Head of Midas is going to have it right now, pops it immediately. Seems like Yuragi going for a bit of a different item build because he was playing 1 versus 1, so you don't need that much sustain. It's still slower. I believe like one of the fastest one was an EU DPC Div 2, like 5 minutes, 5-minute Midas, because Faceless, it was also on Faceless Void, yeah. Low skill, I believe, is the one who got it.
7 minutes usually. On this Faceless Void. Might be a rush, you know, he's gone for Treads Wraithband. TP's away from the bot lane, gets out of the reach of Faith Beyond's Dawnbreaker. And there's another rune, right? DD spawns bot. Guess who's getting it? It's nothing to say.
He is picking up the power runes. Jinkyu all over the place with his clockwork, moving around the map in the triangles, cutting things out, what's happening now near the outpost, planting some vision, being very annoying in their face. And they have this global presence, they don't even need it to pop the Warlock.
No, they don't. Straight onto the Warlock, and yeah, LGD is so good at playing into their vision. Yeah, he's getting into position to place it, but it's also rallying his team to come and use that vision to their advantage to get these kills. OG looking to make a concerted effort to go and push out top lane with 3 heroes there and getting some wards down of their own, scouting Ame in the jungle.
Ame still more farmed than Yuragi, even though he decided to go for Spirit Vessel, which is not an item that helps you farm by any means.
Yeah, looking for those charges for the kills. A couple of minutes ago, there was a lot of drawing from OG, the captains, saying, stay on our side of the river, don't overextend, just keep this calm, natural farm rate, income flowing.
Fate Beyond finishing this, so they are ready to go. Like, they want to take a fight right now. Spectre, Haunt is available if they want to show where Warlock is.
And they see Yuragi. A few spells onto him immediately. The Golem dropped in onto just Jinkyu. The Fatal Bonds across the 4 of them. Tiny in with the Avalanche toss, and they've killed the Clockwork quickly. Solar Guardian now, as Fate Beyond arrives, and they'll burst through too. Tiger and BZM being blown up. Y will drop, and Faith Beyond taken out by Amar, and Yuragi's Chrono, the turnaround for OG. They kept Tiger alive, and now they're on the Spectre. 5 heroes about to die, LGD getting wiped.
Oh, what a beautiful fight from OG. Very patient with the Golem and also with the Chronosphere. They did not want to commit immediately. They also have like good ways to counter-initiate. And yeah, look at some of these numbers. Is that 3,000 damage done by Warlock?
Yeah,
4,000 by Huskar. Yeah, those Fatal Bonds. And finally, OG about to pick up 1 rune. Oh, Misha gets it.
An arcane rune for him.
Yeah, because Tiny was not close. Usually you would want to give it to Tiny, but Tiny does not have a TP. Hook shot.
In. Y trying to catch up here to Tiger, but the shackle shot keeps him at bay. And Huskar straight back in with the life break in a fire. Power shot trying to snipe Jinkyu, but he popped his wand, and it looks like he should get away.
OG doesn't rely, like, even without, you know, Chronosphere and Rock, they can still take a fight, because you have Huskar. On the other side, PSG LGD, they want to have Zeus ulti, they want to have Spectre. We're going to see that again. Like, Rock drop, and Yuragi managed to get out. Like, even though there was an Ice Pad, but a good Shackle, so he manages to get on top.
And look at this life break with the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had Fatal Bonds on them.
As soon as the Huskar spots the guy he wants to go on, Faith Beyond just immediately evaporates. Fatal Bonds bounces the damage back into the Chrono on the Zeus.
It was a nicely placed Chronosphere on the edge, catching 2 heroes.
It looked decent for LGD with that global presence and the Spectre joining in, but beautifully done by OG to execute, and they'll continue. Their steamroller don't stop. Jinkyu, another one on the list, ticked off.
I love build on Yuragi this time around, going for the Fusel Blade to be able to have like another form of slow, just to be able to kill supports, slow down Zeus potentially, like even Spectre burning the mana. And now inside Roche Pit they go. No rocket. Let's see Zeus, if they know something is up.
They've got to know. Huskar, such an important Roshan hero, and Jinkyu just pinging out. It's BZM with Yuragi holding out in that mid lane, and the rest of OG wanting to fight while Amar can basically just solo Roshan.
He got scouted out. Amar still has armlet and 16 wand charges. Let's see. Jinkyu looking for an angle, gets it.
Forward, they get into the pit. Roshan nearly dead, and they blow up Amar. The Thunder God's Wrath, beautifully placed on Misha. He drops the Golem in on them, snatched up. BZM grabs the Aegis and the 3-man Chrono. Yuragi's got 4 of them trapped in there, in fact. Nothing to say, focus down, and the upheaval slows them to a crawl. There's no escape. OG, they're destroying them. Army's left out in the river. No way to get out of the grasp of OG.
Even though they got a good initiation, they found the angle for Huskar to be able to kill him. Rock drops, and the beautiful Chronosphere 2 times in a row. Yura Giga Chad, I dare to say. Absolutely beautiful. And Tiny finally gets to get his couple of combos off in a team fight.
So
I'm not sure if Spectre ulti was not available. Yeah, it looked like it wasn't, so.
Still on CD.
They connected, maybe, like, allowing too much, because Dawnbreaker ulti did get stopped there, and yeah, 4-man Kronos here.
These fatal bonds as well, again, across 4 heroes, spreading this damage. So beautifully pushed out. BZM respawning after grabbing the Aegis. Just turns it back onto Arme. Focus everybody else, leave the Spectre till last. And wipe LGD off the face of the map. Amar looks a little uncomfortable that he died around Roshan. He's not too happy about that.
He wanted that Aegis, you know, Amar.
Yeah, he absolutely would have loved to have it. As Yuragi picks up yet another one. One in that top jungle. LGD still trying to play into their vision there with nothing to say in Jin Q. Look at that damage spread, 10.7k from the Warlock, and that's majority from the Fatal Bonds. Haunt in from Arme. They're hunting though, OG are in on to Zeus, nothing to say, can't heavily jump away. And a time walk out by the Faceless Void creates the gap he needs, allowing LGD to pick up the pieces, clear up Tiger.
Yes,
but now
Blade slowing them down.
Dilation, the Diffusal Blade slow, and BZM with the gap closed. Oh, they toss him back into Amar, who's got the damage to rip the Dawnbreaker limb from limb.
If this is a Maelstrom, they don't have enough. You don't have this another slow to be able to set things up for your Tiny, to toss him back into Amar. And yeah, Tiny's getting pretty massive. Now they are the ones controlling the runes. Yuragi is going to pick up Regen, refill the bottle for BZM. And BZM on Tiny. Echo Saber done, Blink Dagger as well. Thinking about getting a Force Staff.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
There is one Force Staff on a Wind Ranger that's going to be done in 100 gold. Warlock probably thinking about getting one after finishing the pipe. They're going to hit a big timing with this pipe. A lot of damage will be negated by pipe because most of the damage that they got is magical, besides Dawnbreaker. A couple of right clicks, you know, here and there. Getting scouted.
I saw BZM for a second, but it was Jin Q and Y, the 2 supports, not wanting to stick around. And yeah, look there. He's caught up now, BZM. Not just that, but they've overtaken in terms of bounty rune gold as well. Of course, getting them later on gives you more of that money. Why very aggressively farming this bottom Radiant jungle. OG is spamming them. Don't let them get away with this. Get straight onto that Jakiro. Jin Q with the hook shot, the Force Staff across. But Y is focused down. Jin Q has the Force Staff and TP home. What was that? What was the idea there for LGD? Putting 2 supports bottom, is that trying to just drag OG away from the rest of their cores?
They freshly placed 2 Observer Wards, so this is where they're going to be playing for the next couple of minutes.
Dire are scanning.
Zeus having a bit of a rough game this time around. 4 deaths. They did manage to find him a couple of times, and he was thinking about getting the Aghanim Scepter. Maybe I need a Ghost Scepter on top of that. And now going for E on this. Wants to be able to protect himself. And they also have Seb, you know, even though that he's not in the game, but a couple of voice lines. He's there. They can feel the presence. He's in the same building.
He's there in spirit. OG smoked up. Got great ways of catching and killing any number of these LGD heroes. BZM just going to clear out the mid-wave rather than going into the darkness of the dire triangle. And yet again, they're going to want to play into their vision. 2 Radiant Observer Wards, and 1 up towards the top jungle and 1 on the basically the ground of the dire base. Faith Beyond, scouted by the power shot. Yuragi chases. Shackle shot and the avalanche there, and this Faceless Void now unstoppable.
Value from this Diffusal Blade. I already mentioned it a couple of times, but yeah,
more.
got him like 4 kills already. Level 18 on Faceless Void. That Hand of Midas really paying off. Ame, level 15. Getting Manta Style done, still not that much damage. Like I don't know if they can just go in and burst Faceless Void, especially when Warlock is sitting behind him.
It's incredibly difficult. Yeah, look at that. The Spectre was a little bit ahead.
Yeah, that one fight near the Roche pit is where everything skyrocketed for OG.
Couple of fights like that. OG in a great spot. Avalanche misses, and Y with a Glimmer Cape going to get himself down into the tree line. Can't TP out straight away, and the Force Staff there is allowing BZM to play aggressively into the Jakiro. Solar Guardian and the hook shot though. LGD not letting OG having any freebies, taking down the Tiny and the Wind Ranger.
These are the type of fights that PSG LGD needs to take, because Jiragi was showing top lane with no TP, so they knew that they can go for this kind of a play. They're trying to split the map and then take them by surprise.
Straight back in onto Jiragi, kill 2 bot, move up to top. Golden dropped onto Faith Beyond. The ice path misses, but Yuragi's gone straight in towards nothing to say. Nearly blown up, but it's
Eon disc.
forcing the Eon disc now after that chrono. Yuragi realizing quickly he couldn't finish the job that he started. And they will pick off Misha with Jinkyu's cogs. Faith Beyond. Careful, buddy. Look who's coming over this hill. It's a monster. It's Amar. And he is hungry.
Splitting out the map and then trying to go for Faceless Void, baiting the Chronosphere, assembling Eon Disc on Zeus, and also BKB usage from Faceless Void. It's all about these little things that did add up in this fight. Do you have any big items on side of PSG LGD? It's still far away from Spectres, Scotty, and yeah, Zeus going for Aghanim Scepter. That's going to take a while. No BKB. Like, PSG LGD will need to farm for another like 3 or 4 minutes to get another set of items on their side.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the chrono, the BKB is nice. Do you think OG are still happy with the way that all went? Because with no Haunt, Thunder God's Wrath, looking at the cooldowns there, like, yeah, you've got hook shot, but can OG go for another fight? Or with Golem and Chrono being down, are they going to have to wait it out just like LGD will have to do?
I don't know if they want to force a fight without a Chronosphere. Maybe if the fight comes next to them, they will take it, but they feel much more comfortable just waiting for Chrono, waiting for that rock.
So both teams looking just to get that farm going. Wait out the ulti cooldowns. And try and prepare themselves for those team fights. You know, placing deep vision. We see OG there with a Tinker Ward. Setting things up to maybe push out the top tier 2. And of course, we are now looking towards that second Roshan. A minute and a half until the big man spawns up again. GQ down in the bottom jungle. Find him. Oh,
he found the angle, still gonna die.
Hook shot to the creeps, but 3 heroes, 3 cores tracking back on him as they snap smoke. Aghanim Scepter delivered for the Huskar now, so he's got that upgraded life break, forcing the duel basically.
Yeah, pretty much. 3-second duration taunt. That's gonna be big. Locking down a hero if he can find an opening on Zeus. He does have an E on this, but let's see this one. Ame, up and down, up and down.
Trying to juke it all around, but Amar's found him. Focusing the Spectre on the Chrono, jump in from Yuragi, diving deeper. Tiger dies, Ame somehow, he's still alive. Solar Guardian's there to heal up the Zeus as well, but the Spectre finished off by OG.
Ame with the buyback.
He wants to fight and continue this one. Misha doesn't have the Golem. Down goes the Warlock. Faith Beyond with a double kill, and Amar, he needs backup, and he needs it fast. He'll life break down to the low ground on the creep wave, but LGD, they've got his number. Amar's in the cog.
Oh, he's gonna get a kill.
He's gonna
9
finish
charges, 9
LGD.
stacks. They're trying to keep him alive with the Glimmer Cape, but it's not gonna be enough. Roshan is being pinged out 20 seconds. Yeah, they need to get this Rosh, because it was a relatively early buyback from Ahmed. He wanted to join the fight. 10 seconds. In terms of Rosh damage, not the greatest. They do have like Manta Style, Spectre with the Desolate and Deso on Dawnbreaker, but I don't know if they want to go in. 40 seconds until Huskar respawns. Huskar's doing so much in these fights.
Oh yeah, he is. Like really, it is no joke when you've got Fatal Bombs on 4 or 5 heroes and a life break comes out onto someone like a Spectre who is very tanky, all that damage stacking up and spilling across LGD. And Huskar there didn't have buyback, and we know that, but maybe something LGD were considering was the ability for Huskar to rejoin the fight and make it a 5v5.
New neutral items are dropping. Anything big?
Nothing
not on their side.
Right,
Spectre with the Paladin Sword. That's not going to keep her alive in these fights. Clockwork with the Cloak of Flames.
Huskar has one of those cloaks as well.
Yeah, he's called Cloakwork when he picks it up.
Cloakwork, yes, Lacoste.
All the abilities are going to be ready in 20 seconds for OG.
Oh, a Blink Dagger for Tiger now. Even more maneuverability to get on top of the Zeus, which Now, it's been his primary focus. Find these shackle shot angles. It's been very good from OG. Now, Huskar focusing Spectre.
Time Walk misses.
Clockwork in the cogs. Shackled up. All right, Tiger. Showing off his fancy new item. Repositioning himself perfectly. And Clock dead for 40. Is this a quick
they're going to
buyback
try
for
to
him? They
force it.
contest?
Yeah, I feel like they will. 40 seconds, more than enough, and here comes instant buyback from Clockwork.
And look at OG. As soon as that buyback happens, they're ready to move out of the pit, reposition, think about their options, go to the high ground. It's always the safest move. But which high ground do they want? They're like, do we go triangle? No. That's too far back. We'll go aggressively onto their high ground, move to their top lane, find an avalanche toss onto their Jakiro, and pick off wide.
Taiga has been on point, playing with Tiny this time around, and just follows up on stun from Tiny. And I love itemization on OG. BZM going for a Force Staff to be able to get outside of the cogs. Also, close the distance between the heroes, potentially get
Here he comes.
a toss back.
Clockwork's in. A hook shots and cogs. The Golem in onto Faith Beyond hit. Faceless Void. Yuragi BKB's up, but the Zeus is being focused by the Huskar. Amar just jumps straight into the back line.
Oh, doesn't get a bash.
No, he just TP's home. He's perfectly fine now, and Dawnbreaker slamming into them. BZM about to dive, but blinks away from the hammer. Arme down in the river, looking to slip away from Yuragi and Amar, but another life break comes on forward. Solar Guardian is there from Faith Beyond, and they're turning it on to
and
him.
he
They
gets
kill
it.
Altar.
Crit 1.2k.
Big DD slam in from Faith Beyond, and he aims BZM now. They've got the Clockwork sure, but Yuragi needs to do so much more. Faith Beyond will be a big pick-off for them. And LGD lose 3 heroes, while OG could still go into the pit.
Yeah, they could potentially buy back on Huskar if they feel like they don't have enough. Golem is there to tank Roshan. They have sustain from Misha, but still respecting, forcing Nothing to say to TP out of the fight. Like, this is majority of their damage. And one more time, the Fusel Blade trying to set things up. That was a fight without a Chronosphere, because Yuragi wanted to land a 2-man Chrono, but canceled it last second. And they will have it. They will have it. 15 seconds for a BKB, so they... Ooh, that's a lot of damage. 25,000 damage on Faceless Void.
Look at the Zeus, Spectre, and Dawnbreaker doing about the same amount as well. But LGD not in position to go and contest this Roshan. OG gonna get it for free, it looks like. Yeah, nothing to say, sat in the mid lane. Arme down bottom. No ultis for LGD, and no way they can get into this pit to stop OG.
It seems like they're gonna bail. Not gonna go for Roche. Yuragi thinking about going in. Jumps to high ground just to use Hand of Midas.
He's got Chrono, they've got Shackle Shot, and it looks like they're gonna get an easy kill. Find the pick off yet again onto the Jinkyu Clockwork.
Amar getting both of these trades from Roshan. Aegis and the Shard. So now he has Aghanim Scepter plus a Shard, Sage on top of it, going for Satanic next. This Huskar is massive. They need to deal with him twice. Last fight they had double damage on Dawnbreaker and did manage to blow him up. But this time around, I feel like it's going to be much more difficult.
Way harder. We still really haven't seen the scaling potential of Arme, right? Going back to the discussion about the Spirit Vessel, it's been a slow, steady game for this Arme Spectre to get to the items he needs. And he's gone, Vessel, Manta, Aghanims, and then later into the Skadi. Is he going to struggle to do the damage required from that carry?
It's more going to be about trying to kill the 2 supports on OG and then deal with the rest, because locking down Faceless Void with status resistance, with Warlock behind him,
Bash?
Might be a bit too difficult. Amar not in range to use it immediately.
Oh, our favorite animation.
Would stop it.
The Huskar midlife break animation gets stuck for a few seconds. And he's back.
I think you should follow. Go inside the base.
Yeah. I mean, it used to, right? There are a bunch of those things, maybe Dota 1, I don't know about early Dota 2, but there's things like if you Omni Slash to TPing target, there were chances that if it was on a certain frame, you'd TP back to base.
Spirit Breaker charge, you could not cancel it at one point. It was pretty grief ability.
Life break back into Fountain. Faith Beyond being found and immediately first hit bashed. Cancel the TP.
Can he get a blink?
Him into the trees. He BKBs up. The blink is coming. The hook shot forward. They'll save him up with Xinqiu's move. Uragi trapped in the cogs. Or is the Clockwork trapped with him? The bashes and stuns. Uragi just turns and faces against Clockwork. LGD spend a fair amount there to save Faith Beyond, who is still stuck in the forest.
They should know that he's there because he tried to TP out.
Yeah.
And that means he's there somewhere, but they're not going to waste any time. And now Faceless Void with Scotty, another form of slow.
He's massive, 21,000 net worth on him. Huskar not too far behind. Yeah, Faith Beyond has kind of transitioned into that carry from the off lane that we're seeing more and more often. Uragi, where are you heading off to? Top jungle, hunting white. And it's just very oppressive from OG. Push bot tier 1, move up to top. There is no room to breathe here for LGD. Being suffocated.
A little surprised that the Wind Ranger did not buy Shard. Because we have Blink Dagger, Force Staff, which is kind of okay, but I would love to see a Shard somewhere in between.
Yeah, the Gale Force always seems so impressive when it's used in pro games. Maybe he's forgotten about it. And Amar pinging forward. He wants to keep this one going. Clears that creep wave, gets his own creeps up to tier 3. LGD going to quickly realize that they have to deal with this one way or the other. A team fight is imminent. Nothing to stop this Huskar just yet. Zeus's Nimbus quickly cleared out. Alright, does LGD want to try and wrap around and they just face off in front of their tier 3s? They glyph. And they hold OG back, but I don't think that's going to stop the War Machine from moving. Yeah, Uragi time walks up, reverses it back.
OG understands where the real threat is coming from. If you look at the itemization, Huskar does have extra magic resistance. Then you have Tiny with the Mage Slayer and the Warlock full pipe.
Huskar has just finished off a Satanic, I think.
You're right.
Coming on Courier, full Satanic flying out to Amar. Drops the Sanj. And now he is just impossible to deal with. It's one of these games where, I don't know, like, who do you focus? You go on Huskar, you got to kill him twice, basically 3 times without how tanky he is in the Satanic. Faceless Void has BKB Time Walk, he's difficult to kill once.
It feels like they need an extra set of items. We're talking about Scotty on Spectre, potentially Basher, that goes through BKB, because they have a very hard time locking down the target. There are some BKB piercing abilities with the hook shot, but I don't think that's enough. And now new neutral items are dropping. I see Spell Prism.
Down to items, not like, you know, think about Dota and team fights, how we start them, the order operations. Is there some way they can think about hookshot Nimbus onto a Warlock, kill him first and then move on? Or is it just they need these items to actually contend with OG?
They'll need those items, but advantage for OG keeps on rising. 2.5 minutes for a potential roast spawn. There is Basher on Dawnbreaker.
Catch on white. Arme wants to force a fight. Nimbus there, Tiger hook-shot it up. They've lost their Jakiro, but Uragi with his BKB and having Chrono ready, looking for Xinqiu. The bashes don't come. LGD disappear as quickly as they arrived and getting a 1-for-1.
Quick in and out. They're buying time. We mentioned the next set of items. There is AC queued up on a Dawnbreaker. We're getting closer to level 25 for Dawnbreaker especially. Faith Beyond having a really good game. Like, we're talking about 2 Starbreaker charges with magic immunity, then a BKB on top of that.
Hiding in the trees. Once more, look at
Uragi's
positioning.
Not just positioning, I'm looking at the neutral items. Zeus found the Timeless Relic. Extra 15% spell damage and debuff duration.
And we saw that as Spell Prism on the Void. Even more time walks. OG planting themselves up top, knowing that Arme was in that northern tree line, but he's already TP'd away. OG just going to reclaim the outpost up top. Looks like LGD will go for the mirror movement. Get some of that safer farm in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Maybe get some vision going as well. And knowing there's at least a minute until the next Roshan will be available.
We didn't mention that Faceless Void did hit level 25, having the backtrack ability. It's a big one. This is like, this can turn the whole fight around, especially if you try to burst him down. They don't have anyone who builds into Silver Edge, which that talent is breakable.
Yeah.
So no one has it, so gonna be very difficult for PSG to just lock onto Yuragi and try to kill him.
The checklist just keeps getting longer and longer, doesn't it? It feels like they need Scythe of Voice, they need Silver Edge, they need this item, that item. Like how do you deal with this? It's so damn difficult. And now Tiny has an Aghanim Scepter to add to the worries of LGD. Disassemble as Echo, of course, has the Mage Slayer, Aghanims, Amar. They jump the Huskar, but look at that Golem. They drop over the Fatal Bonds on them, and Amar is still healthy to battle Faith Beyond. Brings the Dawnbreaker down. BZM in the back line takes down Jinkyu and Y as well. Tiger running up that high ground.
It seems like PSG, they're running out of steam. They cannot match with the damage, healing, sustain that OG has at the moment. Again, this is a fight without the Chronosphere being used. Faceless Void, he is the carry, but so is Amar. They have like 3 good scaling cores. Amar is massive. Having Satanic level 24 has 3,000 gold saved up. There's going to be a couple of buybacks coming in. Fate Beyond does have one, and so does Y.
Yeah, they might have to spend all 3. And that tier 3 tower broken down by Amar and BZM. All they need are those couple of kills to shake the foundations of LGD's base. Nothing to say behind his tier 4s. He is at a safe distance here, just trying to shove out the wave as best he can, but Yuragi on the high ground and BZM with a jump in, tosses Jinkyu across. Nimbus there and Yuragi. Oh, he's lost a lot of HP by the time walk out. Tiger diving deep in towards, nothing to say Zeus, but they've got the damage to bring him down. And a Solar Guardian launching Faith Beyond forward.
Oh, the bash!
Jumping straight in towards them. Amar's gonna life break back. BZM looks safe, he's managed to disengage. Amar on the run back, but Yuragi, he's got the Chrono still. Aeon Disc, it's not there. Doesn't have it available. Zeus gone, Faith Beyond getting caught out, and that's gonna be the beginning of the end now. No Dawnbreaker. Amar and Yuragi able to
isolated, he's gonna go down.
He's got the inner fire, he's got the ability to stand his ground, but he will finally fall and hit the ground.
And Roshan respawned, a lot of commitment from PSG. They did buyback on Dawnbreaker, they did buyback on Clockwork, so that means 1.5 minutes without him. Like, they need to have these buybacks to be able to win the fights.
They've got to contest, protect this Roshan. I mean, OG got a mid laner barracks. A little bit of damage to the top tier 3. But LGD showing no slouches. A couple of buybacks. And now trying to sprint across the map towards the pit.
Yuragi still wants to get something done. There's the silence.
He sees the Zeus. Stances him up, but Yuragi time walking a little deeper and then back out again as BZM chucks the trees at them. Army loses a third of his HP and the Zeus getting whacked around. The damage is incoming from OG. Yuragi jumps back across and in again. The Zeus about to die. Arme stuck here. A nice macro pile.
What a play from Yuragi. In and out with the time walks, and PSG LGD, they know they have no business left in this one. So we're gonna go to the full distance. We're going to game 3.
OG showing, even after a game 1 stomp, they've got the mental fortitude to go up against one of the best teams in the world. Yeah, you see the confidence there. Amar, the Huskar. I don't know, do you feel good about yourself picking Huskar last pick in a game like this?
Oh, they definitely do. I mean, he gets heavily targeted every single game OG plays. They try to ban him out, whether we're talking about the first phase, then in the second phase, coming down to the third one. But he always finds a hero, and sometimes it happens. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have a hero to play. He brought out Void Spirit in one of those games on the offlane, stayed on top of their net worth, as he always does. And in this one, like, they ran a tri-lane against a tri-lane. Dawnbreaker did good. A lot of good early rotations, like in terms of execution of this global strat from PSG LGD. But yeah, I want to mention Yuragi. He had pretty amazing game. Going for this Diffusal Blade and of Midas that we mentioned a couple of times, to be able to lock them down even more, the slows, and when they decided to go for these fights, like they knew exactly, like there was some good aggression from PSG LGD when they tried to split up the fight, but seems like PSG LGD got figured out at the later stages of the game.
Well, we'll pass it back to Arvo on the dash to break this one down a little bit more.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights brought to you by Aramco. And what a performance by OG. Some questionable parts about LGD, but still, I think we can highlight one player from OG that stood out for all of us. Yuragi, particularly incredible. Proving once again that the biggest obstacle for Dota players is hair. Misery, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you're right on that one. No, but yeah, I mean, impressive game from OG. I think LGD played really well. I think we had some questionable item choices that made this game very weird to watch.
I mean, we saw it, like, first time picked up this entire patch on the Spectre. You know, I think it was 11-minute Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, like we talked on backstage, maybe even ever, you know.
Yeah.
Like maybe, okay, 7 years ago somebody played Spectre and picked up Vessel, but maybe Vessel didn't exist back then, I don't even know. But like,
we just saw a few of those Roche fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was on the Warlock for legitimately, we were counting it out loud, 5 seconds, and he just wasn't able to kill the enemy position 5, who didn't even have a Shadow Word on himself. Like, it was pretty devastating. And then we also were in this situation where Yuragi, he played a fantastic game. He played this Faceless Void, he itemized just normally how a Faceless Void would, and that meant that he had the ability to scale and farm, whereas you can't really farm that effectively when you've got a Spirit Vessel and an Aghanim Scepter on a Spectre.
yeah.
Which we can see here on the score brought to you by STC. That Spirit Vessel lasted the whole game, unfortunately. But even though we talked about Void itemizing normally, I mean, yes, compared to a Spirit Vessel, sure. But Diffusal Blade, not the most common build we see on Voids these days. What were your thoughts on that, Don? Do you like it?
I mean, I liked it. It meant that you were able to get in onto the Dawnbreaker pre-Aghanim Shard, pre-BKB, and just look to take away a lot of her effectiveness, right? We saw in a couple of team fights, that was the difference between getting off that Starbreaker that would have actually enabled LGD to connect into a next Roshan. So, yeah, I liked it. It let you also commit without, like, fully using your Q a lot of the time, just for that little bit of a gap close. It feels a little bit nice.
I think another point about the Diffusal is that it allows you to fight more effectively than, for example, Maelstrom.
Sure.
Like, Maelstrom is more used to perhaps farm more, but they have a Huskar on the offlane this game, right? So he kind of, you know, sacrifices his item progression perhaps to play around the Huskar a bit more and win those fights.
You were spot on as well about the tri-lane eventually coming out, just to make sure that you were able to put pressure onto the Huskar, but it felt a little weird to me by LGD as well, because the 2 supports were doing a good job of zoning out the other 2 supports, but I feel like if you've got a Huskar just 1v1ing a Spectre up near the tower, Huskar's pretty happy with that, right?
Maybe the first few waves they could have done it differently, like focusing the Huskar and not the supports, but I think actually it worked out really well for LGD. If you remember the beginning of the game when Dawnbreaker hit level 6 at like 5 minutes, TB top killed all 3 heroes, TB back bottom, right? Spectre had complete free farm. I really think that Ame kind of griefed this game by buying Vessel first item. Like, he didn't even go Treads first, you know, he didn't. He had naked Spirit Vessel, and like,
and they had a Clockwork in the game who could
yeah,
very easily.
I mean, the Clock had a good game. He could have just bought the Vessel, right? And then it's also like a psychological thing, right? Imagine you're LGD, you click on your Spectre, and he has a naked Vessel at like minute 12, and you just trial in for him, and then you click on the enemy Void, and he has a Midas, right? It puts pressure on you mentally, honestly. Like, you feel like now we have to fight, you know, we have to get Vessel charges to punish this Huskar. Same with OG. Imagine how they feel, right? Amar is like, I don't care about this Vessel. Like, maybe if Clock had it early, it would be a problem, but this is their enemy carry, right, who buys this item. On top of that, it's also a Spectre who farms incredibly slow in the first place. Like, a lot of the farm Spectre he gets from the first 10 minutes, ideally, right? So he can ramp up his farm. He buys Yasha or Treads or something like that.
Even
Midas.
Blade Mail.
Maybe even Midas. I think he could have gone for Midas this game to match the Void Midas, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really think that this game's outcome is very much decided on the Spectre buying this Vessel.
Because yeah, like Faith Beyond played like amazing.
I think LGD played amazing this game, honestly. Like, considering it was more or less 4-5, you know, and yeah.
It's a shame. How many times can you say that about Ame, right? Like, he is.
Yeah, it's
one of the
not
most
like him,
consistent.
really. I wouldn't say that. I think his decision making is usually very on point, right?
Not this time. I mean, even the greats are able to stumble once or twice.
But I'm curious though, because like when these things happen, you're right. Sometimes you make one decision, that decision decides the game, and it's unfortunate. But what do you think was the thought process behind the decision? So I want to know.
So I think it might be a bit of one of those things where you don't play much against offlane Huskar, right? And you think, oh, if I buy Spirit Vessel, this Huskar can't really play, right? He can heal. We just kill him a couple of times, and then you know we take over the game. I get a lot of charges. I can fight my way to items, right? But you know, you play against an experienced Huskar, he's not gonna fight. You know, he's just gonna hit creeps.
Yeah, and we were talking,
loves
get his BKB, right?
Yeah.
Get his Sange, and then suddenly the Spirit Vessel has like no impact at all.
and like we were talking about before the series even started, a lot of people say, oh, this is going to be such a valuable experience for OG, you know, the young kids playing against this big Chinese team, but clearly this game is going to be a really valuable experience for LGD, right? They get to experience a completely different meta. They say, okay, well, this really can't work, so let's see if Xiao8's able to make them adjust a few things and bounce back.
Yeah, I wonder if Xiao8 approves of the vessel, or if it's like an army. Yeah, I doubt it was like a team decision. I think it was like okay, I'm gonna try vessel this game. It looks pretty good, you know.
That quick chuckle is from someone who's seen Xiao8 with any team behind the backs. Very different kind of coaching, I think, from the Chinese teams. A lot of more decision making is on the coach, right? Misery, if you compare, like when you, for example, talk to TSM, FTX, sorry, to your team, just a little sponsor shout out. What is the coaching like for you guys? Like, do you decide a lot of the things within the game? Are you a helping hand? Like, how does that work instead?
I mean, with some things, you know, like, I think it's a lot up to the players as well, like to make decisions, right? I'll say what I think, but I can't really say much in game, right? That's why if Xiao8 was in game, you know, he would maybe have a word or two with Ahmed there, because I'm knowing Xiao8, he's like he's not a big risk taker, right?
Yeah, he's
he likes something that's solid and that works, right? And I feel like going vessel here is a big risk instead of just going normal items and like scaling.
So let's say post game, this was Tomato doing it instead. What would you be saying to him?
Why?
I mean, I don't think Tomato would buy a vessel, but if he did, I would say, hey, dude, did you like your vessel this game, maybe? You know,
Did you have fun? Did you have fun this game?
How was the vessel? Was it good?
Yeah.
Did it feel good?
Oh, interesting. Sarcasm. That is something I thought you would use.
No, just honest. What do you think, you know?
Okay,
like,
okay.
Let's just see.
It's a learning experience.
I have noticed that a lot of the Western teams, it seems like the coach is always a rebound post. Like they throw ideas your way. It's like someone to talk to about Dota in general, like a sixth voice in the team, which is very useful. But again, Xiao8, not famously not that. RTK was another coach that was known for not doing that. Like he would watch all the replays, he'd tell them exactly where to ward, how the drafts would work. So it's a very different style, perhaps because Chinese teams were the first teams to formalize when it came to coaches, right?
Absolutely.
I am interested though in Game 3, right? We talked about how PSG LGD is a very adaptable team, right? Do you think you learned from this experience, Danog? Do you feel like you do the same thing what you've been doing, just no vessel on Spectre?
Pretty much, honestly. I think they're just... Even that game, they were a few fights that they baited really effectively. Down on that bottom side with the ward inside the bottom lane, Jakira was being chased by 10 seconds, for 10 seconds, and then it was a complete turnaround. They got a really valuable kill onto, I want to say it was Yuragi.
Tiny and
Tiny.
+1.
Tiny plus...
Warlock, maybe?
Warlock, sure. But it was a kill where they really needed to be able to make that space because Tiny was still the main playmaker that they had at that time, although Yuragi filled a lot of that role. I mean, how many times did we see him just like run up into the enemy faces because he knew that his team was there to back him up a lot of the time? Yeah,
I mean, I think like Midas as an item right now feels it's in a better place than it's been in a long time. Like you actually see more Midases successfully than than maybe a few years, honestly. And you could also see the Midas paying off in the end for Yuragi, right? He was almost level 25 towards the end there, or like 30, I think.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Also,
do you think it's like...
No, the Midas paid off for everyone, because we get a third game. And that's what we're waiting for right now, which is why we're going to go to a small break, and then third game will be on your screen. So stay tuned and stay with us, please. Back with game 3, final game of the series. It's something that we've been seeing every single playoff game. This game is a decider, no second chances, no lower bracket. What team's gonna go home, what team will advance, we're gonna have to find out. What we're sure of though is not gonna see a Spirit Vessel. I think that's the one thing we got all clear. But now, Misery, when you have a game like this, I've noticed this a couple of times. So a team has a really good strategy, really good idea, and some small thing, whether it be like one pick or one item or one play, it makes the game go wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure you stay on the right path afterwards? How do you keep that confidence in your strategy and your draft?
I mean, it depends so much on the specific scenario,
Of
right?
course.
Like, I felt like LTD actually played their chance pretty well considering the situation they were in. Dawnbreaker, like, tried his best to carry this game, right? And I think that they may have overreacted to this Huska. I think the Huska pick was probably a bit questionable considering what we saw, how the lanes played out. And you could see that, I said that the stuff about the tri-lane, but you could see both teams already had it in mind as well.
Right.
Like going into laning phase. Warlock was already angling towards top and LTD was starting tri-lane, right? We even saw that like smoke before the creep spawn to put this high ground ward. So
That was very
they
clever.
were definitely intending to do this. And if the game played out normally with Spectre buying normal items, it did look rough for OG early on. So it was a little bit the saving grace that the item choice, I think.
Sure. Danok, do you think they're gonna keep at it at the same script, same idea of like the stronger supports and lanes, trying to put OG on the back foot, being more the aggressive one?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Misery. I think they were in a really good spot. I was strongly favoring LGD in that draft. So if they're able to turn it around, I think they're in still a good spot to be able to take this. But just on the point of how do you respond to a game like that, I think it depends on the players' personalities as well, right? Some people are going to have like... I think it's a little less so with more experienced players, but some might need a stern talking to. Some might need like, a kick up the butt to say, what were you doing? But some might need to be the softer touch, the nurturing, saying, don't worry about it. You played well with what you did,
Right.
that sort of stuff. So
Right, you mean going on to game 3, yeah. I mean, I guess we're gonna see how the early game plays out, even how the draft plays out. I'm sure that OG gained a lot of confidence winning that game, and it's more a matter of how can LGD, like how do they decide to talk about this loss, because like we see this item choice and everything, but maybe they have an idea that it wasn't about that. Maybe it's about something else, right, for them.
do you put any importance onto like, if you could just glance over and see the enemy team standing there, body language and stuff like that, just seeing how they're feeling and then use that to hype your own team up, or do you stay very focused on your own guys?
I mean, you can do that. I think in this particular venue, it can be a bit hard to see because the border is like
system,
pretty high,
yeah.
but I think that can be a tool to use, right?
Yeah, because it seems like OG are still very like they're on a high right now. Like they're playing very cohesive. They're all huddling around together. Whereas LGD, they're kind of off in pairs a little bit. You saw Y standing behind Arme there. Obviously, lane partners. Zhao Wei was just in his mind basically about, okay, how are we going to be able to combat this? So maybe that's going to play a factor. But I really don't see these bans changing up all that much. Timbersaw already gone.
Yeah, and it looks like LGD has first pick this time, right? I wonder who chooses what, because against us, OG took first pick, and now it seems to be, I think OG might be favoring second pick.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Just because it seems like their Viper first pick is like a little bit figured out, so it might be better to choose second pick as it's the most stable way to get a good draft. And we see LGD pick up Tiny here first pick.
LGD has seemingly been the team most comfortable with first pick though. Like they have strong 8th pick in general. Their draft starts to work with the synergy during the second phase as well. So we haven't seen too much issues with that either. I know second pick is favored, but
Yep, something a little bit different though. We get to see
Yeah.
a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness. I really like this from both teams. I think we're going to see a lot of like team fights that are going to come down to a couple of clutch moves rather than just an instant pickoff.
Yeah, a DK Phoenix is an opening that OG has played before. I think it's a very solid opening that can go, has a lot of team fight and instant stun, can go a lot of ways. I think it's good against Tiny in particular. Phoenix, like he can't really kill the egg. You have the Sun Ray to chop his high HP pool, and DP, like a strong hero into DK, but into Phoenix not particularly. So I think it's pretty even. I think both heroes both teams have heroes that counter each other and also not. So I think very even opening here. DP probably going to be the offlaner here, right? And then they once again have this option of putting Tiny 4 and Tiny mid.
Yeah.
And for OG, it's like the DK has been a Mars hero in the past, but I've also seen them play it on BCM mid
Yep.
and going Midas on the DK.
And that's the thing with LGD, like we've been saying before, they have first pick, so they're not going to be able to round out the draft exactly how they want to set up these lanes. So I think if, for example, like you mentioned, BZM ends up being the one playing the DK, then you might want to lane the Death Prophet into him, but you probably don't have that choice, right? Because you have to reveal your hand first before OG does.
Yeah.
So it's a real bounty or benefit of having that second pick. By the way, it was OG that won the selection coin flip.
Choosing
so,
second
yeah,
pick.
they chose second pick, and then
That's what I
LGD
thought.
chose Dire.
Okay.
We've even seen Tiger play the Dragon Knight as a position 4, right?
Right.
So they've even got a little bit of extra flexibility on top
Yeah.
of everything else.
I don't think we're going to see that here, though. I think
Yeah.
that is very much a Viper-specific strategy, because it makes your enemy guessing. I think here it's most likely going to be just a core hero.
And you've got a Phoenix to enable you, so you want to
Yeah.
make sure you're getting the most out of that core. We've even seen a couple of DK position 1s, mostly in the Southeast Asian region. Probably not going to happen this time around, but yeah, any core position, it feels like this is going to be really strong.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Bloodseeker actually like super good against Death Prophet. You don't really get ruptured, but it would actually be good for both teams because it's also a very potent hero against the Phoenix.
Yep.
But you see LDD ban it out, and then Arc Warden again is a hero that I mean,
flexed.
yeah, I guess we played it once, but it's pretty much only OG who has had success with this hero.
Yeah.
But it is really strong, and it's a really annoying to deal with as the game progresses.
And it seems like you can't counter either because Arc Warden's so used to playing against counters. It's almost like a staple, right?
Yeah, it's also there's like the new build is also kind of hard to measure because
Yes.
it's like the Octarine core Aghanims, right? It's not the usual bots Arc Warden that like
Exactly.
split pushes. It's like this weird kind of
Teamfight
hybrid team fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit hard to understand where this hero is at, so I can understand the ban.
What do you think LGD are leaning more towards with regards to their position 1? We've seen in response to Phoenix and even to a lesser extent the DK, something like a Juggernaut who you know you can just spin with a new Aghanim Shard with your Maelstrom, have a lot of attack speed and movement to be able to deal with both heroes. Lifestealer as well, kind of in the same boat. It's one of the big reasons, like with the Bloodseeker ban, the Aghanim Shard's effective. Open Wounds kind of similar as well.
I think it's less likely than AX. I think Juggernaut and Ursa both look pretty good here for LGD. Ursa being super strong against both these heroes. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those.
Yeah,
If they don't end up taking the carry though here in the second phase, I could see those heroes getting banned last phase. So
they're kind of forced into doing something like picking up their lane pairing, what's going to make them feel the most confident.
banned out Io, huh?
Io,
Interesting ban.
That is interesting.
Wonder what they are expecting the Io combo to be. Maybe Io Luna or something. I'm not sure. Don't see this hero that much.
Good amount of mixed damage, right? For the DK, obviously you need some magic to be able to deal with him. You can just hit the egg, have the glaives bouncing around. It's not too bad. I'm just trying to think what position 5 they might try and pair together with the Juggernaut if they do end up going down that route.
So yeah, well, the Bane, they've actually done these 3 heroes together 2 other times in this tournament.
Yes.
With
Was
the
it
Bane
against
here.
you?
No, it was. I don't know who it is against. I don't remember, but they had these 3 heroes, and there's also a combo that like Bane gives you the catch and the single target disable, strong laner, whereas Phoenix gives you the team fight and the damage, right? So it's a very good support duo combo.
And it kind of forces the Tiny into being a position 4 now, right? Because you've got that minus damage, that damage reduction component. Level 10 on the DK, you go into the talent that gives you an extra 55%. Level 1 Enfeeble, 45% additive. Tiny does 0 right-click damage. So that's something that they really tried to emphasize last time they played it, and it wouldn't surprise me to see if they did it again.
I think also you don't talk about this much about the Dragon Knight, but the fact that he gets at 10 he gets the damage reduction talent, and it's like you just mentioned, like that's a really big factor of Dragon Knight.
It's such a strong timing, right? You've got, obviously, the Elder Dragon form to be able to push. If they try and respond to it, you just turn around and say, well, you probably don't have BKBs. You have no way of getting rid of Breathe Fire or Enfeeble. Do you think LGD might consider going something that has a Dispel component just to make sure that that isn't going to be as big of a factor?
I mean,
like
something
a
like
natural Manta
Abaddon.
builder?
Abaddon actually looks really powerful here for LGD, now that you mention it. So I would not be surprised to see Abaddon plus something.
Abba plus Jug, just because you can be a Manta builder as well. I mean, I know it's a little awkward doing 2 melee heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it could work, but so Warlock Monkey. All right.
Okay.
It's a strong lane, good against the DK if it is going to be a position 3. But now, of course, like we were saying, there's nothing stopping them putting the DK mid. I suppose they could flex the DP, but yeah.
No, I think it's also a nice two picks in a sense that you know you're still kind of flexing the Tiny and the Monkey King. The Monkey can be 4, Tiny can be mid, Monkey can be carry. So you leave OG guessing a little bit. So I like that, but I think the Warlock matches the team fight, which is nice. In a way, it's good against Bane too, because you can cancel Fiend's Grip. Secures the safe lane. It's just a good hero in a lot of ways. Although I do think the Abaddon would have been really strong in this spot. Like I think I would have liked that more.
When do you think this Monkey King, if it is going to be played as a position 1, would be looking to pick up the BKB? Like second item, really try and get super aggressive and consistently fight into the relatively long cooldowns that OG has?
Yeah, I guess the Monkey King build.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different builds. I think this is also why this hero is coming back a bit as a carry, is because you can build it multiple ways, right? You can do the Echo Saber or even the Diffusal Blade, like we've seen Miracle do.
Yep.
Or you can build like the Battle Fury. You can even buy like Desolator. You can even buy the Midas. So it has a lot of ways to build. And I think right now you might not know exactly what he's going to buy. You're going to have to wait and see how greedy does OG get, right? If they go really greedy, then you can probably, well, then you have 2 ways. You can try to punish it with the Echo Saber or whatever, or you can try to out-greed it with the Battle Fury. Potentially the Vessel.
Nice.
You know?
Yeah, that's always a great idea.
Nah.
No Vessel Monkey King, please.
The Batrider, though, I'm interested in.
Yes.
Is this a Batrider mid that we're looking at, or perhaps?
Yeah. No, it's definitely
mid.
it's definitely mid. I don't see Amar playing this hero. I think Batrider is kind of a weird hero right now. There's so often where Batrider looks like an amazing pick, like here as well. Traditionally, Batrider is super strong against Monkey King, Death Prophet. You know, they have no way of removing Napalm. They have no way of canceling Lasso. But sometimes this hero can be a bit of a debate because the item build is very slow.
Yeah.
The travels into BKB, it's actually a lot of gold before you're online. Lasso has a very long cooldown. Firefly has a pretty long cooldown too. So this hero can be very hard to actually play, I think. I'm interested to see somebody like BCM, you know, like rank 1 player play this hero, because like it can be a debate sometimes.
I'm curious because LGD has been the team that's been banning Batrider the most. They've actually had, especially as last phase, they always ban the Batrider, or you tend to. Why do you think they are specifically afraid of Batrider?
I think it's a good hero at kind of disrupting the tempo a little bit, going for those one-on-one pickoffs. It's a pretty strong laner as well, and I still feel like the way to beat LGD is to come out on top in that laning stage, prevent Arme to be able to transition into being able to farm. What I'm looking at now with OG as well is I feel like DK is their only tower push, so I'm going to want to see something really strong for Yuragi also to be able to not only have a good one-to-one core matchup against these really tanky position 1 heroes, core heroes that you've got on LGD, but also how you're going to enable that to progress into the next parts of the map, because I feel like Phoenix, if you give Tiger the potential to scale, he is a fantastic Phoenix player. So many times I see him as having the same net worth as the enemy offlaner.
But like, I think OG's pick is a very much, I mean, they obviously have heroes in mind right now, but I think that it's dependent on what LGD picks as well, right? They do have the last pick. They want to counter that as hard as they can. And right now, I'm looking at something like Puck. Can be a good hero for LGD right now. It's pretty good against Batrider traditionally. You don't really suffer against him in lane. You can always like coil him, pre-BKB. Maybe after the Aghanims changed, so before the Aghanims stun through BKB, it doesn't anymore. So that's a little bit nerf against in that particular matchup. But
do you think you could even Storm Spirit on LGD's side right now? It's one of those heroes that doesn't hate going against the Batrider, right? Because you just buy a stick, you're going to be spamming out your remnants, and it's a great way of being able to get in onto those backlines to deal with the Phoenix and the Bane.
Yeah, I could see that working. Storm Spirit is also kind of a hero that's it's not really I don't think people really know how strong this hero is, right? After the nerfs and everything, like we've seen it being played a couple of times, but it looks strong, you know, when it's played.
In the right game, it certainly is formidable. But yeah, no Puck going to be coming out, but again, I still feel like it's a pretty good Storm game right now.
Okay. Most of the other Spirit Bros don't feel great because the Batrider kind of crushes those lanes.
Beastmaster, okay, so mid DP.
He was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, that's actually in a way
good.
a really cool pick, because this hero is also really good against Batrider in the game. It's really good against Bane in lane. You get the aura against the Phoenix egg, right? And
they got a ton of vision, right?
Maybe they're even flexing the DP to 4 potentially on Sync Q and having the potential of putting Tiny mid. I'm not sure, but like the option, it's definitely something that they could consider.
Sorry, I just can't get over that not like this from Amar coming through. I mean, also the Bane, the Phoenix, pretty terrible at dealing with like split push and a lot of these sorts of things.
Yeah.
Right? Like
This pick is very good, I think.
You just
actually
don't clear out waves at all, and you have to commit so much as a Bat Rider. Like you have to commit your body to be able to do it. And you know, with the Hawk, with potentially Monkey King just dancing around the trees, you're gonna find him out. You're gonna be able to pick him off. So, yeah, really solid pick. And well, PA, one of the stronger heroes into the Beastmaster with being able to clear out the boars, at least in the laning stage. But yeah, really solid, even from the first pick, being able to get that Beastmaster at the very end of the draft.
There's a lot of strength to the PA, right? Like you said, the Beastmaster also bursts down DP. Usually that's what she's weak to. At one point, that's going to be an issue. But PA versus Monkey King, that can be an issue sometimes, right? The extra armor, PA jumps into the ring. PA does not get out of the ring.
It's a little challenging, for sure.
Yep.
I'm just thinking as well, like we were always talking about the attack speed as well. So
Why
that's
is he
something
so
else that Beastmaster is going to be providing for dealing with the egg, just providing that inner beast aura, 40 extra attack speed. Suddenly, even these heroes that don't normally deal with it can actually contribute towards the team fight.
I'm very excited to see this game 3. Only one of these teams will remain. And I really wish we could just keep on watching this best of 3 over and over and over again. But unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. So let's go to the final game with Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, we all wish for Groundhog Day to be Dota 2 style, just repeating, you know, TI finals over and over again. But one game separates these two teams from the grand finals, Lacoste, with a hefty prize pool waiting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at both of these drafts, they wanted to make a little bit of more change in the end. It feels like they, I'm talking about PSG LGD, that they needed to have a bit more attack speed to be able to deal with the Phoenix egg, because like none of their heroes, like Monkey King's job is not to go inside the fight and just deal with the egg. Also, they picked Monkey into Phoenix. A lot of the times it's the other way around, where you want to match up the team fight that they have and like drop that Phoenix ulti inside the Wukong's command as well, potentially. They have good ways of protecting the egg this time around. We're talking about the Dragonite stun, 2 BKB piercing abilities with Lasso and Fiend's Grip, so I feel like it's a pretty good Phoenix game when we talk about that one. In terms of the laning stage, Monkey plus Vorlock, they shifted Dead Prophet to the mid lane. Nothing to say against Bat Rider from BZM. Bat Rider does consume a lot of mana. Like, he needs to get stuff done early on. Looking at potential rotations, that could be rotation from Taiga and extra slow with the dive on Dead Prophet. They might be able to burst her down. I want to see like how this matchup is going to work out in the end.
Misha trying to set up on Jin-Q. Y takes the Nightmare off him, so gets the Tiny out of danger. And Nothing to Say has already scouted up onto Radiant High Ground, and I think they've got a very good idea of where this OG Observer Ward is. They were pinging out where it could potentially be. In fact, OG are the ones to place a sentry down, expecting the opposite. The Dire Ward is not there. They will just move back around to get the bounty runes. LGD.
Oh, Misha, he used 2 Nightmares already. This is one of the most expensive spells, level 1 in the game, 165 mana.
It's very expensive. He's got 2 mangoes left, but limited resources going into laning stage as he gets his high ground ward up there. So you watch Faith Bian and Jin-Q down bottom, Beastmaster Tiny against a PA Bane. Misha, his main job here is just going to be tank spells for Yuragi. Get that farm rate going as quickly as you can. Well, the potential for Faith Bian and Jin-Q here to get kills pretty high once they get a couple of levels under their belt.
I love Tiny Fours who start with the 3 grab, and Misha using a Nightmare trying to harass Jin-Q not very efficiently here. I would prefer if this is a brain sap, because there's going to be a lot of harassment. He needs to get in, soak up some of the damage, as you mentioned. With the Nightmare, he's not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Has a lot of tangos, though. He started with 9 tangos, going to be sharing tangos to Phantom Assassin, who does have a healing salve, going for Ring of Health as the first item. This is one of those things where you can change things around, especially if you like get a First Blood on Phantom Assassin, then Orb of Corrosion or just Orb of Venom feels nice. But it does delay your Battle Fury timing.
Oh, 20 HP.
He's gonna go for it.
He's diving, cutting into the trees. Jin-Q in behind tier 1, but realizes that Misha has got himself out of reach. And up top, Tiger near death as well, as Y follows him back. Has the level 1 Fatal Bonds to clear out Creep Wave, and of course do damage back to the DK. And peeking into the mid lane, BZM currently 8-2. But a dead even lane with a DP and a Batrider sharing farm.
I'm mostly looking at this bottom lane. Phantom Assassin, 5 CS, Beastmaster on 7, has a point in a boar. I don't think Phantom Assassin deals that well, especially when paired up with Bane. Once you get the level 3, we're talking about the boars versus Phantom Assassin matchup, then it's gonna get a little bit more difficult because they have a lot of HP on those boars, and Fate Beyond is gonna put another point in it once he reaches level 3.
X, then you need a Brain Sap and a Dagger and a jump as well. Oh, Fatal Bonds, Tiger. Jingu stacks as well, but it's the bonds that will take him down. First blood for White. It's not looking good for OG in these side lanes. Jingu battling with Misha as well. And like you said, Faith Beyond just having a completely free time down here under no pressure whatsoever. Even has the magic stick, both of them in fact, to deal with that dagger and the damages. Nothing to say. Oh, TP's back to his tier 1. Firefly with a napalm on him, it's a scary prospect.
It is, nothing to say, adjusting his item build, going for the magic wand and boots of speed, then going for bottle. We see a rotation.
Tiger's in, diving forward. Flame break, pushing, nothing to say back, and a sticky napalm charge is on him, we're gonna find the kill.
That's a big one, good rotation from Tiger, understanding that if they kill Dead Prophet, she will need to walk back to the lane. And also, he's going for the rune. BZM wants to pick up a 3-minute bounty rune.
Over on the dire side, stealing it away from LGD. Yuragi and Misha turned on by Faith Beyond. Nightmare is there, but the Bane just getting tagged up by the axes of the Beastmaster, and it looks like Jinkyu is all right as Yuragi had the Nightmare put back on him.
Also, the thing about Beastmaster against Phantom Assassin matchup is if you're trying to go for the boars, if you try to kill him, that means you're committing with your daggers, which is free mana for the enemy team, especially heroes who do consume a lot of mana in the laning stage, like Beastmaster and this Tiny.
And it also means it's less damage on your opponents, right? You're not trading regen with them, you're giving them regen. Wise doing a pretty good job here keeping Amar at bay, but now he's at level 3.
1.3k gold already spent by Bane for consumables.
DK stunning back on the monkey, halting their progress forwards. Jinkyu very low, pops a fairy fire very early, avalanche there on the 2. Faith Beyond will keep on whacking the PA as they try to bring Yuragi down, but it's OG that claim the kill first. Body blocks Misha, doesn't quite get in front of Faith Beyond well enough. Oh, the blur, the evasion, but the kill is there for the Beastmaster in the end.
Fate Beyond Beastmaster, this was always something that teams were afraid of. He's level 5.5, 4 minutes at 40 seconds, so it's gonna be very difficult. We're talking about the Helm of the Dominator 5-6 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And their heroes, they don't deal well with the creeps. Like, maybe Batrider can kill it, but he needs to commit with the Firefly. So that's going to be very difficult. Allowing Fate Beyond to off to a good start might be a bit too tricky. And now we see these 2 boars that he has in the lane. They can't deal with it. Misha constantly low on mana.
Yeah, so is that the reason Yuragi here, you know, Ring of Health, the Band of Elven Skin, you mentioned the Orb of Corrosion, it can be a little bit weird,
you can't
right?
afford to go for Orb of Corrosion. You can get it on Phantom Assassin.
If you're winning.
Yes, if you're like off to a really good start and then you're snowballing. Otherwise, it's a 1,000 gold commitment delaying your Battle Fury, so most of the time you don't want to go for it. And
it doesn't help you juggle really either. You need a bit of regen, you need more damage. Orb of Corrosion, more of a laning item. As wide, tracked back by Tiger's Phoenix. He's got Shadow Word, and it'll be under tier 1 soon. Gets through the damage over time. They are there. They're eyeing up this DP mid, though. Look at Misha arriving as well. Both supports coming in towards mid, and LGD looking to try and defend the DP as best they can.
Batrider just hit level 7, has 1 level advantage on Dead Prophet, saving a point for potential lasso play.
With everyone in the mid lane, it leaves these side lanes a little more open. Wise, got clarity himself, not going to traverse back to base just yet. BZM making the move bottom, jump in from Yuragi, flame break, pushes Faith Beyond back, doesn't get the roar out, so the lasso is going to stun him up, but finally stuns back into them. They didn't get the finish. Jin-Q, and nothing to say now, looking to play aggressively. But it feels like a bit of a failed rotation from the Death Prophet.
Getting that roar off, not enough control. Had 10 stick charges, gets roar, extra move speed, gets out of the trouble, and has a full helm coming next to him. Nothing to say. Now with the exorcism, this is a dead tower because they used everything. They used Beastmaster, Batrider, Phantom Assassin is pushed out of the lane. Bane doesn't provide you with much.
Oh, you're right. They've got Catapult Wave there. Hit away at that tower. He's not using Exo.
Still holding on to Exo. I think that's pretty smart because they can skip the wave, kill the tower, and potentially use that Exo to go to the mid lane. And Beastmaster will take over the bottom.
That's very clever. They'll glyph it up, OG, but Faith Beyond arrives back here. Jin-Q looks like he's going to TP back across with Y to defend the mid lane as well. So a free tier 1 objective claimed by LGD very early on.
This is what you call objective-based gaming, right?
Yeah, absolutely is. I've lost sight of the Monkey King for a little bit now. Arme has dipped into the jungle.
Arme going for a different item build, what we usually see when he plays Monkey King. Seems like Battle Fury would be a bit too slow, and he's thinking about, Dragonite has a high armor. I need that extra magic damage. I'll hold that thought.
Man, they toss the bat into the monkey. I don't know if Arme's going to be happy about that. Goes for the TP, doesn't get cancelled. Now nothing to say with the XO, but the Nightmare holds him back, transferred to Tiny, and the DP will kill off Tiger. BZM fireflies away from these LGD heroes, and he will get out of the reach of Faith Beyond, who was sliding into that aggressive position. But straight onto the tier 1.
Yeah, pretty similar to what happened in game 1, where they brought extra people. Faith Beyond was moving to the mid lane with Nature's Prophet, and now doing the same thing. Exo still up and running. This is going to be a tower, Helm of the Dominator. We mentioned it, like they don't have heroes that deal well with it, so 2 towers already gone. And to go back to my point about the Ame's itemization, Maelstrom pierces through evasion every single time it procs, so like double the value. You're playing against Dragonite, high armor. Amar on the top lane didn't talk about him doing Amar stuff, farming up until he reaches a critical point. And look at the item build, thinking about going that Octarine, like Ether Lens, Mantis style type of a build. Oh,
nice deny.
Q gets the deny.
Amar can't stun him as the TP's out. And BZM very focused on clearing out the stacks that OG have made for themselves in their own triangle, so a lot of money will be coming in towards the Batrider there. Yeah, Phoenix and the Bat making 7 stacks between them. Ancients and that large camp, so a nice influx of money there will get him the boots of travel, and 3 neutral items, 4 neutral items, every neutral item for the Batrider.
Let's see, does he want to use Trusty Shovel, dig stuff out? Way too many items, not gonna try to refill his bottle.
So many options. DP. Mainly lane creeps, about 2,000. Buildings, of course, picking up. Neutral's one of the main focuses from the Bat there. But OG try to carve themselves a bit of the map. Top lane Amar will sit there after that tier 1's down, and PA can start that kind of meandering move up towards the triangle and that top lane. Now that the Batrider has had his piece of the pie, got his bots.
They
10
might
minutes.
have been scouted by the Hawk.
A smoke
This
pops.
smoke.
Level 5Y doesn't have the golem, but upheaval, slowing Batrider down to a crawl.
Pretending that he's level 6, being there, bought the tome.
The threat of the non-existent golem.
I mean, you can check the levels, but yeah, you might be afraid that he might use the courier, bring the tome, turn the fight around. Y is gonna bring the tome, so he's gonna be level 6 after using it. 2 supports on OG also need to get level 6. Both of those very level dependent.
Yeah, they're just planting themselves, stopping any movement into that bot jungle, while Jin-Q found by the 3 of OG. BZM the one to take the final hit. As Yuragi and Tiger holding onto that mid lane, but you can feel this coming. The wave of pressure is almost ready to break. Nothing to say. Y and Faith Beyond.
This sentry near tier 2 tower on the mid lane, this is something that PSG LGD, that they have been abusing quite a lot, planting Observer Ward behind the tower and also keeping it for a little later. So this sentry ward seems like OG already made an adjustment.
Yeah,
because it does provide you with a lot of like vision in terms of whether they want to smoke, who's showing on the lanes, and also does allow you to play and go for easy pickoffs.
Yeah, it sees the Hawks as well. Beastmaster giving the vision, sending Hawks all over the place. We can see they're sitting just on the triangle. Scouts BZM. And that's what LGD want to angle towards. GQ from the south side. The rest of them swarming up the ramp. Staircase. And GQ will toss back the Bane. Exorcism comes out of nothing to say. And yeah, they want to clear through this triangle and make sure they steal away gold from OG. They don't want to fight. OG want to keep this PA safely farming back in these deeper pockets, hidden away from LGD. So that for quite some time going to be without one of their heroes. You know, a lot of 4v5 fights incoming.
This is a big chunk of gold for PSG LGD. Commitment in terms of using EXO. Will not have it for 2 minutes, but yeah, big stacks being taken.
Pushes the DP closer and closer to this BKB rush. Treads Wand, of course, has the bottle, the Windlace, a few little stopgap items there to build up towards that massive team fight ability with the BKB. Monkey King doing a similar thing, right? You mentioned that Maelstrom. There's the timing on it. 46 seconds faster than the patch fastest. That's not average, that is fastest.
That actually is the fastest. It says new record.
I should read the top thing first.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a farming tool for Monkey King. And also, like when I talk about the carry to carry, how they match up against each other. Monkey King having extra armor. Oh, this is a big pick-off if they can get it.
Can I start it off? No, Misha too far away. And the smoke from the rest of LGD. Oh, they see Tiger. Nice avalanche. Stops him mid-dive. The toss is there and a kill on the Phoenix. A nice pick by LGD. Unfortunately, not much they can do in terms of objectives, bot or mid. They've already got the towers, but they'll put them in good stead to maybe get some of these wards replaced as they were dewarded by this mass amount of sentries from OG. Arme looking to solo BZM with the Wukongs and Boundless, dropping him to below half.
A bit difficult. They needed to use Rock inside Wukongs to be able to get that kill. Extra lockdown, couple of hits from the Golem, but why a bit too far away. And to go back to like carry, like Ame is gonna be fight ready in the next 2-3 minutes, while Phantom Assassin still needs to farm up Battle Fury into BKB. And look at where Ame was. This is his pattern on the top lane, and now switching back to bottom lane after Beastmaster took the tower.
Yeah, it's primarily lane creeps, right? Arme has been safe. No real threat from him. He's been in the lane while we saw that PA get kicked out of her bot lane quite early and had to move into that jungle. A massive gap, right? 900 gold difference in the lane creeps. Monkey King, of course, having a lot of farm on the neutrals and ancients. He's 7.4k. Having a perfect game so far. GQ getting jumped.
He stunned the creep, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, Amar, uncharacteristic mistake, getting tossed around inside the upheaval. Roar comes out from Faith Beyond as they want to try and focus the Bane at the same time. Flame Break and the Nightmare. Golem dropped. Kill off Amar. Why? Not messing around, just the big old cooldown ulti. Straight for that Dragon Knight. I can help them push, of course.
I think they're going to go roach with it, because they have Golem to tank it, they have Exo running, and teamfight from OG is pretty mediocre at the moment. Like, they have Phoenix Egg, they have Fiend's Grip, they haven't used those abilities since they got it. So 5 minutes without 2 supports being able to use their ultis, and they're not going to contest this.
Yeah, and if you have one hero dead, we know that the PA doesn't want to join just yet. So OG is still, you know, a 3v5 in effect. And an easy Roshan for LGD, grabbed up by Arme, and you were saying he's going to be fight ready soon. This makes him even more bold to be able to jump in to these team fights, use that Wukongs aggressively.
Next Exorcism, it's going to be level 2, so that means 16 spirits instead of 8. And you'll also have Monkey King with Aegis and the BKB. So their timing is going to be pretty big. You're also going to have BKB on Dead Prophet. So they're going to feel very comfortable coming into the fight. GQ, the bounce back with the Tumblrstoy actually manages to get out of trouble.
Upheaval's so good against heroes like Bat Rider.
Oh yes, well, this is why is maxing it out. He knows, he's an experienced Warlock player, one of the best ones, put only 2 points into Shadow Word, maxed out Upheaval, and now going for the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, Bat Rider, one of those heroes that wants to keep chasing people. You can't do that when you're turned into a slug. Trying to play top now with Amar showing on the wave. BZM being a little bit sneakier, but there is dire vision up there that will spot their moves. LGD going to use that information, come down and farm very efficiently through mid down towards bottom lane. They are protecting Arme by having their bodies in this bottom jungle, very forward. So if OG wanted to smoke and try and catch the Monkey King, who would be one of their primary targets, you know, even though he has Aegis, you could think about killing him twice with Grip and Lasso. You've got to break through the barrier of why Faith Bian and Jinkyu up front.
Team fights are going to be very difficult for OG because we're talking about Exo, Beastmaster Roar, vision provided from the Hawk, so Bane doesn't get to play the game. You know that he's going to get stunned. Initiation from the Batrider also going to be very limited. We're talking about Boots of Travel, BKB, no Blink Dagger yet. Jinkyu thinking about going in. This Tumbler's toy, a lot of value. Did manage to get a couple of early kills with it.
I love the noise it makes as well, a little spring boing. Wonderful sound effects from the Tumbler's toy. Well, there's the tier 2 unlocking the outpost for LGD. They're all grouped up as if they want to smoke. Looks like a hard hit in towards the triangle. I see Uragi, the Phantom Assassin, not the one they're going for though. Tossing Misha around, focusing the Bane rather. Let Uragi get out of there.
A bit premature exorcism there. Maybe they thought they're gonna commit. I don't see any vision. They maybe caught Batrider coming in from the outpost, and yeah, they're pinging it out. Because there's not going to be anything done with this Exo. We'll need to wait 2 minutes. Looking at the items on side of PSG LGD, loving the Lincoln Sphere. On Monkey King, you're playing into Bane, instant stun from a Dragon Knight, Lasso as well. And also nothing to say. Getting some extra armor, going for that Lotus Orb. Like just a casual plate mail against Phantom Assassin, and then
he's jumped the Tiny, but Arme with the Boundless and the Wukong, they're in on Tiger, dive away. He's got the Supernova to come into play. They've killed off Jinkyu, and Arme is on the run with his BKB up. They need to bail away from that egg. As Tiger dives in again, the blink back by Amar, focusing nothing to say, the Death Prophet. Cleave through by the PA and Misha's Bane as OG. They'll take the Monkey's Aegis. Y and Faith Bian were far too distant from this fight.
They need to
protect the Monkey King.
He needs to roar.
He's gripped up and there's no saving him. Boundless Strike won't do a damn thing, and the Monkey King, he's dropped. They'll turn on the PA, the Dragon whacking into Uragi, but he jumps across to the right. OG, they'll lose their carry, but they get so much out of this trade. Jinkyu with the Amatos. They want Tiger, but another dive away. Keeps himself healed and topped up, while Y and Jinkyu are trapped down in this bottom jungle now. They don't belong here.
Jinkyu thinking about going in one more time, has combo ready, will scout him out.
He wants Tiger and he'll get him. Amar is fatal bonded, so these blinks are being constantly cancelled out. They can't make any further jumps, need to TP home.
Y was not in vicinity to be able to drop the rock immediately. Also a bit of a mistake there from Ame, using a BKB before Aegis ran out, so he respawns, doesn't have anything, and they slow him down. A couple of sticking up palm charges, bounced him back, and yeah, control coming out from the Dragon Knight. There was no Exo in that fight, because I mentioned it, like a bit premature usage there. And they got the kill on Bane only, so yeah, let's see that fight one more time. A good egg coming out from Taiga where no one wanted to commit. Like, they need a Beastmaster to be close, and then maybe Monkey can go and help out. Otherwise, I don't think he can do it.
Yeah, a really good initiation from OG. You know, finding the Tiny first, making sure that LGD aren't the ones getting the jump. Perfect execution gives them that chance to take the Aegis and momentum and the wind out of the wings of LGD. But we will have some big team fight ultis coming up. You know, Roar is ready, Exo's ready. They won't have the Golem, but Fatal Bonds might be enough. Oh, Amar, so quick.
Nicely done, good reactions. Amar was changing his item belt, thinking whether he needs a Force Staff, but gonna go for Ether Lens. Bigger cast range on the Dragon Tail. And yeah, you turn that into Octarine Core. You know that Amar, he loves to play greedy. He loves to play for the late game. Then you get Manta, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter. Still, it's a lot of time. We're talking about 40, 45 minutes into the game. But once you get to that build, it's super powerful.
Yeah, you're looking for the synchronization with PA a little bit later on. She'll have BKB in about 1,000 gold. But even after that, she's got a lot of items to check off her list. And Amar can keep on scaling with her. That makes sense when you've got Batrider, of course, that more magic damage, utility-focused hero that Amar wants to be a secondary core alongside the Phantom Assassin. Jin-Q lands the avalanche, gets the toss in towards the dragon. Blur and Phantom strike away thanks to Misha, and they roar the bait. Yuragi might be able to get out of danger here as they do use Exo. Misha being taken down by the ghost. There we go, another combo. The toss back not coming. He's running back and forth. Yuragi, he's got TP, but there's really no way out of this, is there? Jin-Q has his number, surrounded by LGD as they come back into the mid lane. Amar, he's just right-clicked down. I didn't even need a stun to stop him from TPing home.
Yeah, this is the fight that I kind of expected the PSG LGD to go for, where like the previous execution was not as good. Oh, they almost catch Taiga.
So close.
Ame, in the end, going for Mjolnir. There's going to be a lot of procs. We're talking about Shard from Dragonite and also Batrider Firefly. So you know that that's going to be procking. Another record broken by Ame.
New record!
I mean, he did broke a record in the previous game with the Spirit Vessel purchase in the game 2. That didn't end up too well.
Is that a good record to break? I don't know.
This one is. This one feels much better.
Spot on timing from him. Oh yes, fantasy points. Warlock. My favorite hero, Warlock. He's been planting a lot of wards, so he's up at 16.8. Net worth down at 4.6, but a big difference between the Dire supports and the Radiant ones. You know, Tiger, yes, 6.7, but you look at this Bane and he's incredibly poor. And this comes down to, like you were saying 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, that they've not been able to really latch onto people with these smoke ganks, the grips, the nightmare setups, which we've seen from OG throughout this tournament. You know, Misha's Bane has been flawless. Maybe this smoke will work out for them, though. They want to get something done.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Smoking up, expecting LGD to be around this triangle and maybe on a warding mission, but there's no one here. They're all sat around mid lane, looking to bunker down, defend tier 1. Keep Ame farming around the Ancients as they stack them up.
Batrider does have a Blink Dagger, so initiation is going to be much easier. There's going to be a follow-up onto Dragonite stun potentially. Lotus Orb done on Nothing to Say and the Haste Rune.
He's using it
this is the
preemptively
best
as well.
item that they can get in this game. We're talking about Batrider, Dragonite stun, Bane Fiend's Grip. It's going to be very difficult, especially if they prematurely use it, as you mentioned.
LGD now, their turn to smoke. And speaking of prematurely, Exo used up, but the jump in from Jin-Q, finding the catch, the avalanche toss on DK, as he's burst down quickly by that percentage base down to the Spirit Siphon.
And Roche is up. Let's see if Y's gonna scout it out. Yes, he will. Dragonite has no buyback. I don't know if they can go and take a fight, because this Roshan drops so quickly. We're talking about the Beastmaster. Exorcism still running for another 15 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Ancient Black Dragon there helping out as well. Second Roche going LGD's way. And we're still waiting really to see what kind of impact Yuragi can have on this Phantom Assassin. Definitely one of those kind of ninja heroes, right, that can come out 25, 30 minutes into the game and suddenly blow up a support, get that momentum going, get a couple of big items. So far, it's been very quiet from the PA, only 3.6k damage dealt. Yeah, the lowest in the game.
Needs more items, definitely. We're talking about Deso, potentially getting a shard to even have more, then getting a basher. It's a bit of a difficult game. Yuragi still needs to be able to get some farm. The rest of the team will need to protect him.
But you never know when that sleeper hero is going to strike. Amar, he gets on top of Tiny, he's got Lotus Orb on him, Avalanche in, and Ame straight towards the Phoenix. Nice sleep, you're right. And then we come with a golden drop. Tiger buys back straight off the bat as the Wukong zones them away. OG in full retreat mode with Amar still stuck in the middle of an awful lot of damage.
Oh, Hawk stun.
Yeah, they tried to catch Misha. BZM on the run. Bane, no way out of there, and Nothing to Say picks up a double kill.
one thing that PSG does extremely well is playing around their heroes, just understanding who needs to stand where, not overlapping any of their abilities, and also protecting each other. Instant Lotus Orb from Nothing to Say after Dragon Knight stun, and yeah, they will go for the high ground. Still need to respect Lasso a little bit.
Oh, hello. Yeah, they know there's no BKB, don't they? PA dead. The roar on the courier. Well, he made sure it died. Lasso back with Ragtani in towards tier 4s. The Phoenix Sun Rain down Jin Q. But the tier 3's dead and the racks are wide open. So LGD just looking for this structural damage. Balance Strike off the mark, and they've got Lotus in onto Arme as well. Tiger, just a dive and a spam of the Fiery Spirit.
They could have potentially went for another tier 3 tower if that roar connects on Batrider. They definitely get a kill. They have enough physical damage to be able to bring him down and maybe transition. A little bit of uncharacteristic mistake there from Fate Beyond.
You say mistake? He says the courier's dead for a long time.
Can we see that again? Maybe there was something on the courier that I'm not aware of.
That's what I'm curious about as well. Quickening Charm grabbed up by the DP.
Just looking at the core items that they have queued up.
And whose was it?
It was Phantom Assassin's courier.
Okay,
so
okay.
She's going for Deso anyway.
I don't think there was anything on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we have the beautiful little tooltip from JJ that shows items that are on the courier. It's not there, so there was nothing on it. See there we go. Look, there's a buckler on the little donkey somewhere else for the Beastmaster. Pinging out the high ground, wanting to keep the wards going. Playing down in this bottom jungle, and man, we see this move time and time again. You know, we know a lot of teams like to smoke from their tier 2s, but LG love to smoke from the enemy high ground ward in their jungle and make the jump and force the BKB. BZM has to play defensively while we've got Monkey King whacking away at towers, forcing the glyph out of OG. But it's high ground.
Monkey, and he does have Wukongs plus Aegis for another minute and a half. Exo still running.
Yeah.
Those Spirit Vessels reducing the healing. A lot of AoE damage. Good stun.
Jinkyu's in. The 3-man silence as well. Nothing to say. Diving in the lasso on the DP, but she is BKB. They put her in the fountain. What can they do against her? A lot of damage with the DK stun. They'll find nothing to say here with Uragi's jump. But in the meanwhile, it was all smoke and mirrors. A distraction ploy by LGD to bring the barracks down.
Yeah, no premature Lotus Orb this time around, but it gets the job done. They trade Nothing to Say for 2 barracks, 1 melee, 1 range. Another Lotus Orb on Tiny.
And OG, they need something big here to break the rhythm of this game. Uragi, they're there with Tiger, but the Monkey King hits in towards him. They've got the Roar back on the PA as well, and an Avalanche toss landing onto Amar and BZM. They've taken out Tiger, and Jin Q has fallen too, but the PA is focused by this Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey with full Scotty and Mjolnir has enough damage, and if they are controlling supports, Batrider, he knew that there was no lasso, so he could go in and, oh, another Hawk stun.
Yeah, just a couple more hits and I'll kill off Misha. Assault Cuirass delivered out to Fate Beyond's Beastmaster.
Dispatch, Fate Beyond popping off on his Beastmaster. We're talking about 29 minutes Assault Cuirass.
Yeah, it's all or nothing now for OG. 2 heroes dead without buyback. Mega creeps on the horizon for LGD. Nightmare back onto Misha. Silent Star appears. Buyback is done. It's going to turn into a dieback as Arme unleashes on him. BKB's up, so the Dragon Knight can't stun him.
Age is just expired. They need to play against Mega Creeps. This is it. We might be, thinking about getting a Divine Rapier for Phantom Assassin.
GG!
But, yeah, they're going to call it.
There is no way back.
I was thinking, Gary, maybe
Mantle
10 minutes
mantle,
in.
where's the mantle? Someone pinged a mantle of intelligence somewhere. Who's doing it?
There it is. Someone dropped it. Yeah, good performance from PSG LGD in this game 3. All the lanes, like the lane setup that they had, Monkey King plus Warlock did manage to win the lane, completely shutting down Warlock. Those couple of early rotations from Jin Q as well. Beastmaster breaking a couple of records.
Yeah, Monkey King as well. I mean, OG, great performance to kind of come back into the series with game 2. But honestly, when LGD look good, they look unstoppable.
Absolutely.
In a game where things are going poorly in laning stage, there's always a way back for them. But when they are up and ahead, it feels like their opponents just have no answer. to their snappy, decisive moves. All these smokes coming out from, the enemy jungle, they are moving there as 3-4 heroes. Not only are they bodyguarding their carry where Arme can push the long lane all the way towards base, but they're also setting up for these aggressive smokes where they play forward towards the base.
Yeah, very clean execution overall. Roshan taking, understanding when they need to go. The smokes into Exorcism, getting a pick off near the Roche pit. Pretty textbook example, I would say, but LGD, they are on another level right now.
Yeah, well deserved to get themselves towards the grand finals, as OG, sadly, going to be disappointed with this performance, dropping out in the semis. But what do you reckon? Are LGD on the form? They dropped against Secret. Are they on form to win the whole thing, do you reckon?
Yeah, they're in the grand finals. They need to see who they're playing, whether it's going to be Team Spirit or Team Secret. I think they want to play against Team Secret. They're a very proud team, and they want to show after that stomp that happened in the group stage that they can punch back.
Get their own back on
Absolutely.
Team Secret, yeah.
For OG, it was a good run. They are going back home with $400,000.
It's not bad.
A little bit more, 425, I believe.
Yeah, it's not bad for the semis. Yeah, dropping out and getting almost $500,000 to split between your squad.
Yeah, well, it looks good. They had a pretty good run. I think maybe they got little figured out because everyone is looking at you. You just won the major,
yes.
And every single team is going to do extra research, see how you've done that, and feels like a lot of preparation came in. One of the strengths of LGD is that they can completely shift their drafts. Like, we're talking about full 180. They have variety of the heroes that they can play. It feels like it's some different team playing game 2
right.
Whenever they lose. It's like, we just did that, never mind, full reset, and then they're going to go for something different, something that you still haven't seen.
Right, because day one, it was like Lone Druid. They've not played, LGD as a team hasn't played it in 2 years. Arme's not played it in 2 years. And then day 2, Spectre comes back. There's now Monkey King's there. It's these kind of, the ability to play different styles as well. Because sure, you can swap heroes in and out. You think about, Amar is DK, his Viper, whatever it is. Still, lane dominating heroes, the Slardar. But Arme is able to play Spectre, that late game presence, the threat of him going 40, 50 minutes. And then the shift suddenly to Monkey King, who's like 20 minutes, I'm ready to go. But what's also ready to go is interview on the stage as we head over to KP.
I am now joined on the stage by Jinq from PSG LGD. First of all, Jinq, congratulations on the win. Yes, there we go. Okay, my first question, walk me through how you prepared for OG. What was your plan coming in? Was there a lot of focus on certain elements of the drafting that they do? What was your game plan to beat OG?
我们是怎样准备和 OG 的比赛的？有什么比较特殊的 focus， 特殊的一些关注点，在BP 的时候，在 drafting 的时候。
他们那个伐木机玩的特别多，然后我们决定就把它 ban 掉。
伐木机英文怎么说？懂，伐木机的说。啊
？Timber 吧。
Timber, thank you. So he's saying that they are always banning Timbersaw for the first as a first banner because they are the best Timbersaw around the world. Yeah, so they just ban it. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through these games because I feel like game 1 might be the most dominant one-sided game we've seen in the tournament so far. When the draft was complete, did you feel like you had that game in the bag?
说说第一局吧，因为第一局非常的一边倒，然后当 BP 结束的时候，你会有这种感觉我们要赢了吗？就是。
没有啊，因为我们就是看过上个Major OG 的比赛，知道他们的韧性特别强，然后大家也就是第一把就是功课做得比较好，然后才拿下，就是显得比较轻松吧。
We don't think we are automatically win because we saw all the games that OG is playing in the last major and they are doing a fantastic, fabulous job. And we tried our best every minute, every second, and trying to win. So it's not an easy win.
No, it was definitely a very close series. And talk to me a little bit about that second game, because there was a lot of wild things going on. We saw a Huskar pick, we saw some tri-lanes, we even saw a Spectre with a Spirit Vessel. How was that game from your perspective?
说说第二局吧。第二局有很多非常特殊的地方，比如说有哈斯卡的出现，还有一些BP 上的一些出乎意料的地方。你有什么想说？
我觉得他们就是非常出乎我们的意料吧，因为我没有见过3回哈斯卡，然后就细节的处理上就有一些不好的地方，就导致我们输了比赛。
It's such a surprise draft because they've never seen Haska as a third position, and so they're unfamiliar with this kind of lane, and they kind of not be able to deal with all the details against Haska. So that's the reason why they lost game 2.
And I would say that you seem like quite a confident position 4. You know, you're not very defensive. You come across as more aggressive. Like, how would you describe yourself? What is it that you find makes you so unique as a position 4 compared to everyone else?
你不是一个非常防守型的那个4号位，你是非常进攻型 aggressive 进攻型的4号位。然后你总是非常有自信，就向前冲。然后请问你是怎么去定义你这个非常独一无二的宇宙，就是 unique 非常特殊的一个这样的一个4号位位置的？你怎么看自己的？
我建议大家都看一下 RNG 4号位卡卡录像就可以学到了。
So Shinkyu is recommending that please look at recording from the fourth position from RNG. The name of the player is Kaka, and I think he's trying to say that he's learning everything from Kaka. So maybe Kaka is his idol, and so that's the reason why he's playing like this. Yeah.
All right, maybe you can just get Kaka to come in and assist him now that they're watching the sideline. That's all we've got time for, though. Jinkyu, absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this interview with us. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. I look forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Okay, that is going to be it from us here on this stage. Thank you for tuning in for this one, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we are going to have Team Secret versus Team Spirit. You do not want to miss this. Let's see who LGD is going to face in the finals.
Welcome back. We just finished our first series. As you can see here on the side, PSG LGD just won. A team that we've been praising from the get-go for their versatility, for their adaptability, and once again they adapt to OG, and the winner of the major is gone. Poof. Just like that. Danog, what can you tell me about PSG LGD? Why are they such a strong team?
That game, I thought they just outskilled OG, to be completely honest. You know, the lanes went incredibly well. I think Faith Beyond had an absolute standout performance when, in recent times, he's looked a bit shaky on his visage. Even a couple of times playing the Nature's Prophet hasn't put the perfect game forward. Game 1, he did, and Game 3, he really came in clutch there as well, with that Beastmaster drawing so much attention towards different areas of the map that forced OG to perhaps play a little bit reactionary.
Yeah, Faith Beyond has been kind of a lot of the player of the tournament during the playoffs. You know, first of all, standing up for other people with hair, making sure that we also have a chance. Second of all, bringing us a translator. Like he's been really crucial here. Do you feel like he has been has changed from the group stages, Misery?
I mean, I think LGD has evolved as a team. I think they've gotten a lot better throughout this event. I think in the beginning they looked pretty shaky, whereas now they're playing really well, like all of them. They have really good drafts, and I think one of the things that also makes LGD such a strong team is that, I mean, a couple of things. One is their ability to kind of adapt to each team. I think Lacoste was saying it earlier, like they look like a different team every game almost, because they have such different drafts and they just kind of adapt to what they need to, depending on the enemy team. Another thing is, like we talked a bit about in the break between Game 2 and 3, is like how are they going to handle this loss that they just had, right? Are they able to reset, or are they going to be emotional going into Game 3? But it feels like it didn't impact them at all, you know? They just, reset completely and they play like almost flawlessly Game 3, right?
I'm interested in how this evolution goes as we're watching the highlights brought to you by Aramco, because I know you've been on many teams which have evolved throughout tournaments, right, to great success. What kind of player mentality is required for that to happen?
Well, I mean, I think they just seem to be like very confident in each other. They don't seem to have any internal issues really. Like, they're just able to move on. I think a lot of teams can get stuck in mistakes and in like, started feeling a bit shaky now that it's suddenly Game 3. Or we lost the last one. Are we gonna go out? We had this game. Like start thinking about these things, but it doesn't seem to affect them. I mean, obviously they have been in 2 CI finals and. They're like one of the most accomplished teams ever, right? Super experienced coach and players. So, yeah, they have the experience to overcome such things.
And we saw that with Q's interview, where he talked about the Vessel particularly, right? He's like, oh, we never played against Huskar in the offlane. We did the Vessel, whatever, like move on. As we see the scoreboard for this last game brought to you by SDC. What do you think of that mentality, and how did it transform that third game, Dano?
Yeah, again, it's just being able to adapt. They've got a lot of these different ways to be able to respond to the enemy team, but they also have their stable things that they pick all the time, like Y on his Warlock. Again, he had such a fantastic game, not dying a single time, always on point with his positioning. When you're going up against a Bat Rider who can be jumping onto you, a DK with a Blink Dagger, a PA that's able to gap close as well, the position needs to be on point, and he was every single time. This is by far LGD's most picked hero, and then they just make the draft work well around that. They oftentimes waste a lot of bans on OG's side as well, just to be able to get rid of some of those big combinations, and even without those, they were still able to make it work.
Yeah. On the OG side, Misery, what is something that they can take away from this final best of 3? What are some things you think they should learn?
I think maybe like I a bit touched on before, like they played the first pick Viper against us, the last series they played, and maybe going forward, looking at what have you played before, what does the enemy see from you, right?
Right.
And try to like understand that they're gonna come with something, right? You need to come up with maybe something new, or understand that they are gonna try to counter your latest strategy, if that makes sense. So maybe they're a bit too predictable right now, especially against such a team such as LGD, who has so many experienced players, right? And they're able to play such a huge variety of heroes that, yeah, it's not gonna be easy to beat them. You need to keep like evolving your strategies, if that makes sense.
And we were talking about before, like if you want to just build into kind of this one style on the Viper. It just does the same thing, right? It dominates the lane. If you play it as a core, you can obviously assist with the push, be this big tanky turret. But if you're forced to play it as a position 4, suddenly the hero loses all of its identity. Whereas some of these other heroes that have the true flexibility, you know, the Zeus can play multiple different roles throughout the game. The Wyvern can play multiple different roles throughout the game, not just the position that it's played, but also what it needs to accomplish throughout the game. So I think that's something that they can bring forward. Have like 1 or 2 games of that during the start of the tournament, and then they need to adapt to something that's a little bit more flexible.
That is something that PSG LGD has done in roles, right? They've always had the plan A. We talk about plan A, plan B, plan C, right, for LGD. I think one of the most clear ones for basic Dota viewers like myself, who don't understand the complexities of the game, right? They started with Marcy, for example, in the tournament. When Marcy got banned, they would go for the Tiny. Tiny was not available. They went for the Earth Spirit. As the tournament progressed, they saw the value in the Tiny, and now the Tiny is their first pick, right? But that ability to always have a tool that does something similar is unlike any other team. Like, very few teams have this idea of, if we get countered, we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show their strength of being so skilled on so many different heroes that gives you the potential to be able to do that. I mean, we've seen Pucks not in response to the Tiny, but even though Tiny is the only counter to the Puck, they're still able to make the Tiny work in just being a really effective tool, like the Faith Beyond Nature's Prophet when the Orchid, for example. That was the additional tool that they needed to be able to not only deal with that, but also just be an effective tool for pushing, attack speed, all these other aspects of the game.
Yeah, it's also wild to me as someone who's been watching Dota for a while, because you know you look at the Chinese teams, and post TI4 Chinese teams, they were always about the optimization, right? I remember Sedek, the C-Deck right for TI5. They were a team that had a couple of strategies, but they were really good at them. I remember Burning's last team when he was on IG for the last time before he retired. Also the same thing. We play 8 heroes, we play them really, really well. And now we see LGD, and it's completely different. How do you stop these guys, Mizra?
I mean, you gotta do the same thing, right? You gotta also be good at so many things. You gotta also be ready to adapt, and you gotta also be emotionless when it comes to like losses and defeat and everything, right? Like, you gotta actually just match all these things, right? That's the way you can play against them.
Yeah,
right?
it's weird, right? They've got these few things that they're always going to draft if it's available to them. Tiny, Warlock, and the Razor. They're the big 3 priorities. So I'd say ban 2 of them. Maybe this is the one where you want to go the first pick and you want to take that 3rd one away from them. And then you just need to react to the draft on its merits. You don't need, you can't prepare for LGD. They can play anything.
I mean, you could also say that, like, they kind of, like the Huskar pick kind of caught them off guard, right? You could look into some unorthodox type of picks that can maybe make the enemy carry go vessel, or, you know, whatever. Like, just kind of play with some new ideas that LGD will not see coming, and then they don't seem as confident.
Maybe the Arc Warden could come up against
something like that. Yeah,
they're not quite as used to.
Always fun to see an Arc Warden, or at least for me, it's always fun to see an Arc Warden. But LGD will be waiting for their opponents in that grand final. For now, we have to see the outcome of the second game of today. Team Secret second semi-final. Team Secret versus Team Spirit. What team will come out on top? We're gonna have to see after a quick break.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك، هذا محلك.
Welcome back to the second game of the day, the second semi-final. And look at this panel. I was actually trying to form a team, but turns out we're only going to analyze. It's going to work out for me, as a matter. We have, on my right, Awi2000. Nice to have you again.
Hello. Good to be here.
Then over here, it's 9, also the mid laner from Tundra.
Yeah.
Hello, 9.
Hello. My pleasure to be here.
Yeah. And finally, Seb, who you've already met.
How you're gonna introduce me as what then?
Seb, the two-time TI winner.
I was wondering if you're gonna go for caster, expert. It's fine. Happy to be here too.
He speaks 3 languages. He can do anything for you, honestly. But he cooks apparently for his team as well.
I
right?
don't. That's a lie.
Okay, well. Anyway, we have a really exciting series in front of us today. It's Team Spirit versus Team Secret. We've already gotten an experience of this, right? In the group stages, they fought against each other. It was a 1-1 series, so it's kind of like the ending wasn't entirely told. Now with this best of 3, we'll see definitely a winner and definitely a loser. Any expectations for today, Awi?
I think Spirit are going to win. I think Secret have been looking really good this tournament, but I think Spirit are just a tad stronger.
Really? What is that? Can you elaborate?
I think this tournament, Collapse has really found his hero pool. He's like been playing these Bounty Hunters, these Razors. Like I think in the time after TI, when Spirit started looking like slightly vulnerable even, just a bit, like at the major and stuff, Collapse's hero pool, it didn't feel like he had the same impact as he did on TI with some like Magnuses and what did he play? Mars, Magnus, pretty much anything. He would like win his lane, he'd snowball the game. I think Spirit as a team, they thrive when Collapse is putting on a lot of pressure on the map, and I think he's doing it this tournament.
Okay. Seb, you were praising Team Secret a lot on this panel before, and you were talking about maybe there's one strategy they've been showcasing has been broken. Do you think they have an ace up their sleeve just in case?
I'm sure they have other things to show, but I would tend to agree that they've kind of got away with one strategy right now, more or less, and it's been looking really dominant. But now we're getting into the later stage of the tournament where there's no team here that's not capable of dealing with whatever you have ready. So I feel like Secret, they're going to get tested today. We haven't seen how they react when they get tested. And Spirit is in a shape, back in shape, where they can definitely test Secret.
And one of the biggest storylines we've seen this tournament and before as well was Toronto Tokyo's growth, right? As a mid laner who was being tested and perhaps not in the best form during the EU DPC to a top-tier mid laner right now. 9, how have you seen him progress throughout this tournament?
He definitely improved over the past months. I think he has been lacking a little bit in Team Spirit, but this tournament, I think they're starting to find themselves again. Not sure what it is exactly, but they're definitely improving over each match and each series that they play. So I think this will be a very good series to watch. I think mid lane, Nisha is a very tough enemy, so yeah, we'll see how we will do against them.
Yeah. We are very curious as we see Secret coming out. We've heard a couple of the storylines for this team as well. You know, Crystallis is the wild horse that cannot be tamed. Puppey has been trying, but he has been given up. Seb, as someone who has 5 wild horses in a team, how do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, you know, I was praising Secret because I did not expect to look so good and be so dominant getting into the tournament. I mean, obviously, Isaac is a very new addition. You know, it comes with a lot of changes. You know, the language also a thing, which I'm sure he did not express himself in English in his other team. Rezo also coming in as a standing for now. A lot of changes, but with the meta, it seemed like something clicked, and that's not something you could have guessed before they kind of showed what they had to show in the tournament. So, I mean, yeah, they look strong, and, you know, now I'm kind of second guessing whether or not they have like a second card to play, but I mean the first card was so nice that you can only assume that they do.
Yeah. Awi, could you explain to me and to the viewers, the more casual viewers, why the Rezo Zayed Slane has been working so well this tournament?
I mean, we don't really know, right? Like it's between them, but I think Rezo and Zayed have played a long time together in the past. I can't remember were they on VP together?
I don't remember which team, but
they played a long time together, right?
VP,
yeah. And even on Twitter, I saw them like looking for a team together. So I think they're really comfortable with each other, and that comfort, like, it helps you just play the entire game. Like when your early game is smooth, then everything looks nice and good. And I think Secret's offlane, especially compared to before, has been looking really nice.
Yeah. Do you feel like the lane is just good, or do you think there's a specific style they're using that people haven't caught up on yet?
I don't know. Like, sorry, can you say that again?
Like, do you feel like they're just playing well, or is there something that like they have unlocked a special style strategy that we're not seeing yet from other offlane duos?
I don't think they're doing anything like specifically different.
Okay.
Like they're just playing good Dota. They have a good synergy on the Dawnbreaker lanes, and then Zach's able to like play some techies and stuff, whatever he likes, because they already know how the hero pairings work out. There's also something in Dota, like these two players, they've played too much together so much that they know their matches better than their opponents.
Yeah.
So when they break out some Dawnbreaker +1, the other teams don't know how to react to it.
Okay.
And you made a really good point that it also felt like now they go from having like great synergy to maybe not the best in, you know, Ice and Yapzor and then Ice and Zach. It felt like before there was maybe a little difference in how both kind of players wanted to approach the lane, and that kind of changed. So big gap.
I think being on the same page is a big... Okay.
Yeah, it is good, and they're going to be coming onto the same stage right now, so get ready for the walkouts. Sorry.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا مباراة النصف النهائي الأول في البلاي أوفز الرياض ماسترز معنا في جيمرز 8، وعرفنا أن فريق LGD راح يكون الفريق الأول اللي ياخذ مقعد الجراند فاينل الأول معنا في البطولة. ولكن المباراة نصف النهائي الثانية جدا 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 مميزة، وزي ما احنا عارفين الفريق الأول اللي راح يكون معنا هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر يطلع من الجروب ستيج وما خسر إلا مباراة واحدة فقط، وأيضا هو الفريق اللي قدر أنه يدخل البطولة وحتى مع تغييرات الراستر حقتهم مستمرين بافضل اداء، وكلنا بهرنا وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في الستيج. لكن هل بيقدرون انهم يخلصون المباراه هذه ويروحون لما النهائي ولا لا؟ ما ندري، وكلنا مشوقين للشيء هذا، فخلونا نرحب فيهم على طول على المسرح تيم سيكريت.
Team Secret have every reason to feel confident. Their opponents, however, are a team through their own admittance that have said they have struggled to find their confidence. But we heard on stage yesterday that they feel reinvigorated, that they feel stronger than ever before. And you should fear them, because when they are strong, they can go all the way to a finals. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, Team Spirit. The teams are assembled, and this is going to be an interesting one. Though Spirit may have a dragon on their shirt, Team Secret are the dragon in this tournament, going 7-1 in the group stage, only dropping a single game so far this tournament, but it was to Team Spirit. If any team can slay them, it's got to be the CIS Giants. But let's find out if they can do it. LGD are waiting in the finals. Who are they going to face off against? Let's head across the panel as we get ready for this best of 3.
شاهدنا المباراة هذه في الجروب ستيج، وقدرنا نشوف ان فريق سبيريت هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر ياخذ الجيم الخسارة الوحيد من فريق سيكريت، لكن بنفس الوقت المباراة انتهت 1-1، فإلى الآن ما نعرف مين الفريق الأفضل. المباراة هذه راح تثبت لنا أشياء كثيرة، فخلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عنه، لأن بعدها بيكون عندنا الجراند فاينل معنا في رياض ماسترز.
Indeed, a dragon disguised as a puppy, as Killer Pigeon says. Will they be able to beat Team Spirit? That's the real question here. I have some points here that I'd like to ask my 20k MMR panel. 30k at this point?
More than that. More than that? Is that reflecting?
40k? So, I'm so sorry. I apologize, Seb. Anyway, I would like to ask about Crystallis, particularly from Team Secret. Right? He's been a talking point for a while because he has a hero pool that's been, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, sometimes Phantom Lancer. You praised Collapse. You talked about how he was finding his hero pool. Do you feel like this matchup could go awry a little bit in the lane if Crystallis can't find more heroes to excel on?
I mean, I think it depends on how they can draft, because Seb earlier, he was even mentioning like this Chen from Secret's really strong, but if Crystallis can't find his hero to match with the Chen and Collapse has a good lane, I think the game will also be really hard for Secret. Like once Collapse starts going, if Puppy shut down a bit, I'm not sure.
Okay, because that's a crucial lane for Secret right now, Seb?
Yeah, it is. It's very important. I feel like the side lanes have been going extremely well for Secret, and I mean, this is where I also want to ask Nine, like as a mid laner, how much of a difference does it make when you have side lanes that are kind of crumbling versus when your side lanes are stable?
To be honest, I feel like mid is kind of low skill lane right now. Like, I think the game is really decided on the side lanes, the early game, but for the most part, like mid can, these days, it's really easy to go even with pretty much almost any matchups. And yeah, just the deciding factors are like, do you have supports that can come for the runes without the side lanes crumbling too much? Do you have side lane cores that can self-sustain their lanes and the subs will be free? Like that's where the early pressure comes from. Yeah, I think it's very important to have the strong side lanes.
So it's a massive impact, right? And that's also probably why we've seen Nisha be so dominant also, because he's always set up for success. His side lanes are doing great, his cores don't need the supports, they can look at Nisha, help him out, pressure with him. And it's been a big thing for Secret right now. And if Spirit manages to kind of kick them away from that comfort zone, you could see everything crumble at the same time.
Right. Has Secret been playing this, has Spirit been playing this laning style? Because I know you've talked about them being a little bit slower than other teams in this tournament.
I don't know that they've done it as much this tournament, but definitely at TI, they were doing it a lot. You know, Collapse was, the kind of offlaner to buy the helm every game. Into the armlet this year that was really hard to pressure, and then you would see the supports kind of connect, to Toronto Tokyo and try to. So they definitely know, they're aware of that, and they know how to do it. So they have the tools.
Historically, Spirit, when they've done that, it's always been a lot on the mirror hero as it combines Collapse, as you mentioned, right? The IOs, the Snapfires to make sure that link goes well. But in this tournament, we've seen a lot of deviation, for example, from LGD, where the 5s are the ones that are deciding a lot of the early, right? Either Enchantresses, sometimes the Warlock to play around that mid game. Do you find that Spirit will start to imitate that style a bit more, perhaps, Awi? Put more pressure on that 5, make sure that's the stellar pick here?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I think Spirit, like their team philosophy, the supports are sort of there to enable the cores. Like both Miposhka and Mira, they switch lanes, but both of them play really sacrificial in lane. They'll buy a lot of regen for their core. They'll make sure their core has a good game. And then I think just the Eastern European region in general, like supports always enable cores. Even in the mid game, you'll see them playing in pairs to tank all the smokes. Right. Whereas some other teams, they play more like support centric. Even like Secret, I think Puppy gets a lot of farm and the supports can have a lot more impact.
What are the advantages of the second style for Secret?
I mean, honestly, I like that style better. Maybe because I play support, I like to get enabled. But I think like if your cores aren't snowballing, you have a more well-rounded fight capability, because like the supports got a lot of farm in EXP now.
Yeah.
So like your levels and your spells are so strong and all the items you got are really good. But then on the other side, like Spirit, like sometimes they just have this like collapse to your tower that you just can't stop them. Right. And Toronto Tokyo, like he's really good at pushing all the waves without getting caught. So it makes it really hard to play the map against Spirit.
I think we had a good example also, that style difference where I think OG supports are maybe more on the sacrificial side of things, whereas LGD supports, they take more space and they really use it, right? So definitely two big styles, that are going to clash with each other in the upcoming series also.
Right. Do you think there's that series between OG and LGD was significant as a clash of the styles, or do you think there's much more to that and we can't really expect anything from that?
No, there is more to that, but it was to try to add on the point of the support side, which is very important. Like, how often do you see Puppy kind of body block a smoke gank and just die? I feel like it doesn't happen that often. It's more the other way around, if anything.
That's true. Nine, what do you think the mid laner fits into this pool as well, right? You like playing like pretty active mid laners early. How do these two teams like to play their mid lane?
So, Toronto Tokyo is usually one like more on the passive side, while Nisha I feel like Nisha can do both. He's very all-rounded player.
Right.
It really depends on what heroes he's playing. I think they should just look out to not give Nisha something like a good Timbersaw game, because then that's when the mid pressure will come by himself already. And I think Team Spirit should not lose their mid tower early, because I think they should, like, they play really well when they have their mid tower alive. Toronto Tokyo can play like safe and farm some camps. Yeah, I think that's what they should do.
Okay.
To add on to what Nine said, like Toronto Tokyo, like he'll come in for the TP gank, so get kills. But I don't think you ever see this guy sort of walk into the enemy jungle and take away their space. Something like people who watch Thompson, like Thompson really likes to do this. I guess Nine really likes to do this.
Yeah.
I think it's just a stylistic difference from mid. And Dota right now, like I feel like a lot of teams, even the individual players, are approaching the game completely differently.
Right.
Like even for us, we had like the Hack as a stand-in. Like he's a really good player, and I think we sort of struggled to get on the same page as him because he came with a lot of ideas which I thought were really good, but they're honestly pretty different than what we thought we wanted to do on the map.
Interesting. Do you feel like this is the case now more so than before? Like over time it's evolved, or is it just the current patch?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think it's very possible that teams have like evolved to become more different, especially like there's less international play because of COVID and like the TPC, you don't play that many games or versus other regions that much. But it feels like each team is pretty unique. Like both, it's not just hero pool anymore. It's like a lot of how you play the game. Like look at like something like OG and Liquid. Like these two teams are like the most opposite teams you can be in my opinion, and they're in the same region even.
Interesting. We have a draft in front of us now. We're seeing some of these bans. The Razor ban that's been so popular against Chinese team. Secret is the other team who has a 100% win rate with this hero as well. I know Seb, you were proud of that off lane.
Yeah, I mean there are some talking points that I want to bring up, and I'd like to pick AUI's and Nine's brain on that. So Secret have been banning Marcy against every team, literally the entire tournament. It seems like I want to call it a little bit of a lazy ban. It seems like that to me, or maybe it's not. Maybe they're terrified by the hero, but I would only assume. I mean, they've definitely banned Marcy against teams that don't prioritize Marcy as much. And then we also see the Timber ban on Team Spirit. How much? Do you agree with that much respect being put on the Timber ban from Secret? Is it something that, I mean, obviously we've seen Nisha mostly play it. They have lost with it with SSIs. Now it's Trezzo. We're not sure really if he plays Timber as much. Yourself, you're a mid Timber player, right? Pretty good at it. Like, what do you think? Do you think it's a ban that makes a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, as I said, against Team Secret, I think Timbersaw is like one of the only heroes that can reliably win mid and reliably pressure mid alone. And this is something that they should look out for.
Okay, that's really important for their style.
Yeah.
I feel like it. Don't you think it's sort of sus giving Zeus though?
I mean, it really depends on what their idea is, right? They probably looked at the options and then think they have like a good idea of what to play against the Zeus.
I feel like the Dawnbreaker is a lot of a, they're trying to take it away also from Secret. They have not prioritized it in the first phase for themselves, but that's also, when you find a team that is as versatile as Team Spirit, they can kind of pick their tools, right? And now they play versus Secret that have been looking, prioritizing Zeus heavily. Then Team Spirit is like, we're just gonna, take the hero from them, basically.
Okay. We see the Warlock coming out from them as well. That's something that we've seen PSG LGD do a lot, Seb, and we've been praised a lot by them. I don't remember Spirit taking it as much or giving as much priority for them.
No, not really. Definitely a very strong hero right now. You also got to think that when you're second pick and you have to pick these two heroes, you're gonna pick. Whatever hero you pick, you're gonna expose him a bit, right? It's not a pick that you can really protect because as you see, Secret's gonna follow up with the 8th pick, which was the Monkey this time. You don't maybe feel like addressing a Warlock as much as you would have addressed something else, so it's just a solid pick, right? It doesn't really expose your draft, and you move on to the second phase, which is much stronger for the second pick.
Yeah. I'm interested when you said, Ali, about the different styles, versus, like not just hero pools, but different styles, right? Like you see LGD, for example, they are playing around the Warlock timings to a degree, but you said Team Spirit plays to enable their cores. Is there a different style to be played for Warlock in that way? Is that what we're going to see here, perhaps?
I think they're picking Warlock because they watched the Chinese teams, to be honest. I think this hero is mostly from the Chinese region. I think the other thing they're thinking about is like having some sustain against Zeus is really nice. If you play versus hero without some Dazzle or Warlock or any sort of sustain, he just keeps poking you down and it's really hard to take the fights.
Okay.
So about the Dawn pick, I think what makes this hero really strong is that it can be a really good flex. Like it can go on pretty much any lane. And which is why I really like this Monkey King, because it can follow him, it can be safe lane against offlane Dawn, it can be position 4 against the safe lane Dawn, which are both really good matchups, I think.
Nisha even plays it mid. I don't know if that's a matchup you could look at, Monkey versus Dawn. I have not seen it as much, but maybe it is an option.
It should be good, honestly.
Are there any bans that stand out to you guys as well here in the second phase?
I mean, the Viper ban is definitely something that's going to try to protect the Monkey. So you could... Crystal is very known for his Monkey, so now they're trying to, you know, make that option very viable. Obviously, you don't want to lane Monkey into a Dawnbreaker +4 and Vipers +3. That sounds like an impossible lane. So yeah, they're just trying to buff the Monkey pick, basically.
Do you think these are bans for mid Zeus 2-9? Or what would you ban if you had to play the mid Zeus here?
The Ember is definitely annoying for mid Zeus. It has like a lot of harassment for you. You gotta watch out. You'll be on low on resources and it will be easy to rotate on you. So it is a mid Zeus ban. I think they should place it mid Zeus. I think it's superior to the position for Zeus.
So we've seen, actually Ember has the lowest win rate in the entire tournament on all the cores. It has not, I think it's 1-8 or 1-7 right now.
Yeah.
And the only game that it won was against D-Boosters, which probably is the weaker team here, so it could be 0-win technically. From Team Spirit side, we've seen that they used the Mars against the Zeus very effectively. They also have used, I think, the Kunkka, you know, with the eggs and trying to make sure that the Zeus dies, you know, regardless of the heavenly jump. So yeah, it's for now these kind of angles have not been covered. So I feel like Team Spirit has been one of the teams to deal the best with the mid Zeus so far in terms of counter picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these heroes kind of, you know, come later down the draft.
What is it that make Nine, the Mars and the Kunkka to be good against the Zeus in the mid lane?
It's just that they have Zeus really doesn't want to buy BKB, and Mars Kunkka have like the best catch against these heroes.
Sure.
Like you just X-Mac him and you have so much setup to take the fight how you want it. Or like you put him in the arena, you already make sure that he cannot escape. So I think against Zeus generally you want one of these heroes to just catch him. And then I can already, okay, yeah, they just banned TA, which I was gonna say is a really good TA game already. But yeah, the Kunkka and Mars are both in the pool. I think Toronto Tokyo also really likes this Kunkka.
Yeah, he does.
So they will look on it, I think.
Okay. What'd you say, sorry, it's a really good TA game, could you explain?
Yeah, it's just very good against both Monkey and Zeus as cores. Like it has an absolute free lane against Zeus, and throughout the game it's really hard for Zeus to play. If he gets caught on a trap once, he doesn't buy any armor items, he will just die to TA alone. I really don't like to play it.
You really want to think as Zeus as a hero that you have to kill. You just cannot you know, kind of allow him to dish out all the damage, you know, empty his mana on nukes. Usually that means that you're losing the fight. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Now it's Team Spirit's turn to pick a second pick. This is where their picking phase starts to become a little bit stronger. How do you make sure you don't reveal too much on this 15th, Howie? What would you pick here?
I think they're just gonna, they need to decide if the Dawn is a core support. They'll probably just put him as core, flex it to 24 as a 1 or 3. So they're gonna pick their other support here. I'm honestly a little bit surprised by having Phoenix Warlock supports for Team Spirit. I think usually they have a little bit more sacrificial supports, but they have a lot of teamfight right now. Like if they can catch Team Secret's heroes, I'm sure they're already thinking about the Kunkka as Nine mentioned for mid. They can force these fights. I don't know if Team Secret can really stand their ground on anything.
What about the Mars? Do you like it? I feel like they could be setting up for Mars 8 also.
I think Mars is exactly the kind of hero they need. They have like this team fight. The Dawn wants to come in with ulti, but they have 0 catch right now. It will be really hard to fight if they don't have this kind of Mars kind of hero right now.
Even for Monkey, I think it's really scary to play against Phoenix Mars until you need BKB. There's no way around it, else you're just feeding in all these spells. So it's gonna also make the Monkey a much slower hero. Zeus, as we mentioned, is gonna be super scared. He gets caught in arena, he's gonna die. I mean, they have such an overwhelming amount of AoE damage. There's no such thing as surviving. And I think Spirit, they really like this position where they have the superior team fight. I think that's when they play the best. As Nine mentioned earlier, also they get to play passive if they want to. They get to play aggressive when they want to. You know, there's zero pressure whatsoever on their shoulders. They have, you know, whenever you kind of overstep your welcome on the map, they're just gonna compress their spells, kill you, and then go back to whatever situation they favored.
How can we get Secret's response? Assuming that they're thinking they're going for this overwhelming team fight, what could Secret do to stop that?
I think they need something to deal with the egg. They went with the Chen. I think Chen should also be so hard versus Dawnbreaker, Phoenix, and lane.
Yeah,
like,
it should
maybe
be.
You'll have some eventual pressure, like you can get some creeps.
Sure.
But I feel like your carry might suffer.
I think this Monkey will be position 4, right? He won't play against Dawn, Phoenix. Yeah. And this is not a good Monkey game at all. It will be really hard to enter fights for him. He cannot really stay on trees. They have so much to just press, and all the T's in the team fight are gone.
So at the same time, I feel like already for Secret, if they try to kind of fix the team fight problem, it's already too late. I feel like there's no way they're gonna ever be able to fight early into these heroes. So they're maybe gonna... This could actually be a Zayak Shaker. I don't think we've seen Rezo Shaker yet. I know Nisha plays Shaker mid, so that's something to keep in mind, but it's maybe a little bit too wild. Zayak quite comfortable on the hero, but the point I was trying to make is Secret, they've been really good at kind of winning their lanes, pressure super early, you know, the Zeus ulti coming in, they're winning their lanes, Puppey gets to greed up a little bit, get the early mech, and then they group up, start taking towers, and the tempo is too quick. You know, your supports are not level 6, they had really bad lanes, you know, so all of a sudden you're gonna look at these Phoenix and Warlock, and you're gonna feel like they're burdens instead of being these super teamfight heroes that we, you know, fancy during the draft. So I like the fact that Secret, they just commit to what their initial plan was.
This is going to be a Monkey King carry though, right? I think maybe they think maybe with the Chen Penitence you can get through the Fire Spirits or something. I'm not too sure what their plan is for that lane. But I thought Secret were going to pick like maybe some stun on 5 and pick like a Bloodseeker. I'm sort of surprised that they went with the Chen. When I see Chen, like I like what you said, they have so much teamfight. Oftentimes how you beat teamfight lineups is you break them down in lane, right?
Exactly.
Exactly what you said, these supports aren't going to really have teamfight, and then all of a sudden you're popping these Warlock ones for like one defensive kill or maybe save someone. It's not good. Right now I feel like Chen, the hero's like sort of stable in lane, but oftentimes you can't really aggress in lane or like break down these like vulnerable greedy heroes.
Yeah.
Spirit go for the Kunkka, which I really like because I think they want to save their 24 to keep this Dawnbreaker a bit more flex. I don't think they would want the Dawnbreaker mid. If they pick the Mars, they would sort of be committed on that carry. I think with the Kunkka, like I just look at Secret's lineup, like anyone who gets X'd, I don't know how you save them right now.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the Dawn? Because I mean, Secret's probably the best Dawn team so far in the tournament. They've stomped every game almost. They had Dawn, and now they're playing versus the first pick Dawn. Do you feel like they have addressed it, or not really? Have they addressed it, ignored it, countered it?
I personally feel like they have not addressed it. For now, I like Team Spirit's draft way more. I feel like they have way superior team fight, and they also have like the lane catch. You know, it won't be easy to dodge them. Like I think they can literally go and start the fight anywhere they want right now. It really depends on Team Secret if they can get to a point where their ball is stronger, which still will be hard.
It's a little bit worrying because Secret also have the last pick.
Yeah.
Right? They're also going to get to counter the... I mean, for Spirit have the last pick, so it's going to get even worse for Secret probably, where they were first pick and they're going to get countered also on their last pick, which is most likely the offlaner.
Something else I was thinking is like if you have this Chen and Earthshaker, I think against Team Spirit supports you really want to play the runes, but I'm not too sure Zeus uses the runes the same way that like you can use with your supports. I don't know if this is true or not.
He just mainly uses them for resources, like getting mana back and everything.
You could think of the Kunkka maybe not getting the sustain runes against the Zeus. That maybe hurts more than the Zeus kind of abusing the... Kunkka's going to probably starve.
It's a Toronto-Tokyo Kunkka. Like he's just going to X himself, go back,
right,
fill his resources, he's going to farm some stacks.
I think they should, what Seb is right, if they should really look to not give this Kunkka a rune, like a haste rune or something. Because if he gets a haste rune and he gets like a good kill and opens up like good game for the Dawn, for example, like I think Secret will struggle.
I mean, I like this opening in the draft, definitely. You know, Chan Shaker versus Warlock Phoenix, definitely night and day in terms of rotating from lanes to lane, fighting for the runes. So this is definitely something really good about Secret's lineup that they can try to abuse. They're also going to get the Zeus ulti. It's an absolutely stupid spell in my opinion. The level 1 Zeus ulti is so strong. It's so much damage all over the map. So, you know, two strong supports are rotating. They have cores that are quite self-sufficient if they get a good start on their lanes in the Doom and the Monkey. And then you could see how all of a sudden, you know, all the skirmishes that you're going to see around the map early game, they might go in Secret's favor, and it might allow them to kind of snowball and never get into this 5v5 on even economy against Spirit that they really have no business winning in this game, given the drafts.
So what could Spirit do here as their final pick is going to be in Ursa, a stronger laner here, make sure to punish the Doom as well, make sure to have a little bit more early game. With this, do they have enough to stop the running over from Secret in the lanes?
I think any carry that had eventual pressure on the Doom was good there. Like they have a Warlock, I don't think there's any pressure coming in from like a Doom Earthshaker. And then, I don't know, I feel like it's really hard for Secret to play this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Ursa can be really scary. Like with this lane, he has the Warlock to sustain and he can play very aggressively.
So is it fair to say that Secret should look to kind of snowball, whereas Spirit are in the driver's seat?
I think they are in the driver's seat, and I think Secret has to play the map really well in order to dodge the right fights at the right time. But they have some good heroes to push lanes, to shadow push waves. Like Crystal is really good as Monkey King. He finds like waves to push out more than other players on Monkey King would. They have Zeus to give a lot of vision to D-Ward. Like maybe they can still make it happen somehow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've proven to be really good with this kind of style also.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to see as game 1 is upon us. Team Spirit versus Team Secret, the second semi-final about to begin. And we have two casters ready to narrate this great encounter.
I like the word there, Nine was using superior team fight, superior catch, as Team Spirit have somewhat of a superior draft, as the panel was saying. But Team Secret do have some ways back in with the way they can control the map. And you called that last pick Ursa. It was a tasty one, wasn't it?
Looks like a really good pick here. I mean, he's playing into Earthshaker and Doom in the lane with someone who can sustain him. Ursa does struggle with trading region a little bit, but this time around he's going to be putting a little bit more pressure. So Team Secret, they need to pull the lane back, play for the shenanigans, because I don't think they can play the lane. Like, I don't think they're ever gonna threaten a kill on Ursa, especially because he's being supported by Warlock. So something definitely to mention. Two supports on side of Spirit. We have Warlock and the Phoenix. These two heroes are very level dependent. We saw in the previous series what can happen if heroes like those don't get like enough XP when you pop your ultis first time 15 minutes into the game. I also want to go back to the point that Misery made on the previous panel, where he talked about like these level 6 heroes that have the supports that once they hit level 6 they bring so much to the team fight. And yeah, Phoenix plus Warlock, they are those two heroes compared to, for example, Shaker. Like
they don't need items.
Yeah, Shaker does need an item. Like, he definitely needs an item to be able to play the game. Usually we don't see this hero too often. I want to see how Zayats is going to be able to do on Earthshaker, because you need to farm. Like, there's a window where you need to farm with the hero to get to the Blink Dagger. What we're talking about, you know, in the lane stage you might be able to get mana boots, but then there's like 5-6 minutes where you're gonna have a difficult time. You're like pretty much the similar what's in the laning stage, and difficult way for them to start a fight. Like, they need some kind of initiation. Whenever you have Doom, you need to have a good catch. Chen doesn't provide you with catch, Zeus neither. So Shaker, he needs to be roaming around and making stuff done with the Fissure. So I expect him to put like more points in Fissure just to lower the cooldown and stun duration.
Yeah, get those blocks going, allow the Chen army or the Monkey King to catch up and kill off some heroes. They do have the ability, though, you know, to pressure towers and maybe force team fights around them. But Secret are going to have, you know, a lot of choices to make in terms of where to take team fights, and like the panel was saying, where to dodge team fights. Going to be very important for them to get away from some of those big team fight ultis. Of course, we do have Puppey on his signature Chen. Already moving away from that top bounty rune. And Team Spirit getting the 3 of them.
Monkey King, played by Crystallis, one of his better heroes, if not the best hero. And yeah, supported by Puppey's Chen. I want to see how that lane goes. A lot of kill threat from Team Spirit off lane. We're talking about Dawnbreaker and Phoenix. Once they get to level 2, once they get the level 3 damage output from Dawnbreaker is pretty nuts. Like, she's one of the heroes that can just trade against the Monkey King. Puppey, starting with Headress, understands that there's going to be a lot of harassment, so they need to have sustain. Pretty similar to what Team Spirit safe lane has. We're talking about Warlock with Shadow Word and Zayats. Fissure.
Yeah. First one of the game. Straight on to 2 of them. Resolution not going to have a fun time down here, though, against Ursa Warlock. Like you're saying, it's the sustain, but also these Fury swipes against double melee heroes. So we'll have to get these lane drags by Zayats Earthshaker. Block the small camp, drag it across, and try and get your levels and gold that way.
As expected, like, they can't really do too much to Ursa, and now Yatoro will drag the creep wave down to his own wave to be able to get the last hits going, get some extra XP, while Miposhka is trying to zone out Rezo and deal some damage.
Yeah, you don't want your tower taking damage, you don't want to be burning through regen if you don't have to.
Also, one thing to say also, because with Ursa, oh, is he gonna go for the courier? Not really. You can jump over the Fissure with the Earthshock, so that's pretty good. Because even if you get blocked, you still have something to go for the kill.
Hey.
Looking at the mid lane, Nisha putting a lot of pressure on this Kunkka. 11 CS and 9 on Kunkka. You need to have like advantage. Kunkka's gonna have a free farm, I would say, in this one, but Nisha as a mid laner, he's been pretty amazing. One of the most stable players of all time, I would say, because his performance is always top-notch. Stacking up the small camp, now gonna try to farm it. We'll pick up the water rune as well, because lane is about to be pushed in. Very good lane control by Nisha.
I mean, he was already at almost perfect CS, right? Only dropping one last hit from the first 3 waves. Gets a small camp now to boost his numbers too. Out towards top, we've got Mira on that Phoenix with the collapsed Dawnbreaker. And this is the lane that the panel reckoned would struggle a little bit more, right? You've got the Monkey and the Chen, but maybe here with the creep, they can push back
Phoenix
onto
is
Mira.
still level 1.
The Boundless
Just
Strike.
got 2.
I need the Starbreaker there to keep Crystallis back, and he'll dive away on this Phoenix.
She could try to use this opportunity, because Phoenix was still level 1, but collapse. I believe he killed 1 creep, and that got Phoenix to level 2. Surprised none of the small camps on the mid lane got blocked, because both of these heroes, they farm it very well and extremely quickly.
They surely do. I mean, against the Zeus, are you kind of worried he'll just lightning bolt and deward it immediately?
That's true.
But I guess if you're using it, you'll block 1.
That's true, but he also, like, mid Zeus, they usually don't get the lightning bolt. They want to go with more points in Heavenly Jump, and also to be able to max out Arc Lightning to push out the wave.
Well, this is the issue that the panel are talking about. Crystallis, you know, he's in a lane with a Chen, yes, but Puppey's going to be grabbing creeps, pulling, stacking, so it does become a 1v2 at some point, and that's where he gets bullied by the Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker. I do have the lane under the tower now with a fresh wave arriving, so he should be able to secure some safe CS from this wave at the very least.
It's a lot of harassment once Dawnbreaker hits that level 3. Mira will try to pull the lane back. Never mind, not gonna happen. A lot of these units. Oh,
good Fisher. They had that Infernal Blade on Miposhka as well. But these Fatal Bonds back onto them, and the Fury Swipe stacking forces Earthshaker back, and we can see Resolution dropping very low. Let's push that wave forward.
Shaker as a position forward usually does start with Boots of Speed, has a Wind Lace right now, so he can stay away from Ursa, and Doom also needs to adjust his item build, going for the Boots of Speed, into phase boots to have some extra armor, and of course more move speed.
VV Zayat tipping Toronto Tokyo. Resolution getting shadow worded, needs the bodyguard to come back in here, bounce the Warlock out of this jungle. Going for the phase boots, probably into the hand of Midas. The regular stuff for the Doom, Blink, BKB, all that good stuff. Yatoro, oh, he's going straight for it. Fisher will hold him back though. Resolution and Zayat making sure that the Ursa doesn't get this completely free lane that he was looking for.
Already used the Earth Shock, so couldn't really connect. Looking at the mid lane, Zeus is level 6, so this could potentially be an easy kill for Nisha if the side lanes start to play a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, they just need to make that first jump, chip away at people, burn through their HP and regen. Of course, everyone with a lot of resources early days in the laning stage. You've got to make that initial move. A couple of small creeps here from Puppey. Going forward, netting up Mira. Grabs himself a little baby Wildwing as well.
So has that Tornado?
Tornadoes, yeah. And Crystallis, he's just not comfortable facing off straight up against Collapse. So a good pull across by Puppey will give him a bit of room, while Toronto Tokyo, he's come down bottom with the X-Boat, and that'll be the end of the Doom's life in this bottom lane. Shadow Word and the Earthshock there, Yatoro given the first blood.
It was all about who's going to make the first move. Whether Team Secret makes an early move and uses Zeus ulti to try to secure the kill. But yeah, Toronto Tokyo, so far so good in terms of CS, in terms of net worth. And yeah, giving away first blood to Yatoro. They want to have him off to a good start. Get that Morbid Mask, even more sustained.
Yeah.
Nisha gets the kill.
That's the punishment he deserved, though. We saw the Zuma versus Boomer clicking reactions. Got the bounty rune under the nose of Puppey, but Puppey brings in his reinforcements. It tells Nisha to punish that naughty Phoenix. Miposhka heading down back towards bottom. Looks like Yatoro is going to get the pull off himself. A carry pulling waves into camps and catching the wave as well. Zaya's going to drag them back to the range creep, so both teams should get a range creep deny there, while Monkey King leaps himself up atop the trees. Collapse. That was close with the Celestial Hammer, but now the jump back in, the Penitence comes. Jingu stacks building up, and a TP from Nisha, looking to claim the life of Collapse's Dawnbreaker. They'll have it as well. Raindrops, yeah,
They wanted to
time.
leave the kill for Crystallis. Both mid laners making a TP rotation to be able to secure the kill for their safe laners.
Helps them out tremendously. And we see there the net worth of a Monkey in the Doom a little bit further behind their counterparts. Ursa and Zeus racing up towards the top of the board.
Yataro's massive on Ursa. Usually this doesn't happen. There's a lot of heroes that do tend to just like overpower Ursa in terms of region trade, but pairing him up with Warlock was a pretty smart idea from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Also get him in first blood, phase boots, the chase potential, kill threat here. So every single time like Rezo gets close, he's gonna go and try to deal some damage, get those stacks going.
Yeah, Rezo calling the Ursa is missing there in the chat wheel. And I was gonna ask you, at what point do we think Ursa can or wants to go into Roshan? Like, it's too early now, but the next 3 minutes or so, is that something that...
Yeah, if we were talking about 10-minute rotation, when there's gonna be like people grouping around trying to take the tower. I mean, Team Secret's tower damage is pretty low. Chen needs to have a rotation, and they need to play with the catapult if they need to take a tier 1 tower. So it might be a bit too difficult. Usually Ursa would go, because he has more Morbid Mask, so he can farm the Ancient, and then threaten Roshan.
Yeah, be off map, hide yourself, and then, like you say, play around the catapult waves a little bit with the rest of your team, and sneak into the Roche pit. Yeah,
Roche comes, gonna get a D-ward.
Yeah, very nice around that mid lane. Some neutrals starting to drop as well. Fairy's Trinket found by the Kunkka. Crystal is still having problems up top. Collapses Dawnbreaker with Phase Soul Ring, incredibly potent.
It was more about stabilizing Monkey King's lane with Chen. Like, you don't have that much kill threat. And now Team Spirit smoked, looking for something. Kunkka, 2 points in the X mark should be enough to close the gap.
Yeah, with a Chen on Secret, you always expect stacks to be made in the jungle, and you're going to catch him here. As he was trying to build this up, Puppey brought back into the boat that crashes down on top of him. 2-2 now as Team Spirit even the score, and they find Zayat. He wants to line up this Fissure. Monkey King also targeting Miposhka. Zeus coming in to zap the Warlock down. And Team Secret responding in kind. You bring 2 heroes here, we'll bring 3, we'll bring 4. Toronto Tokyo has to torrent defensively to try and run away, but the Monkey and the Zeus, they're not letting him get away.
Usually you want Zeus to get all the last hits, but it feels like Nisha has a really good read how much Crystallis needs to come back into the game. So first rotation, getting him to get the last hit, and now also allowing him to get another one.
Yatoro going to decentry his own camp. Swings westward, where Resolution and Zayat are clearing the jungle. They found a little bit of safety here, but when the bear comes to picnic, he's going to get doomed.
Didn't get the Enrage off.
Zeus is here too. Solar Guardian is going to get cleared out by that Thunder God's Wrath. Earthshaker will be the sacrifice, but well worth it from Secret.
Yeah, nice play there from Rezo. Faking that he's going to use the Doom, then uses it after. Trying to mess with the Ursa. No Enrage was used, and who got the last hit on that one? It was Nisha. Okay.
Yeah, give it to the Zeus this time around.
Zeus also picked up Region Rune, so that's a big farming tool for him.
Oh, that's incredible for Zeus. And he's going to finish off his Kaya now as well. Mira, level 7, does have this Supernova ready, and they will transfer the Ursa top. They're looking for this push with the Catapult Wave to try and get onto the Tier 1. Toronto Tokyo is always going to be ready to rotate as well. His boat is off cooldown. He's got that X mark.
They need 1 CS on Miposhka to be level 6 and clear the stacks, go for the smoke, potentially give Ursa ability to go inside the pit. Because if they smoke him, he can go and the rest of the team can make something happen. Just buy a little bit more time. We see 2 big level 6s, one coming out from Chen and a mech. So pretty good timing on Puppey. That's going to be a lot of heal.
Yeah, great amount of burst heal there to keep them alive. And during the Supernova, or if the Ursa jumps them.
They're not gonna smoke. Getting scouted out by Observer from Secret. They know exactly where it is. It's being pinged out by Miboshka.
They know what's up. Secret gonna go for the mirror. Head down bottom with 5 heroes, trying to connect in with their Rezo Doom. Tier 1 tower, of course, still very healthy, so bringing everybody down there should be able to claim the objective as they glyph up top to slow and delay the push from Yatoro and Collapse.
This is why Ursa on Radiant feels much stronger, because when you do this swap, Dire are playing bottom part of the map and you're playing top part of the map, and then you always threaten a Roshan kill.
Yeah, he's going to have his diffusal delivered soon as well, so fight ready for the Ursa. And Secret, they don't really have to show too many heroes, right? They've got Chen creeps, they can push this tier 1 without giving away any real information to Team Spirit. But here's the Roshan play, straight in. Morbid Mask, Diffuser Blade, pop that Lincoln's on Roche.
Team Secret will be ready to go in.
5 heroes here from Spirit though. Secret scouting with the Lightning Bolt. Thunder God's Wrath gives them full vision as well, but Toronto Tokyo, he's got the X-Boat in towards VV Zayat, so they'll burn him down with the Sun Ray, with the push back, the Hurricane does get him out of danger as Mira gets burst down, the Solar Guardian in towards Yatoro, Golem drops, Roshan dead. He gets the Aegis, the Hand of God comes, trying to save up Resolution, he's on the run. Team Secret looking to just try and reset after spending their Wukongs. Nisha going up high ground, wants Collapse real badly, and they Echo Slam him down.
Still a big W for Team Spirit, I would say, getting that Aegis on Ursa, who just finished off the Fusel Blade, and he's going to be ready to fight. They were not sitting inside the Wukong's command, forcing both Mech and Hand of God on Puppey. Also, there is no Doom, so I think they should try to go and make some kind of an aggressive play. Even though they don't have the rocks, Supernova is still available, and Ursa wants to be able to fight. They could X-Mark him back, he TPs, refills the mana, but unfortunately it does not have a TP.
And Team Spirit are going to rally themselves around that mid lane again, just leaving Yatoro to farm Ancients. While the rest of them kind of expecting here, maybe Secret, to push in towards that tier 1 mid tower with a Chen army. Secret now with all of their ultis, no green lights, everything on cooldown.
Yeah, can we see that one again, if possible, where Chen pulled him with the Hurricane?
Yeah, it was good, little drag back.
Nice way to save people.
A mini force staff, basically. Team Spirit pretty happy just to sit back and clear Ancients, even holding that Aegis. They've got everything here with Supernova, Boat, but no Solar Guardian or Golem. Wanting to try and limit what Secret can do on the map. I don't really have any vision to play into. And again, Crystal is so good at this, and the ghost push that AUI was talking about on the panel. He's hiding in the trees, not really showing anything. Getting a little bit of farm here and there, as they will drag Zayat into the Sunray, get the Earthshaker takedown. It's just little by little Team Spirit building up small advantages here and there.
Toronto Tokyo trying to go for a play, still has Arcane Rune, but no ship this time.
Well, glyph that mid-turn 1. Crystalis, he looks fight ready, trying to reposition himself with Nisha. You can see the synchronization there with the 2 players. Hurricane dragging Toronto Tokyo back into the Zeus's reach, half HP remaining. Just a little bit of burst from the Zeus, drops that Kunkka so quickly. Trying to scout with the torrent now as well. Tier 1 tower will eventually fall. Doesn't seem like Secret are able to really demonstrate a full defense of the objective.
Yeah, giving respect to what Team Spirit have in terms of team fight. Egg, Warlock, Golem about to be ready one more time, and since he used the boat with your Arcane Rune, that means he's gonna have it again.
We do still need time for that Earthshaker to buy
Hurricane one
well.
more time.
Yeah, Yatoro on the run still. 2-man Boundless Strike comes in from Crystalis. But it's both teams right, really on this knife's edge of if we have that one window of opportunity, we see a weakness in your formation, we'll go for it. But if they don't see it, they're perfectly happy just to fall back and continue building to these core items.
And I love Warlock against Zeus, because he does provide you with the sustain, all this poke damage that he's doing from far away. One heal and you're back to full HP. Zayat still needs 400 gold to be able to farm his Blink Dagger.
He'll get there, and that's one of those surprise initiation or turnaround abilities with the Echo Slam that Secret can utilize to their advantage.
Speaking of the items, new record, because Zeus usually does not buy Yule Scepter anymore, but in this game, a lot of value from it. We're talking about being able to protect yourselves against Kunkka's combo and also against Enrage from Ursa.
Oh, that's a good point, right? Yule's not affected by that status resist. And Toronto Tokyo trying to get into his BKB. A slow and steady game. Do you think this is Team Secret doing very well in terms of weathering the storm that Team Spirit could have brought to them? Or do you think Team Spirit playing too passively this early on?
I wanted to see them play a little bit more aggressive with this Aegis, try to go for a team fight, but they got the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Team Secret will be ready to fight once Earthshaker picks up his Blink Dagger, Monkey King, Echo Saber done. So with this item build, like, this is not a Battle Fury, so this Monkey will definitely join. Finds a really good item on him. Brigand's Blade. The Zeus is pretty massive, I would say, and they have sustain from Chen's Poppy, Mech done. 10 minutes in, Hand of God. And here we go. Aegis is just expired, so I expect the Team Secret to try to go for some kind of a play. Hurricane one more time is going to be available.
Let's see if they can get him out of there. Oh, the Torrent moves him across multiple axes of direction, but Toronto Tokyo with his BKB not able to finish off the Earthshaker.
Giga Chen moves by Puppy.
Incredibly good. Yatoro are making this a little bit more worth their while, though. Good boundless with the Wukongs. They've saved resolution. Oh, the echo from Zayas too. Collapses dead. Yatoro stuck in the trees. Scouted by the Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, they've destroyed them. They look like a freebie on Rezo, but Secret so snappy.
Puppy, he was also ready with the Hand of God, so that was not even close to getting a kill.
Team Spirit being punished. Dragged from one edge of the map to the other.
Have we seen Supernova?
I don't believe we have. That's why I was asking you. Do you think Team Spirit, are they afraid? Or are they looking for a timing? The second Roshan, of course, going to be very important for them and their Ursa lineup.
MVP for me so far, Wild Wing Ripper. You thought I was going to say Puppy.
No, I knew exactly what you were going to say.
Look at his army. Kobold 4-man, extra move speed. You have extra armor from the ice armor, and then extra magic resistance from the cloak.
Yeah, beautiful. Nice. Diverse array of neutral creeps for Puppy. Going into that Holy Locket next. So even more heals he can pump into some of his core heroes. You see there, Nisha, top of the net worth, 10,500. And Doom is only going to get fatter and fatter with Devour and his ability to race towards his key items. Kunkka focused on clearing out that mid wave. They've got 3 heroes sat behind Toronto Tokyo, so if he does spot an option to X-mark someone, everyone's ready to strike at the drop of a hat. Team Secret, so very deliberate, and it's not really being cautious, right? They know exactly what they're doing. They're not afraid of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and look who's farming Triangle. It's Puppy. He's the real carry. Every single time he gets to have like free Chen game, like his rotation is really on point, understanding where Team Spirit's gonna strike to be able to pull them with the Wild Wing Ripper, but he also takes a lot of resources. He's more farmed than Earthshaker by 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
All the locket done, amplifying all that healing.
And look at how many things he's shoveled up. He's got 3 salves, 2 mangoes.
He's been working real hard. Puppy has like, I don't know, 250 APM at least to be able to control all of these things. Just stacking it up for later.
250 APM. Speedy boy. Tier 1 mid, not really taking too much damage until now. Secret bring in a number of heroes to create that pressure. But they won't commit for it, instead wanting to swing down bottom. The cat spot's already died and collapsed. Well, he's gone and hidden himself in the trees. So now we see that the reverse is true now. Team Spirit making much better use of the wide open map.
Next Roshan gonna respawn right about now.
There he is. Aegis and the Shard. I think Nisha there caught a glimpse of the Kunkka.
Double BKB. 9-second BKBs on their heroes. Doom just picked up a Blink Dagger, so he can be the one initiating a fight with the War Stomp. Doom is available. Rezo is massive. On top of the midcourt, level 15.
A Hand of Mine is kicking in big time. Smoking all the way across from their triangle to the enemy one. X mark, but in jumps Rezo, gets the Doom in onto the BKB Kunkka. They're focusing Warlock, so no Rock. And full control of this enemy triangle now for Team Secret as they take the camps away from them, and of course, maneuver themselves into position to take the tier 1 mid.
Team Spirit, they're off to a really good start, especially on Ursa, but yeah, I guess they're just waiting for Yatoro to buy his BKB, and then he'll gonna be able to join a fight. Should use this 2-minute window that they have, because there's no Doom, there is no Zeus ulti for 1.5 minutes, and you can see Miposhka pinging out Roche.
Yeah, everything has been so clean from Secret, from the lane manipulation bottom, the Earthshaker making sure Rezo has a good time for his Hand of Midas timing. Top lane, like you were saying, giving Chrysalis a couple of kills here and there to make sure that his lack of CSing wasn't really having an effect on his game as an overall issue. And Chen, Puppey, has just been moving now from objective to objective, opening the map for Team Secret. I honestly don't, they've not made a single mistake. It's been flawless from Secret. It's not been flashy by any means. But
no, it's just like methodical, but no real mistakes being made from Secret.
Yeah, Team Spirit, there's something they've got to do to, you know, this rhythm of Secret. They are marching to the tune of, you know, their drummer is banging that rhythm. Team Spirit have got to try and make sure that they get into a rhythm of their own, because so far, like you say, no Supernova. We've not seen any real big fatal bonds or golems dropped. And around Roshan Pit, that could give them the zone
Wild
they want to fight in.
Already inside, Vision placed on high ground, sees rotations from Team Spirit, even though their ward just expired on top, so they're not going to see Team Secret, the northern one.
Yeah, and another smoke. 5 heroes strong. Secret. Looks like they're going to wrap around with the offlane duo.
Done, so that's going to be pretty big. BKB, oh!
Oh! What's that?
Toronto Tokyo just popped the BKB. I guess he was afraid of the Shaker.
He's straight in! He's annihilated everybody! Out of thin air, Secret! Destroy Team Spirit, chasing Toronto Tokyo! Oh, goodness gracious me!
And they're gonna scout out Ursa, but Yatoro got what he came for. He got that Aegis, he got that Shard, but at what cost? They lost all 4 heroes. I think Toronto Tokyo was afraid of Fisher, so he would not be able to pick things up, so pop the BKB just in case.
They tried to defend that Roshan so strongly, but I didn't expect that long wraparound. Monkey, Doom, and the Earthshaker going through the triangle from the mid lane on the Radiant side. And a surprise jump in from Zayas with that Earthshaker. Always going to catch you off guard the first time he does that. Team Spirit do still have the Aegis on the Ursa though, but BKB's on cooldown. Could be a problem for them if they make their way into their own jungle. Secret are ready and waiting for them. Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse. They've come into mid as a pair. Nisha is there to push out that mid wave, keep it cleared out. He gets X-marked.
Really not afraid.
He just goes aggressive. Straight onto Kunkka. Nimbus out. Resolution with the Infernal Blade. They find him. Toronto, Tokyo down. While Chrysalis just Wukongs and BKBs. Zoning away the rest of them. And now Collapse. Yeah, doomed up and dead. Team Spirit. They just don't have what it takes to match up against the caliber of Team Secret here at this tournament.
Could we check the hero damage? Okay, we're gonna first see this this fight because he popped the BKB, and yeah, there's
Zeus
still
illusion.
They had this Centaur Conqueror, the little one, inside providing vision, so they saw all of them.
Well, Yatoro wants in now, but I think with that Fisher, he's changed his mind. He wants out. Get me away from them. 24,000 damage. Wait, hang on, what's 6 plus 4 plus 6 plus 4 plus 6?
Yeah, hero damage done. Ursa
JJ Maths,
on the
please.
lowest and 4.7k. Most of that damage came from the laning stage.
I mean, 5 times 6 is 30,000, right? So I think Nisha's like 6k under. Like he's 1 hero under, amassing the total damage that Team Spirit has done as a squad. Toronto, Tokyo. Xbox back after clearing bot wave. I don't know, they're trying to make the best out of a bad situation right now. As Yatoro, he makes the jump on Crystallis, burns all his mana, but they've got Solar Guardian to come back in on top of him. The Fisher look decent, the Hand of God in the heel, the Golem in, but they still can't kill the Monkey King. Now with the Thunder God's Wrath and the Supernova, finally, the Wicked Six streak ended. And Team Spirit chasing towards Zayats for the bonus kill.
Best time around, no Hurricane. There is no Wild Wing Ripper available for Chen to get him out of the trouble. He still had the BKB, he had Wukong's command, but Ursa, one of the better heroes, because like the damage from the Fury swipes does stack up, and then like even if you get the Wukong's command, even if you get a BKB, you're still gonna die to overwhelming damage from Ursa.
Yeah, you see Chen there, picking up a full staff, so now he's going to have that additional...
Ripper, yeah.
additional maneuverability to get Crystallis out of situations that we just saw. Next team fight is still going to be very difficult for Spirit, especially now all their cooldowns are not available, as we see there. Golem, Egg, Solar Guardian, not available for at least a minute. So a nice opportunity for Secret to go yet again for one of their classic smoke ganks.
And Puppey keeps using the shovel, 5 healing salves on him. I gotta use it, Gary. It's a groundbreaking item when it was added to Dota 2.
Oh, I was tempted earlier, but you know, I don't steal jokes.
It's fine. You could have said it. Toronto, Tokyo getting closer to his AC, so that's gonna be some protection against the Monkey King and yeah, just tanking up the whole team.
Thunder God's Wrath damage for Nisha. Zayat's up on the high ground. Got his little Fisher shard there so we can get the free pathing. He's got spider legs as well. He's all over the place. Terrain means nothing to this man. Smoke up from Spirit. Kunkka, the one that's not smoked, could be the bait, could be the one to show out on the map, but this is around the timing now that Aegis does expire. There's no vision here for Secret. They don't know where Spirit are, but they're smoked themselves. First point of contact could be Yatoro. Resolution, smoke breaks, high ground ward for Spirit, and they disengage. Thunder God's Wrath is there to give the vision with the Nimbus and the jump in from the Doom with the Torrent. Oh, we're trying to hold him back, and Miposhka's blown up.
Team Secret knew exactly like what can happen. Their smoke broke. This is gonna get devorted by Nisha. He uses Thunder God's Wrath just to be able to cancel the potential blink daggers and also to scout things out. They have very good chase potential. Monkey King, Doom with the blink dagger, now with the Shiva's Guard to provide even more vision.
And Earthshaker exceptional at that as well with the Fisher. And this map is starting to feel smaller and smaller for Spirit. They're getting hemmed back towards their base. Top lane, one of the safest places for Collapse to be right now, just pushes out one additional wave. And knowing he does have that tier 1 for people to TP to, maybe try and react if Secret were to make a move. But right now, the only platform that Spirit can launch themselves from is their own triangle. Their entire bottom jungle being swarmed by Secret heroes. Puppey stealing all the creeps from them. See, like Toronto, Tokyo, not even comfortable farming this large camp near his mid-tier 2. Knowing that the possibility of Secret being nearby is very high.
He senses something bad is cooking potentially for him. Very nice read. Nisha on the top lane, Boots of Travel, Arcane Rune ready to join the fight.
Arcade Rune?
Yeah, he also has Quickening Charm on top of that.
Oh, he does
a bit
well.
blessed by Gaben.
Super good on the Zeus. Nice 11k lead though. It's been held steady. The past couple of minutes, no real acceleration coming out of Team Secret, but now they are just waiting out that Aegis. Oh, well, they have already waited out the Aegis. Looking for that chance to get in towards the squishier supports. You're seeing Resolution just jump straight the Warlock, get on the Phoenix, make sure that the big hefty teamfight ultis aren't there from Team Spirit.
On Spirit, they got a couple of big items, AC that we mentioned, and also Basher on Ursa. And this is gonna be the big one. Collapse trying to farm Nullifier.
Ooh.
So he can be the one dealing with the 4 staffs, dealing with the Yule Scepter on Zeus.
Zayat trying to de-ward. Yaturo's going to end range, get away from the Nimbus. Puppey gets rid of the vision now, though, but 40 seconds without your Earthshaker. Potential here for Spirit again to smoke, move out across the map and get a core kill. Now, Nisha.
Double damage just spawned.
Oh, up atop, yeah, you're right.
Will pick it up with the X mark.
He'll have it. I mean, Nisha hasn't died this game yet, right? He's 5-0-12. Monkey King 8-1-7 has only fallen once. Team Spirit really need to get some of these big ticket kills. With the smoke, they're aiming towards Resolution. He's straight up BKB Shiver's Guard, Dooms onto Yaturo, the Nimbus, and the Wukongs. They're throwing everything in with a Blink Wall Stomp. Resolution chain stuns the Ursa, and the zap from the heavens comes down from Nisha.
A lot of team fight circles from Team Spirit. Not sure what the plan there was. Doesn't pop a BKB. That's not gonna stop him from using the Doom. I guess he was relying on a bash. Either bash or that Kunkka's gonna catch him with the X mark, but then it's not an instant lockdown. So Rezo, after seeing Ursa, pops the Shiva's Guard, gets the vision of Ursa, gets the BKB, and Roshan gonna respawn in 15. There is no buyback on Ursa, so this gives 30-second window for Team Secret to go in and kill it.
Yeah, and no golem dropped as well, right? We kind of we've seen when Y plays Warlock, he's not afraid to just drop the rock onto a support Bane or something. If you think a fight is going to develop and break out, you get a kill, transfer it into maybe another kill, a tower, a push, some objective. And Poshka being very timid with his usage of the Chaotic Offering. And now, third Roshan. It looks like Secret want to be able to steal this one away from the Ursa lineup. He's dead still for 10 seconds. So into the pit they go. Aghanim Scepter there, available as well, going to be dropped by the Roche. Who does that go to?
You give it to Monkey, you definitely give that one to Monkey King. He's out of slots, so someone else will need to pick it up. He picked up Aegis first. No, Aghanim Scepter, and then he picks up the Aegis. This Monkey King is humongous right now. The extra gold that he got from it kind of skyrocketed his net worth.
Straight to the top of the board, 23,000. Incredible. He's still holding on to a lot of little items as well. Orb Corrosion, Wraith Band, Magic Wand.
Time to sell those.
Time to go sell those and finish off a Butterfly. So that Ursa, that Kunkka, I mean, Dawnbreaker, all right-clicking, physical damage-dealing heroes will struggle now to contend with the Monkey King.
Look at his graph. Big stongs.
Whew. Up we go, to the moon. A very slow and steady game from Team Secret. 23k net worth lead amassed by them, though.
I don't remember the last time Team Spirit got a kill.
It's been rough, and it's only going to get rougher. Yaturo obliterated by Secret. Okay, Zayat's dead.
Okay, now I remember. They got him on that cliff after they devorded, but still, very good trade for Team Secret. Instant lockdown into burst damage from Zeus, Nimby, E-Blade, and ulti.
I mean, it's Zayat's Earthshaker, reminiscent of his techies, right? You jump in, blow someone up. If you die, it doesn't matter. You're a support. You're killing core heroes almost single-handedly. Resolution diving tier 3s at this point, gets nullified, fatally bonded up, but he's got BKB.
Has a refresher, has a cheese in the backpack as well, so can potentially refresh his BKB after using Doom if needed. And they're hunting.
Yeah,
that's the first Doom.
They've caught him out. Toronto, Tokyo, he got his BKB off in time
he needs some
before
kind of
it.
Backup.
But there's no one
coming.
There's no one coming to save the Kunkka, right? Nimbus and the E-Blade, more than enough magic nuke damage to bring him down. Still holding this Aegis on Monkey King for 3 more minutes, so plenty of time here for Secret to clear out tier 2 top, break up high ground, really push the lanes out and force Team Spirit to sit in their base and twiddle their thumbs.
Nisha is all over the place with his Zeus. He has Octarine Core, Quickening Charm. We're talking about TP being 30 seconds on cooldown. He even wants to get Boots of Travel too, so lower the cooldown even more. Level 25, gets Arc Lightning damage, clears the wave with just 2 lightnings.
That is a ton of damage with that And that E-Blade buff as well.
0 deaths on him. Like this guy has been playing some really amazing Dota in the past couple of years, and I think he reached his peak. I don't think you can play better than this.
Flawless, perfection. And nothing to say on a similar level as well, especially on the Zeus, right? We've seen several games from him where he's been unkilled. So it might be that, you know, the good old Ice Frog needs to go back and look at this heavenly jump. The ability to disengage, jump away from your opponents as the Zeus. Incredibly strong and being utilized immaculately by these players.
It's time for tier 4 neutral items. Let's see if there's going to be Spell Prism or Timeless Relic drop for Zeus. Could be both, and then he gets to choose.
Get the choice between the two big ones. Oh, look. Oh, they see him. Yatoro, Blink Echo, straight in onto Toronto Tokyo, sorry, as they Nimbus and kill him, and Collapse has come in. He tried to save him with a Solar Guardian, but Crystallis is here. Team Spirit are crumbling in game 1. This seems like an insurmountable lead. Team Secret are not going to be giving an inch to Team Spirit right now. High ground possibilities for them.
Still a full minute left. Aghanim Scepter, this is going to be very good for sieging.
Statues onto that high ground to stop anyone from jumping in towards him. Hit away at the tower with them. There's a glyph on the 10 HP tier 3. 30 seconds no Kunkka, 40 without the Dawnbreaker. And like you said, still 45 seconds with that Aegis on Crystallis, meaning there's a free lane of barracks for them.
They can't do anything about it. They have to let it go. Still, 40 seconds. This, like, look at the way they're sieging. Nimbus on top of Crystallis, and he's doing all the work. Everyone else is spread out. They even smoke.
It's like goading Ursa to come in. Like, yeah, okay, there's 3 statues, there's a Nimbus. If you want to jump out Monkey King, you're going to have to break through this terracotta army of the Monkey King. Second lane of barracks for Secret. Cancels out the Sunray.
Gets pushed out by a Force Staff.
Get what they came for and immediately retreat. DD Rune has spawned bottom, so maybe we'll see Secret back up, grab that, and position themselves in this Radiant Triangle to jump again, because Echo Slam is ready in 10 seconds. Every time it's off cooldown, it's eyes on Zayats and where he's jumping.
Nisha using 2 items, Ninja Gear, to be able to position themselves better. They are not able to see him, so he wants to end this game with 0 deaths.
He just finishes off his refresher or casual. Yeah, chill.
No biggie.
It's been a long time since I've seen a game like this, Lollicos. We've had some one-sided games, but 37k lead. And you look at the net worth board with 30k Monkey King, 27 Zeus, and the Doom, who usually is the top of the net worth hero, is in 3rd place. That's how overfarmed the Monkey and the Zeus are.
Nothing for the courier. Mira wants to finish off his Shiva's Guard. We'll get it. Level 18 plus a Shiva's Guard. Like, Monkey does have a ton of attack speed, so he needs to be the one killing the egg, or they need to disengage. Holding on to high ground. Zayats with spider legs positioning himself, and Rezo in the front lines having that arcane blink, so Doom gets out quicker.
There was no trusty shovel drop for Team Spirit, was there? So they can't dig themselves out of this hole right now. They are stuck in their base with no escape. Thunder God's Wrath to scout, maybe expecting a smoke from Spirit. That's what we've been expecting, some kind of last-ditch effort. We have seen Spirit out-execute their opponents time and time again in previous games and series, and they've got the opportunity to do it with Abyssal Blade on Ursa, with these big teamfight ultis, of course, the combos out of Fatal Bonds, Supernova, and the Golem. But it's going to take an absolute miracle for them to get through Team Secret in their entirety.
I'm looking the way that they take this fight. I'm trying to find the solution, but the only thing I see is this massive resolution on the other side. Having double Doom, double BKB, double Shivas. He's level 25, so extra Infernal Blade damage. Surprisingly, he doesn't have a shard at this point.
Yeah. Genuinely, Yatoro straight up, blown up. He's gone for 80. Warlock. He's out of that. Healing up the creep wave. And
where could he possibly be?
He's hiding behind the single tree.
He tried. Next, Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds, but it's time to try and close out this game. Crystallis with the double damage. Like, they pop one Doom. He didn't even use Refresher. He knows that, like,
Wow.
I'll just wait it out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, right? Spirit, they need to cast their spells. You know, it has to be a symphony of skills. Like, literally, they've got to really outplay, out of their minds. But if you're getting doomed on one of these combo heroes, the Warlock or the Phoenix, whoever it may be, you lose that synchronization and synergy. Dawnbreaker jumped by the Rezo Doom. The Sunray trying to heal Toronto Tokyo back up, but he's been burnt alive inside his own tree line. He does have buyback, but GG is called. They tap out, realizing there is no escape from Team Secret's aggression. Game 1, 42 minutes. 8-27 is the scoreline.
Oh, what a performance.
Incredible.
From Team Secret in game number 1. Didn't look close at all. It looked close for like first 10 minutes. When we got out of the laning stage, Ursa was pretty massive. I wanted to see a bit more aggression, a bit more moves coming out from Team Spirit, but it felt like they stopped playing Dota. They gave Team Secret all the heroes, like these are signature heroes. We're talking about Zayas, Earthshaker, Chen for Puppey, Nisha on the Zeus, Crystallis, Monkey King, and Rezo. Like, I don't think you can ask for a better lineup.
Yeah, and for the players to play it as well. You know, from our perspective and maybe from the viewers' perspective, it might look weird. Like, why are Team Spirit being so passive? Why are they waiting and delaying and things like this? But you know, there might be a call from the captain saying, "Hey, if we wait for them to come to us, that's where we stand our greatest chance at team fighting, right? Wait for them to come to high ground. That's when we wombo combo them. But it's the patience from Secret.
Exactly. And those Wild Wing Rippers, definitely, I said it, MVP for me. Puppey Chen always there. Those first couple of rotations that Team Spirit tried to make, he was always there to bail people out of the trouble.
Absolutely was. As we see the few highlights coming in. Rounding up game 1. Team Spirit got a lot left to do. Back to the drawing board for them. I think we can head it back to Arvo and the panel. It'll take a second to get into their stations. Now, what do you reckon for game 2? Is there something Team Spirit need to think about?
They had a lot of team fight, but it never came to them actually going for these team fights. It felt like we never saw 5 heroes of Team Spirit going in, and because like especially early on, we're talking about Phoenix and also Warlock being fight ready. They got those early levels, and yeah, we need to see what answer they have for Team Secret, because this was flawless.
Yeah, over to Arvo and the panel to break it down.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights by Ramco, and you know, what a performance by Secret. Now there were some doubts whether they could perform it with how to beat these team fights, but it worked out in itself.
Yeah, very, very strong performance by Secret. I think, I mean, I think they had a really solid draft and stuff, but I really want to highlight the mental advantage they seem to have. I can tell they're feeling good, right? They feel super confident. They go for the moves. They're reckless. Even when they were playing a little bit behind in the first, sequences of the game, I think they just felt more comfortable. And I think right now, Spirit, they kind of have to shape up. I'm not really feeling how they're playing yet. I think they're playing a little bit scared, a little bit conservative, maybe too safe. To my taste, I just feel like Secret, they have an advantage, a mental advantage, and I'd like Spirit to, shake it up.
Something we can see, sorry, in this scoreboard brought to you by STC. Shaking it up by Earthshaker, and I like that
yes.
one. What are some things you would like to see from the gameplay here, Aoi, from Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, for me, they played really different than what I thought they would play this game. I thought they were just going to have Toronto, Tokyo get a lot of stacks. Thought the lanes were looking good. You would have this really farm Kunkka, and every time you press X on someone, they would die. This game, I didn't see a single X plus Boat plus any Golem or Phoenix Egg. I think maybe the players aren't too comfortable on these heroes. Like Maboshka, I don't see him play Warlock that much, to be honest. And I don't think Mira had the best Phoenix performance either. I'd like to see them play a bit more comfort heroes.
Okay. Do you feel like their style was also not the comfort style, Aoi?
I don't know. I feel like if they're feeling good in this game, I think the Kunkka can take over this game, but instead he was running into, he even dies to some Monkey King, and he gives Crystallis a game, right? I feel like this should never happen. He has a sort of a, it's not like, he has a free lane, Zeus also has a free lane, but he was really farmed, and I just felt like he didn't get to utilize his game.
Yeah, tell me about that Kunkka performance now.
Yeah, he played very passively. I think they had really good lanes on Team Spirit, so I was kind of surprised that they didn't find like way more aggressive moves on the to enter the enemy jungle, to take control over like the outpost, for example. I can agree with Seb on this part. I think Team Secret was, it looked like they're way stronger mentally. Like they weren't pressuring. It didn't feel like they were pressured at all. They weren't panicking. While it felt like Team Spirit were really the ones that went out of the way to make moves that didn't really look that good.
Yeah, and even when, I feel like even when Secret were in a rougher position, they felt more comfortable than when Spirit were in the dominant position, which is kind of awkward, you know? Like there were moments where Spirit, they had all their spells ready, they had great lanes, as you guys mentioned, and still it kind of felt like something was carrying them, and I'm not sure what it was.
Does this go back to what you were talking about, the idea of the Team Spirit had a more quote-unquote defensive playstyle this whole tournament, or greedier playstyle perhaps, and Secret is it getting to abuse that?
At this point, I don't think it's playstyle. I mean, maybe it is, but I think I don't think it's a playstyle thing. I think they need to change that if they're gonna have any hope into doing better in game 2.
Okay. Ali, could we be seeing perhaps, you talk about finding that more comfort, right? Could we be seeing them going back to the other draft they were playing this tournament, or do you think once again like Sebits need to change these specific things?
I think the biggest thing for me is I'd like to see them put Collapse on the hero where after he wins the lane, he can exert more map pressure. I feel like Dawnbreaker is sort of a hero where you're like sitting by yourself, push out lanes because you have some global threat. I think a lot of Team Spirit's gameplay wants to revolve around like Collapse on some hero where when he's farming the enemy jungle, they join up with like one Mirror or one Maposhka and he can kill someone. This game, like Dawnbreaker couldn't kill anyone alone, Toronto Tokyo couldn't really pressure anyone alone, and it ended up with them really never joining the cores and the supports.
Nine, for you, how were you feeling in general, the pressure that Team Spirit was able to exert on the map? Do you feel like it's also insufficient?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see for game 2 that they pick, this game they had like the Phoenix Warlock sub.
Sure.
And they're both very, like, they're backline heroes that don't go in, they don't make any plays by themselves. I would like to see that one of them is like a playmaker maybe, like to switch it up I think after this game.
Okay. Could we draw a comparison here to the other team that's been doing the Phoenix Warlock very often? It's LGD, a little bit RNG as well. Where do the differences lie between how they would execute the combo?
I mean, I don't know if they've done it like together. I think the point is that having one is fine, having two is maybe overkill, and you know, obviously Collapse is really comfortable on any hero. I think like, you know, he's one of the best players out there, and maybe I never really saw a situation for him to click his ulti, you know, and kind of feel the Dawnbreaker his impact. The moves that I can think of were Rezo moves, killing Ursa with Doom, which when you think about how the laning phase went, should probably be the opposite, right? Like as AI mentioned, like, you know, X into Rock into Egg. We haven't really seen these plays from Team Spirit the entire game, and they had good tools to do so. Given their laning phase, maybe it's just because it was not the right heroes, and had they been on a Snapfire, Clockwork, the heroes that we used to see from them, maybe it would have felt more natural.
Okay. Someone who was making some pretty good moves, especially, you know, as we recovered into the mid game, you commented on that Conka kill, for example, like Crystallis as well. Do you feel like they could also try to stop his hero pool? Like, he has 3 signature heroes he's known for, and you gave him one of his biggest comforts, his Monkey King. I
think you have to play for something, right?
Okay.
Like, it's just how Dota goes. I think for me, more than stopping Crystal's hero pool, I think they need to get rid of the Zeus. Like, Secret they pick Zeus every game this tournament, they win every game this tournament, and then they get Zeus again. I think they tried their idea for Zeus. You know, you have a lot of heals, you have some global to counteract the Zeus ulti with the Warlock and the Dawnbreaker. It didn't work. You can just reset, go like, guys, we tried a strat, it didn't work, let's move on. Ban the Zeus, ban the Zeus.
And with that, we're gonna go to a break. Remember, ban the Zeus, that's the name for the second game. Will they do it? We're gonna have to find out as we take a small break and wait for game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret to begin. See you soon.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back. We're here to witness Game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. We have a new panel here because we like to change things up. And Denog, what we're saying by putting you on this panel, as opposed to Aoi and Nine, is that you're equivalent to 2 pro players. How does that feel to you?
Disingenuine? Not true. I mean, they're such great Dota minds, right? And it's great that we get a chance to be able to pick their brain a little bit, but no, absolutely. I'll do my best to be able to be the best replacement I can be.
Seb, you're the survivor. How does it feel?
Feels good, feels good. I mean, I'm looking for, you know, I'm kind of hyped about getting like a fresh outlook on the game that just happened. So what did you think about it?
I think it was just, honestly, Team Secret outskilling Team Spirit. Like, they just crushed a lot of the lanes. I think the drafting was really good. Zayat's, what a great reveal as well of that Blink Dagger to completely bait out a multiple BKBs and then go in with that huge Echo Slam. Even Puppy, like, again, another game where he only dies the one time. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's even hard to really get a feel for the passive impact of Puppy. I say passive because these auras, I think they really add up. You know, you have like the extra 10%, you know, movement speed on everybody, the armor, the frost armor. I really think it does a lot in these team fights. Like everybody literally has, you know, magic resistance buff, movement speed amplification buff, armor buff, and it really adds up with the mech, with the Hand of God. I really think that this Chen deserves to get more respect.
Yeah, and even just the Wild Wing Ripper as well, like the free force
that
stuff.
was crazy.
That saved Nisha. Like Nisha didn't die a single time. He would have, if not for Puppy on his Chen.
There was a Roche fight also where he saved the Shaker. I mean, so many clutch plays, and I wonder if Puppy talks about it. It's like, I got that for you, so bait it, or if he just happens to quietly always have the right creep in the right position. I mean, it's really impressive, the Chen. When I play Chen, it doesn't impact the game as much. So you gotta respect that.
Do you think he's just saying like, go in, go in, go in, I got you?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what you were saying, right? Some teams like to play around their supports more than others, right? In the case of Spirit, their sacrifices, their smoke blockers, right? That is not the case of Secret, right? Puppy does dictate a lot of the early game, and it's similar to how LGD plays with Y, actually, or Yi, as he likes to be called, but in a different way, because the Chen has a much different impact than the Warlock.
No, definitely, and I think, I mean, I wouldn't say that Spirit had a worse draft. I think they had a good idea, honestly, going into the game. I think they also executed the lanes pretty well, so I think they really have tools to challenge Secret, even though they kind of got stomped in that game 1. I just really feel like they need to feel themselves better somehow. I feel like Secret right now, they're playing really well. They know that they're playing really well and they're kind of acting like it. And of course, it's going to be even harder when you're playing now kind of back against the wall when you're Spirit. You know, you can't really allow yourselves to lose a game anymore. You're just going to get knocked out. This is single elim and it's a really big stake game. But they're the TI champions after all. And they're going to, you know, I want to have high standards for them. And of course, high standard is you come back into this game too. I don't know what it is, you know, a silent, their coach, speech, just themselves kind of reflecting on what's going on and what they could do better. They need to come back stronger mentally. They need to go for these plays, man. They were playing way too passive that game.
I wonder how much of it even can come down to like a single ban, right? Because they opened the draft with the Dawnbreaker and the Warlock, and then next 3 bans, Clockwork, great ban against both of those heroes, just to be able to counter out, get it onto the backlines. Death Prophet provides a lot of tempo. Snapfire, not so much, right? And maybe that's the area that you need to ban out the Puppy Chen, just because that's what's going to be giving you all of that early game impact that doesn't let these real team fight heroes get the items and the levels that they need to truly come online and be the best heroes that they can be.
Yeah, I think I would like to see respect on the Puppy Chen. Maybe a ban, maybe a way to abuse it, but definitely I would move the Chen and the Zeus to a higher priority. I obviously Dawnbreaker is then gonna be like, if I have to be honest, I feel like this Timber Saw is a wasted ban. I would change that completely. Obviously you gotta really give respect to Timber, but I don't feel like the Secret's Timber is as good as the Dawns or the Chens and the Zeuses, and you're gonna have to play against something, obviously, so you're probably gonna have to play against either Zeus or Dawnbreaker or Chen, but I would like to see Spirit play against the Dawn or pick it themselves or try to counter it. I'm sure they have great ideas, good ideas against it, as they've shown already. But yeah, Zeus and Chen, move them up in the priority list.
Agree. The Zeus was the whole panel was talking about last time. Denog, favorite of Secrets and a favorite of the tournament. You were saying that you were surprised it was only 2nd most picked hero. You thought it had to be picked more.
Yeah. It's just so versatile with how you're able to play it. It's just got so much survivability now, is that mid lane. I mean, it was a great game for him to go for the Yule Scepter, and very, very wise that they looked to get rid of it. So, will Team Secret go down the route of the Dawnbreaker, which, Seb, you were a little bit confused. They banned out the Wyvern last time, but didn't pick up the Dawn for themselves. Maybe this is the chance to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. I do not understand exactly the Wyvern. Not that I don't believe in it. I just don't quite grasp what teams are looking at. You know, obviously, I'm not in the rooms when they talk about the draft, and there's a lot of things I can kind of, you know, guess. But the Wyvern, I did not get it yet. So to me, it's still a little bit of a question mark. Maybe we'll understand later down the road of the tournament. They go for the Dawn first pick. I feel like it's going to be a Dawn Chen, and I feel like Team Spirit, I don't know that they're managed. Okay.
Immediate.
Wait a second. You know, I think this is one of the lanes that could possibly punish a Chen really hard. A Viper lane that just, you know, chain feeds on him. So maybe they are trying to bait the Chen pick, and, you know, if it works, Viper and Tiny, they do not counter what Chen does in the game. I think they can abuse him in the lane, and then obviously, you know, if they kill the Chen 5 times, then now it's going to be a different game. If that doesn't work, might look rough.
Yeah, just amping up so much of what Dawn's able to do. We see a lot of Chens just go early on into even the Divine Favor just for that little bit of extra armor, that brawling capability. Obviously, you can change it around a little bit. The Holy Persuasion, the Penitence, both very effective. But yeah, I'm completely agreeing on that with you, Seb. It's just, it feels like you need to dominate the super early game to be able to have a chance.
Yeah, I wish they did not ban this Razor. I feel like, you know, the Chen is so much more terrifying. The Dawnbreaker is so much more terrifying than just a casual Razor. You see what Razor's about to do on...
Yeah.
And I mean, LGD, they also kind of proved against... I don't remember which team it was that they beat the Razor, but they proved that, you know, this Razor is beatable. You know, there are heroes that you could pick. You know, they did the Ench Void first phase. I mean, Yotoro probably my favorite Void player in the entire world. He's super comfortable on it, one of the best out there. But anyways, you know, they're gonna have to play against what Secret really loves to do this tournament, which is this huge laning presence in the Chen, in the Dawnbreaker, into a very, very strong, not even mid game, honestly. It's a minute 10 kind of game where they're gonna start rotating. We see the timings on the mech from Puppy. It is scary, man. He gets the mech so early.
Do you think it's one of those times where if you've got second pick like Team Spirit had, that you just let 2 or 3 really broken heroes through because you're going to be able to take both of them yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely a way to approach it. And I mean, the second phase bans also is going to help a lot in that regard, trying to nerf. You know, now they're banning the Bloodseeker. They're trying to get rid of the heroes that are going to stop the Chen from feeding to the Viper and the Tiny, because it is really a super dangerous lane for Chen to run into. Think about Chen getting close to the Viper, Avalanche, he's just gonna die every time.
So you just want to like clear out the wave really quickly. Blood Right, very effective tool at being able to do that.
I think you want a carry that doesn't need the Chen to kind of play up to the you know, a Bloodseeker typically would go to the creep, get the last hit, kind of heal up, get a tango, the hedges from the Chen. He wouldn't need the Chen to kind of man up to the Viper and the Tiny, which he can't. Right. You know, Chen cannot. He's gonna be a dead weight for a while, so you need a self-sufficient carry. Typically, I'm gonna pick a really bad carry for that, but if you had to play, you know, a Chen and a Monkey King against that lane, they would get really dumpstered.
Sure. What are some options then? Because Monkey King's out, Bloodseeker's out, right? The Chrysalis pool. But the Phantom Lancer still his other hero, but what are the carries you see?
Maybe the Dawn on +1.
Okay.
We've seen them
He's
do
done that.
It could be. I think Dawn is one of the strongest, you know, position 1 heroes. What else could it be? Magic immune heroes?
Yeah, Magic immune heroes, I mean, or it's a little awkward doing 2 ranged heroes, but something like a sniper isn't horrible. You know, you can just stay at range, you can use the shrapnel to be able to even just secure perhaps a few range creeps. The issue is, though, it's Team Spirit. We don't know if this is going to be a collapsed Viper. Of course, it can be. He's gone deathless multiple times when he's played it. The Mirror, Tiny coming through as well, but we have seen position 5 Miposhka Viper come through too. So if you go too early down that route where you go into something that is only good against this specific Viper Tiny lane, Team Spirit can just switch it up and then you're caught off guard.
There's something quite interesting with the second phase bans, you know, because Secret, they're banning the Slaughter, so they're considering that the Viper could potentially be a position 5, and I think what triggers that is the Sky ban. I'm thinking, you know, why would Team Spirit ban a Skywrath? I think its team has... so there was a big trend with Viper 5 recently in scrims, pubs, officials, and I think one of the best counters that people found was the Sky, because he's able to outrun the Viper. He doesn't really get right-clicked by Viper and actually out-trades the Viper, right? Really? He uses concussive shot, few right-clicks, and as soon as that is done, he just backs off out of, you know, MS advantage. So this could be what's happening in the second phase. It's like, okay, they're looking at Viper 5, you know, maybe Slaughter coming up, we're gonna ban it.
So what are some of the other options that you're really seeing there? Things like Snapfire, Hoodwink, maybe down that sort of similar route where you can just out-trade, be able to use something like the Scurry to make the extra space away from it?
the way you want to deal with this Viper 5 is you want to have kill potential, because obviously if Viper gets to right click you, it is really obnoxious and it can kind of feel helpless. At the same time, Viper is a hero, it's free food. You know, it just dies. So think of a CK snap lane, the second Viper show its face, it's just gonna die right away. So this is one way of dealing with this Viper 5. But yet again, I think this Viper is kind of meant to deal with the Chen. I mean, they must have expected the Chen to come, and to me, so far, unless they have a better reason to, you know, put it away from the offlane, I think we're looking at a collapse Viper.
Okay, interesting. Because the Shaman also is another 4 that trades well with Viper, has a similar idea of Scarif Mage, that he has overwhelming damage and kill potential, right? But we'll see what Spirit is thinking about.
Techie is always an option as well, maybe. It's a Zayat special.
There's another aspect to these two heroes, though. They also have instant silences disabled, something like that. So maybe they're thinking about Spirits or Pucks, right? Puck is still in the pool.
The Viper could have also been a block pick for the Timber, I'm thinking, because, you know, Secret, a lot of teams have been Timber against them. They have first faced it a lot, and, you know, maybe they had a plan of, you know, Dawn into Timber first phase, and at the second they saw the Viper, then they decided against it. There could be other reasons for it. I feel like so far no team have really showed their cards yet, so what's coming up is going to be super interesting.
Dazzle, okay.
So that might mean that it's going to be a Viper 3, a core Viper, and a Dazzle position. I mean, we haven't seen the Dazzle run anywhere else than position 5 so far, I think, in this tournament.
In Eastern Europe, they still play it as in pubs, and then some officials been run both in Division 2 and some of the weaker Division 1 teams.
On what role?
On the offlane role. They still have a preference. Sunlight as well, who plays it plays in native 2, has been running it as an offlaner as well, now a native 1. So there's some options. It has been a trend, like Danox says, in pubs.
Interesting.
The Hawk's been practicing it as well.
He has. He's been playing it a lot, but he's not in this game, so we'll see if he's able to make.
I mean, that means we don't see Dazzle Radiance, which is unfortunate for us.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, it's more laning presence, right? You look at the Viper, the Dazzle. I think Team Spirit, they're definitely giving the Dawns, and I mean, just Secret's playstyle so far, they always had a really strong laning phase. They did not the last game as much against Team Spirit, so definitely something Team Spirit does really well against Secret, and I think they're looking to, pull that off once again.
Okay. They've got a lot of options on Team Spirit. Like, this Tiny could be mid, you know, this Tiny could be 4. This Dazzle could be offlane, it could be a Viper 5, it could be a Viper 3, it could be a Dazzle 5. Like, there are lots of different avenues to go down, so I think Team Spirit are just going to be reactionary to whatever Team Spirit does.
I mean, the Jugger, obviously, it's a classic versus the Viper in the sense that if you're ever threatened by too many, you know, too many stacks on the Viper queue, then you just spin that off and kind of get back to a safer position. At the same time, I think it's a lane that you're just damage controlling the lane. You're not really pushing the Viper ever. I think you're just, you know, Viper is just burning through your region, and it's not a good lane for Secret. It's a lane that's meant to kind of suffer.
I want to question on that point, because, for example, a Lifestealer Viper matchup, if Lifestealer gets on top of the Viper with another support that has some damage, you actually do put some pressure on Viper. Can the Juggling be played that way, or does he lack that damage?
I think you kind of have to outplay them to get in that position. I think if the Viper Tiny is aware of what could happen, it's kind of too... It's too predictable. You have this one play of Jug running
at you.
Yeah, I think it's too easy for Viper to deal with it. She's gonna pre-click the Jugger, you know, couple stacks. He's gonna be slowed. Viper's gonna back off in time, and the Jugger's gonna lose too much HP, and eventually the lane is gonna turn out to be a disaster. What do you think about the Shadow Demon pick, though?
I'm trying to think of it, man. Like, you can just
First pick ever. No pick in the DPC either.
Wow,
ever.
okay.
Ever.
The DPC?
No pick in the DPC. The Shadow Demon, one of the few unpicked heroes in the DPC.
Really?
And obviously of the Storm as well. But it is a Zayat's old classic of his.
Okay. I mean, once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, of course, it's against the Bristleback. If it gets to that stage now, you can have the break. You can use the Disruption to make sure that the Shallow Grave isn't quite as effective. Just lay down a few of those Shadow Poison stacks, and then they immediately die afterwards. The Demonic Cleanse is kind of okay with the Ag Shard against the Viper, means you don't have to waste that Q.
It's very good. Very
against
good.
Dazzle too, actually.
Against Dazzle too. I don't think you even get hexed, or it's going to be a 0.1 second hex.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Dazzle Shard here.
Yep.
I think Bristle into Shadow Demon, a little bit scary, a little bit. Obviously, the Shadow Demon Ags is a break, and it completely destroys Bristleback. You need to get to that point, but I'm assuming it's going to be a Zayak Shadow Demon, and I'm sure he's going to recognize that and try to maybe prioritize his own farm a little bit more.
Or at least stacking, which Shadow Demon fantastic at doing, right? So you're just going to be able to get a lot of that passive gold. Again, he's so comfortable playing along with Rezo, it means that they're going to have a good time in lane, most likely. Again, depends how the support is really going to position themselves. But yeah, if you can get a couple of free kills in lane, you're laughing.
Actually, one of the best duo to kind of maximize their early game impact, and I think they're really good at, you know, obviously they have a lot of synergy with each other, so they're really good at, hey, I'm gonna be focusing on stacking. All right, you know, let's push in the lane. Let's play the lane in a way where I give my Shadow Demon enough freedom to go back to stack every time. And they were one of the few players to make the Batrider off lane work that well. They were playing Earthspit Batrider, two really greedy laners, and they were getting away with it every game, thanks to the stacking. So I think if I had to pick one offlane duo that could really maximize the stacking potential of Shadow Demon, it would be Rezo and Zayak. I'm
curious though about the Bristleback pick. This is a much more common pick this tournament, but has it been addressed by Secret's draft, or do they need to pick a really good last pick?
I think if you just stomp the lane, it's kind of okay, right? Like you just need to get that level 6 up, reasonable timing on the Dazzle, then you're going to have the bad Juju for the minus armor, pair that together with the Quill Spray. It's a lot of physical damage, just gets amped up further and further. So I think they're going to need to focus a little bit on stacking too for Team Spirit, just to make sure that they're able to, again, continue to allow this Bristleback to snowball, take a lot of those ancient stacks, because if you look on Team Secret, we're mentioning that, of course, Zayats is going to be able to build up a lot of these stacks, but they've got two heroes that are pretty damn great at being able to take them in both the Juggernaut and the Dawnbreaker.
I feel like right now, the second phase of Team Spirit has not been addressed so well by Secret. I mean, it's kind of meant to be like that, right? Bristleback was the last pick of the second phase, but I think it's a very good Bristle game, really hard to kill him. They had the Shadow Demon Axe later down the road, which is going to be very efficient. But besides that, they don't have a way to lock him down, so he's always going to get his back turned. You know, Chen definitely does not deal with Bristle. Bristle is more of a Chen counter. Same for the Dawnbreaker. I think they kind of ignore each other's. And the Juggernaut, sure, he has this one Omni Slash.
Oh, wow.
And it's the same for the Dazzle. I mean, now Dazzle got more addressed with the Storm pick. But, you know, Grave has a lot of value. They have only one way to get on top of the Dazzle. It is the Storm. Storm, a hero we do not see that often. It really, you know, got fall behind after the null changes.
Do you think they're just going to conquer again? Like, I feel like this is a game where Team Spirit just need to absolutely stomp them in the laning phase, right? You need to make sure that the Shadow Demon's not going to get to that point with the Aghanim Scepter, hell, even the Aghanim Shard, right? You mentioned before that the Viper Tiny is specifically there to
I think they need an instant stun, though. They need an instant stun. Okay, they go for the Pangolier.
Yeah. Somewhat there, if you go Blink Dagger on the Pango.
It's okay at being able to clear out a few of the Chen creeps as well, the big army. So it's an alright thing. I do feel a lot more confident in Team Secret's draft, though.
Yeah, this I mean, this Pangolier, I've seen it go both ways. Obviously, if the Pango has a really good game and he gets an early diffu, it can be really annoying for Storm, even kind of kill your entire tempo. But I think Storm has a pretty good laning phase against Pangolier, so it's going to come down to the support rotations. And I think that once again, the Chen and the Shadow Demon may be more efficient, more effective, I mean, at rotating around. I'm not quite sure. I think it's really going to come down to this mid matchup also, you know, who gets the most out of his lane.
Some lucky power runes even could be the difference maker.
Definitely. Storm and Pango, both heroes that rely heavily on power runes and can make a lot of impact with them.
Yeah, love that point, because that was the two counters. Swap and Storm were the two counters to the Pango mid meta, where Call of Pango was the thing. And then will it work again? Well, we'll have to see here. How is your trust level in mid Pango in general right now, Dano? Do you think it's still strong?
I like it a lot. I think offlane Pango just doesn't really work, but mid Pango, you get a lot of those levels. You have that much lower cooldown. You're able to duck in and out of fights a lot more effectively. I think it can work.
Okay, well, we're going to have to see as Game 2 is upon us. I think the Storm is in the shot right now, and with its electrifying jump, we're going to go to Game 2 between Team Secret and Team Spirit. Take it away, Gareth McCosta.
Yeah, Game 2, here we are as Storm's hat flickering in front of his face as we get ourselves underway. Spirit changing the tempo, right, more in your face, run at you, Dota. Secret going for a similar style to Game 1 though, Lacoste.
Yeah, Team Spirit going for this Bristleback plus Dazzle combination. We're gonna run at you. They're focusing heavily on the laning stage. We see Tiny and Viper combo. Every single time there is a Viper pick from the offlane, you need to have some kind of a lockdown so they can't get away. So usually paired up with the, like Tusk, Tiny, Dawnbreaker position 4. Mid lane, Pango against Storm Spirit. can be sometimes difficult. Like I don't think you have a kill threat on a Storm. There, you're playing like melee into Storm, so Storm should have definitely an edge in this matchup. But once you get to level 6, maybe like still looking in how that one's gonna go. Panel touched upon the Bristleback, the break mechanic with Shadow Demon Eggs. It's a lot of farm. It's gonna take a lot of time for him to get there, and we're talking about breaking Viper as well, and yeah, getting into the game. We can hear the crowd as well.
Yeah, getting sucked into the Dota 2 universe. We're talking about Team Spirit being a very fast tempo draft, and Secret was so speedy, they'd already smoked and moved out of their fountain before I'd loaded into the game. They're so ready to get themselves across the river, get some early wards down. And Team Spirit doing a very similar job. Early ward in the Radiant Triangle.
This is something that LGD has done against OG, holding the high ground. It's being pinged out. Rezo, he knows something is up.
He's got a very good read on that. He was pinging right on top of them. And Team Secret is going to hold the low ground closer to their tier 1 mid lane. And expecting that wraparound play, like you say, we saw from LGD coming behind that top rune as the Dire team and backstabbing the Radiant ones.
Blocking the small camp.
Something that you were looking for in the previous game. This time it does come to fruition. Rezo gonna poke his head around the corner and say hello to Team Spirit as they move on forward. Quick disruption though. Not even time there for Mira to level up. Avalanche, never mind, cast it. Still holding on to his point.
Shadow Demon. I just want to mention one thing. It's I think it's a good response to. You have like another layer of save because you have a Dawnbreaker, you have Chen coming in with the heals, but also it's very good against grave targets. Someone gets graved, disruption, and then you focus him after. Team Secret a little bit limited on stuns and control. They have Electric Vortex and Dawnbreaker stuns, which is kind of meh. Not like no real stuns. On the bottom lane, Juggernaut against Tiny and Viper, you have a built-in magic immunity. If you feel threatened about the poison attacks, you can try to spin it away. Poppy one more time on his Chen. Starting with the same items, headrest. But this time around, instead of getting the aura, he is going for penitence.
Yeah, give the extra attack speed to the Jug if he's able to chase into people. Just peeking into that mid lane, Storm Spirit already heavily bullying Toronto Tokyo. Nisha 6-0, Pango trying to catch up. An additional 2 creeps arriving for the Storm though, as he should be able to hold this wave right in front of his tower. Allow the second wave to come up as well. That's really nasty for the Pango, who wants to get into the middle of the creep wave and then has to contend with the static remnants. And then up at top, Rezo there on the Dawnbreaker, of course. Zayat's the Shadow Demon. Yeah, back to him. You were looking for the OD for Secret at some point in that draft, right? Shadow Demon, a similar concept, being able to get the grave target, keep Bristleback away from charging.
Yeah, to have something better against the Bristleback, either that or I believe Void Spirit was also available, because there's not enough lockdown on side of Spirit. They have Pango roll and they have Tiny. That's about it.
Yeah, everything else very focused on that lane and the early tempo and momentum they can try and build up around the Bristleback and his item timings. Of course, like Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter, and get Yatoro into a good place.
Nisha already picked up Water Rune in the bottle. Bangolier did the same thing. And we can see Nisha 4 CS ahead of Bango and catches him mid-air. What? Nisha, he's been on point. Like all these small things, using Lightning Bolt to stop Phoenix from diving. As you said, zoomer reactions.
Yeah, that's a sick little move there. Any one of those moves that is able to displace or shift the Pango while he's mid-air and the shield crash stops a spell from being utilized properly. While Yatoro, he is graved up, but he's got poison stacks on him. Already spent his stick. So Rezo and Zayat finishing off the Bristleback.
Going in for the Grave, trying to buy some extra time. A little bit surprising. Like, yeah, Grave's a good ability, but I would maybe prefer if that's a Shadow Wave, just to be able to like get that sustain, deal some damage, because Dawnbreaker is in your face, and that's going to be the first blood. Zayat's getting it.
Yeah, felt like they needed it as well. You know, Storm Spirit in that mid lane for Secret doing exceptionally well on the CS board. You see the other two cores, Dawnbreaker was having a few problems, and of course Juggernaut in that bottom lane. Like the panel was saying, he kind of has to 1v2 while Puppey, the greedy Chen, is going to be farming his mech.
I would love to see Zayats going for stack in the triangle and securing the top rune, because Pango goes in, he gets a disruption, and he's already doing really good on Nisha, and then Nisha can't be the one going for the bottom rune. And taking away something from Toronto Tokyo, we can see Toronto already struggling on the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Going for that 3-minute bounty rune.
Yeah, has to track back into his own jungle for it. That'd be a good move. Accelerate Nisha even further ahead.
Zayat's trying to stack up. Toronto Tokyo showing himself full HP, gets the bottle, gets the water rune inside of it. Mira does the same thing, the mirror movement that we talked about.
He can grave it. Oh, no, he can't grave himself. The Centaur. Oh, cheeky little neutral creep comes in.
Tanks, I guess.
Helping out Team Secret, the 6th man. Resolution and Zayat starting to dominate this lane now. As we see a rotation coming into mid. Team Spirit want to make up for that in other areas of the map, but it's scouted out. Puppey has a Centaur Corsa scouting as Mira tried to make that move.
Nisha knows that Mira is missing, and he also doesn't have a small camp to farm. He would definitely love to have that available. Zayats.
Zayat's on the way out.
Gonna replenish the poison touch.
Keeps it going. Well, just disrupt him, stack the camp again, and run himself back. These stacks, of course, are under dire vision, so Team Spirit know that they're being built up and could be contested by the bristle. Nisha has hit level 6 in the mid lane, though. Empty Bottle has Stick, delivered Tangos, and Observer Ward. So he'll be sticking around at mid lane for a while. And he's got a sentry to deward his small camp too, because he's missed out on 5 minutes of farming that.
Puppey bought a sentry for him, just so that he can farm the small camp. Sentry's gonna expire anyway. You're gonna get it on the 6 minutes.
Oh, the thing's going so well top and mid. Someone's got to suffer. Crystalis 14-4 with 20 denies on Collapse, but they're going on top. Miposhka slammed into the ground by Rezo.
That's the only kill they can get on the top lane right now, because Yatoro does have a Vanguard, does have a stick level 5, so a bit difficult.
But 20 denies on Viper, Lacoste. Collapse is having a cracking game, isn't he? Really punishing the Jug.
His Viper. Jug, 15 CS only, like lane dominator. This is looking a bit rough. They will need to find a way how to make Crystalis what he was in the previous game. I'm talking about like Nisha making the rotations, giving him the last hits, and kind of sacrificing his own game so that Crystalis can shine one more time.
Yeah, or even think about in the next few minutes, maybe shifting him up towards top, giving him that top lane farm. As Resolution, once he hits level 6, we'll have the Solar Guardian to join fight.
Oh, the stacks are being pinged out. Toronto Tokyo, he wants to go in, potentially even bring Yatoro, because they caught a glimpse of it. That first ward that they placed down.
He can't do it alone. He needs some help from his friends. Well, Zayat is here, sees the Pango, shows himself, Toronto Tokyo. A couple of stacks of poison, there's the third one. Zayat's able to keep tabs on him. And the Pango is going to be forced to roll here. Won't be able to connect it onto anyone. It's a fully defensive Rolling Thunder to get away.
They see me rolling, they don't care. And this stacks now belongs to Storm Spirit most likely, unless Yatoro decides to make a move. And here he comes.
Yeah, he's coming alone. He does have a couple of heroes backing him up, slowly moving up to this triangle. Miposhka and Mira trying to make their way across there. But now you see Nisha, Rezo joining the fray. And we're going to have a big old scrap in the Radiant Triangle. Yatoro spamming out Quills, but Storm is in. Nisha dragging Mira back. Toronto Tokyo trying to deal with a creep wave in the middle of the river as the stack does get cleared out. A bit going to Spirit, a bit going to Secret. Not sure who got the most out of it.
The biggest winner of this is Collapse. Left alone, on top of net worth, has Power Treads finished, and he has a Void Stone as his first item, just to have a little bit more mana sustain.
Curious.
Yeah, very curious. It seems like it's going to be Orchid. He wants to be able to scale. So against Storm Spirit, pretty good item. Yeah, because they are limited in terms of lockdown.
Makes a lot of sense for them. Nisha, Zayat, they are eyeing up Collapse, and they'll ball straight on him. Solar Guardian there as well. And the big target brought to his knees. The highest net worth hero for Team Spirit destroyed. Another crisp, clean execution from Team Secret. Toronto, Tokyo wants to make a meal out of this. Secret have the first course, maybe now the main course for Spirit, but he's stuck between two pillars and he gets bounced around the crystals. Not being a great one for the Pango.
You know who plays those crystals? It was Crystalis. He's the one who placed them to protect Resolution.
That's why they brought him in, yeah. He controls the terrain of the map. Spirit now with a couple of heroes down bottom. Toronto, Tokyo, he doesn't know where he wants to be. Bit of a headless chicken moment. Do I want to go back to mid? I'm kind of stuck in the river. Now we've got Dazzle, Miposhka taking experience there, while the Pango with no ulti. Still down south. And Secret bringing numbers. Another ball in. Good avalanche. Mira trying to swing it back onto Nisha, but they've got the Vortex on the Tiny. And Spirit lose yet another small engagement. 5-0 start for Team Secret. And they have swapped Crystalis up to top now, so he's going to get that safer farm, the ability to fall back into triangle and be protected by the rest of his squad. While Puppey is closing in on that mech very quickly. 400 gold away.
That's a big timing. A lot of sustain gonna come out from that Chen. We're talking about the healing ward as well. Dawnbreaker ulti. Team Spirit, they will need to bring numbers. I'm not talking about like one extra hero. Potentially they need to bring like the second hero if they want to grab a kill. We already said they're very limited how they can control the Storm Spirit. One of the reasons why Collapse is trying to farm up Orchid. Also in terms of tower damage, they don't have much.
Yeah, very reliant on Bristleback having a good start and basically just charging in towards objectives. I mean, nobody has done any building damage, in fact. Zeros across the board. So both teams doing a nice job protecting their tier ones. As we see there, Nisha building into the Witchblade. Looking for that more right-click focused scaling build on the Storm Spirit. Refills himself and TP's out. He'll take the mid lane farm. And Zayat is in just behind him. Could get ready to make a move on to Toronto, Tokyo. He'll spend a couple of spells to clear the wave. And Catapult should die.
They don't have much to control Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. By much, I mean literally nothing, so that's going to be a good thing. The only one that can try to kill him is Juggernaut during the Omni Slash, and now the Mirror Movement. Team Secret making a rotation. Gonna go for that tier 1 tower. Puppey, level 6.5, about to be level 7. Finds Trust the Shovel one more time.
I'll see how many salves he can amass. He had like 6 or 7 or something in the previous game. Mira coming into mid with
instant D-Ward from Zayat.
He knows exactly what Mira's up to. When he's just holding out on that mid lane, spamming poison. I do still have that high ground observer watching into the triangle though. So if they do build up stacks for Team Secret, Spirit could be quickly up in their face. And Yatoro already making that move. Broken by one of the neutral creeps. That's not ideal, but Team Secret not taking that opportunity to jump in towards him, and they will. Avalanche toss, roll in towards Nisha, but he's vortexed up Mira, and Storm Spirit zaps away from danger. Still has a bit of mana pool, and it so cleanly gets away from the initiation of Team Spirit.
And nothing has been done with these 2 Rolling Thunders. This was supposed to be their big teamfight ulti, their control in the teamfights. Yatoro, Hood plus Vanguard this time around, having a bit even more sustain, a bit more damage block overall. That means that Aghanim Scepter is going to be delayed, but this is a big kill. They want to delay
Collapse
as much as they can. Oh, not in range to use the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, the Wild Wing pushes him out of place. Disruption won't save the day for the Shadow Demons, so Spirit gets something. First kill up on the board for them. Toronto, Tokyo, and Miposhka slaying the Zayat Shadow Demon. But Collapse down for quite some time, delaying that Orchid, like you say, gives Nisha so much confidence to continue playing aggressively as he has been doing.
And he sees what Viper is going for, so immediately queues up BKB on a Storm Spirit. So that's going to be his next item after finishing off the Witchblade. Witchblade gives him solo pick-off potential. Like, even if they feel like they don't have enough, having Storm Spirit zip in onto the target allows just enough time for Dawnbreaker to use the Solar Guardian and connect onto the target. And Rezo, he's going for the scaling build.
Oh, yeah, Echo Saber phase boots. But you see that Nisha?
Nisha all over the place.
I like the line from the fountain to the mid lane. Traversing out across the map, refilling his bottle a few times. Beautiful graphics coming in. And a lot of room for Crystallis, right? All of this noise being made around the Ancients, mid lane, bot lane, has allowed the Juggernaut to at least stabilize and pick up some net worth after his torrid laning stage against the Viper.
They're making him stacks. They want him to have a good time, drops the healing ward, will farm the Ancient stack. Toronto Tokyo getting very close to his Diffusal Blade. That's going to be a big item, so you can like burn Dawnbreaker's mana, burn Storm Spirit's mana, so they can't get out. Like even Juggernaut has very limited mana pool, so that means that maybe he's not going to be able to get the Omni Slash in a fight.
And these kind of slow and steady games, what? I see Team Spirit smoking now. Is this the right kind of move?
It is. They want Storm Spirit with this Orchid. Like even Juggernaut, if they can catch it. Puppey is ready with Mech and Hand of God.
Roll, silence, there on the Jug. I should be able to kill him off. Oh, maybe not. He's pushed onto high ground, gets the spin out, but he's killed off. Spirit.
I think they could have saved him with the Hand of God there. Initial heal 200. Maybe would have been enough for him to TP out.
And there was the potential. And off the back of that kill, Spirit straight into action on the tier 1. Team Secret not in any position here to really contest it, just allowing the tower to fall. And they will glyph because it's a freebie glyph. But a couple more hits here. One, in fact, from Collapse's Viper. And this ward coverage from Spirit, you know, that one in the triangle, of course, found the Jug kill. But also the one down in bottom jungle. They saw the rest of Secret and where they were located, which allowed that smoke gank to connect so perfectly.
Illusion.
I see Yatoro down at bottom now, Team Secret. He's about halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter. Not a hero they can particularly just go run out and kill straight off the bat.
They've been just farming up. They want this big timing on a Bristleback. Get the Aghanim Scepter, which is going to be done in 1,500 gold, and then go for a smoke, get a pick off, transition then into Roche.
Stacking Ancients for himself. Get that timing a little bit faster. As Rezo holds out on the top lane. Zayat's just in behind him in case danger comes, but again, Observer Ward sees everything. Team Spirit much more on the money with their vision.
Oh, yeah,
but
Observers have been on point.
Zayat's also on point with his dewarding, right? A couple of instant sentries have come out knowing that that's the place where if there were to be an Observer Ward would undo the moves they're making.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Having a pretty good read on where and how Team Spirit is going to make a move. Gotta give credit to Zayats for that.
That's been perfection. Puppey continues jungling. What's after his mech then? Go for the Locket again? Is there something else he needs?
It is Locket. Look at his little army. The Troll Priest with 15% heal amplification aura, a bit more speed coming out from the Kobold Foreman. And again, the Hurricane. A lot of value from that one.
So that heat map, you want to focus on the sort of paler, the whiter spots on it, because those are all the neutral camps where Puppey has been standing in. And you walk in between camp and camp. Decent timing on the blink there for Mira's Tiny, 17 minutes in.
Considering that he's 0, 1, and 0 means like no gold coming into his pockets from any rotations, but they did kill 2 towers, so at least something. They found a big boy Philly. Tiny will definitely hold that one. Oh no, never mind. I remember watching Toronto Tokyo stream because you one-shot the waves with Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, and he was holding the Philosopher's Stone on Pango just to get like more gold from it.
Yeah.
Because you don't farm with the right clicks. You only need mana.
Keep on scaling. Well, we saw that Juggernaut has only done, what is it, 266 damage to heroes this game. Needs to start picking things up, Crystallis. He'll get there eventually. No, he's now overtaken the Pango in net worth, slowly edging his way up. And this Viper, yeah, the Orchid has got them 1 kill, but in a slow game. They've invested into aggression and they need to see some kind of return on investment. Getting some more deep wards, hunting for Secret. But it really is just this beautiful dance Secret are doing. They are hiding. Yeah,
Dodging
Nisha in the trees.
trying to get a BKB on Storm Spirit. Nisha will TP out.
Catch me if you can.
What a read. He knew exactly what's cooking. And now in the top lane, they can... I want them to prioritize Zayat's farm a little bit more than Puppy's in this game, because having that break mechanic and having charges on Demonic Purge is what's going to make the difference. Breaking Viper, breaking the Bristleback.
You know, Team Spirit, you know, TI winners, they're no slouches, but it honestly feels like they're playing against robots. Team Secret are just so good, executing their drafts to perfection.
They have been on point, reading how Team Spirit and where they're gonna move.
Yatoro plants himself in Radiant Triangle. Secret looks like they want to combat this. Two heroes still up top. Zayats and Rezo not super near, but they will TP, return to tier 2 mid and go for this smoke move out, as Roshan is a potential for Team Spirit to go into.
Creep dies, they know something is up. Dawnbreaker ready with ulti to join a fight.
Yeah, trying to de-ward and move himself through the triangle back towards them. Secret move the Wildwing forward, Storms it in. Dawnbreaker with a Solar Guardian, they've graved themselves there on Miposhka's Dazzle.
He bounces it back to the top.
Bounces it to the high ground, and Nisha balls away. Safe and sound. He's not going to be found there by Team Spirit. They do get the Juggernaut though. Taken out by Collapse with a slow and the poison attack stacking up on him. No buybacks out, and Storm did die in the end. Mira, you're right, jumps back in. 3 down on Secret, and Team Spirit will claim the Aegis.
And now, for 5 minutes, they will do whatever they want with the Bristleback. They will try to punish these cooldowns. We're talking about the Omni Slash, Dawnbreaker ulti, Chen heal. They're gonna be fight ready. They don't rely on any cooldowns whatsoever. And we can already see Team Spirit knocking on tier 2 towers.
Straight in towards it. This is the timing. The aggression will only become stronger for Spirit. And all those crisp, clean moves from Secret being undone. Rezo has to BKB and TP home. There's Yatoro. He's on that tier 1 tower again. Does have a speedy BKB there on Resolution's Dawnbreaker. 20 minutes in, a little bit faster than average. Crystallis has a lot of catching up to do though. Maelstrom Yashi, yeah, but he needs his Manta, needs plenty of items.
No answer for Bristleback whatsoever at the moment. He's way too tanky, has a full Eternal Shroud. There's no break mechanic. They will need to dodge the Bristleback, try to kill the rest. Also in that fight, Dazzle did get the Grave off. Not a perfect sync with the Dawnbreaker ulti.
He had to grave himself. We are looking at Zayat wanting the Aghanim Scepter, that upgraded Demonic Purge, but if he dies like this, it will be delayed. Storm trying to focus Mira's Tiny, looking for the trade out for the grave. Miposhka saves Mira, and turning now onto Crystallis Jug. Turn into a piggy, Omni slashes into Yatoro, but Nisha's out of mana. Zips back closer, but still falls short. Yatoro diving. Aegis should be claimed up
now
here.
The grave is ready.
And Mira straight back in. They pop the first life for the Bristleback, and burning through Puppy's Chen. Toronto Tokyo making short work of him. They lose Mira to the dire tower hits, but Crystallis and Rezo have no answer to Yatoro's tankiness.
And that's a fight without Collapse. Collapse has been farming on the bottom lane, trying to farm up his BKB, and they're like, yeah, Viper is missing. We just took a fight 4 versus 5, and we still lost it. But yeah, they did manage to kill the Bristleback, which is a bit surprising considering that they don't have like real answers for it. But once they respawn, and so they gotta put off some pressure off their team for the next couple of minutes.
And if you're diving tier 3s 20 minutes in, those towers do chunk away even at the tankiest heroes. Playing back into their vision though. Team Spirit heading down south for the tier 2, where the creep wave is already
Zayat's getting another observer ward.
He's de-warded so many wards this game.
Online video game with real people, you can't just talk.
7 from Miposhka though is out ahead of him. Only 4 from the Shadow Demon. And Spirit ready, prepped behind Yatoro. Front lining on the tier 2. Secret do not want to match this. They know Team Spirit far too strong, and it's only compounded there by the Viper picking up a BKB now.
Those tier 2 tower, that tier 2 tower is now gone, taking the outpost. They want to take the fight. The double damage is on Pango. That swashbuckle damage can be a bit overwhelming, and we can see the power of the Fusel Blade, burning the mana on Storm Spirit. Like even Juggernaut not allowing him to get the mana.
Rezo. Yeah, BKB jumped to the low ground, TP out as well, nothing to cancel it. So Toronto Tokyo spending his ulti, but it's not that long a cooldown. He'll have it next team fight. No worries there. Well,
already in 60 seconds. Toronto Tokyo has Basher and his quick buy. That's going to help out with Juggernaut trying to spin TP out. Rezo that he already done with the 2 BKB charges. And, yeah, they even popped the glyph to be able to stop Crystallis from getting some extra CS.
Yeah, it's annoying collapse, but he's going to TP out. Like, he's forced to TP as well. Collapse taking quite a lot of damage, in fact, just from that. Shadow Demon alone.
This is a big... They need to find a way to farm Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon. Unfortunately, they did not find Philosopher's Stone. This is an item that really does help out with the Shadow Demon. So we'll need to find a way. Right now, 1,400 gold only.
Hey, he's a good hero in his own right, but he's an exceptional hero when he gets that farm. Aghanims, Aetherlands, all the good stuff. Reclaiming their own outpost. Slowly trying to delay and weather the storm. That is being brought to them by Team Spirit, who are smoked up and heading into mid. Radiant scan connect on someone bottom, and a Team Secret, are they going to get caught out by this? Zayat, he's hiding in the fog. Going to get scouted now by Toronto Tokyo, and it should be a quick and easy one over on the Shadow Demon.
We talked about the importance of Shadow Demon getting his Aghanim Scepter, but he just died. Bought an Ogre Axe, didn't lose too much gold, but still every gold matters, because right now, Team Spirit, they are ready to go.
Up to high ground. Force the glyph. Creep wave all cleared out. And Toronto Tokyo actually running himself back. Mr. Carty, a little bit delayed. Late to the party. Very patient from Spirit, though. We've seen plenty of mistakes made around Roshan and pushing high ground too early. They're making sure that they are absolutely 100% ready to break the base, especially against a team like Secret with buybacks available.
2 minutes left until the respawn, and they will have 2 Bashers. One on Bristleback, Nisha, zipping in, zipping out. He's going to be out of mana.
Yeah, he's going to get caught by Mira. The Altaro there, but the same with the disruption.
BKB is available.
Trying to buy time for it. BKB up with the Vortex around. In comes the Solar Guardian as well. Keeping Nisha alive. And hiding in behind that tier 3. Dawnbreaker trying to slam into Toronto Tokyo, but...
That's a lot of ultis used. This tier 2 tower is gone. They don't have what it takes to... Nisha with a little bit of a miscalculation there, how much mana he needs.
And Crystallis is going to try and push out the top wave, getting what he can. Well, the map getting smaller and smaller. But Team Secret, they can't push out mid. Bottom lane's dangerous too. And Team Spirit plant themselves in that top triangle. And Juggernaut, I don't know, he's not caught up as much as I thought he would. He's still down at the bottom of the cores, isn't he? Secret, what have they done wrong here? Crystallis, he needs more room, or what's happened?
He's struggling. They cannot leave the base, especially now with these Bashers online. He's going to get even less farm.
222 last hits. Barely ahead of the Pango. 0-2-0. He's not been involved in any of the team fights, and look at that difference. Pretty even in terms of neutrals and ancients, but the lane creeps, a 3 grand gap between the Bristle and the Jug.
Viper completely ruined him in the laning stage. You talked about the CS on Viper. He had like 20 or 30 denies. Nisha still finding some farm on the mid wave.
Can Mira jump him? He'll try to.
Dazzle with the shard will get the Hex.
Gets the Hex in there and he's gone. Beautifully executed out of Team Spirit. 1 minute with no Storm Spirit now, and Roshan is 15 seconds away from spawning. A huge opportunity for Team Spirit now. If they can get one more bonus kill, it's absolutely a freebie.
Toronto Tokyo ready to punish any kind of split push.
He's biding his time, but he lets the tier 2 fall. Juggernaut is about to show on this top wave, and this might be his undoing. Radiant do have an observer ward there, and well, Team Spirit, they're not roshing. They're pushing high ground and, yeah, still coming back to find the Jug. With the Avalanche toss, he's forced to spin. The roll comes in, but Crystallis has a little bit of backup from the Shadow Demon. The trouble being Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, he dances circles around the Pango, but the bash
immediately.
gets stunned straight up. Can't TP home. Zayats and Crystallis in so much trouble. Hand of God with a bit of heal there. The save from Puppy buys the time for another spin to arrive. Toronto Tokyo and Yatoro with Mirror arriving. They'll find another Avalanche toss combo. Surely they'll see him. No way they can get away from this. Crystallis is found, and down he goes.
It's a lot of time spent from Team Spirit just to be able to kill him. Also, commitment. You saw Puppy using mech, using Hand of God just to keep him alive, but that also means that the rest of the team is getting the farm somewhere. I'm looking at this Shadow Demon. Like, this is the big one for me, and yeah, Nisha as well. He's thinking about getting the boots of travel.
Oh, Mira. Tumbles toy forward. Good disruption, but I don't think he's going to be allowed to get away from them. The toss of the Rolling Thunder. Tiny's chucking Pango around the place. And Toronto Tokyo clears up Zayats while Yatoro has killed Roshan, grabbed the Aegis. Puts
He gave
himself in.
Shard to Viper, so he can be the one dealing extra damage to the tower.
Right, yeah.
Right now, Team Spirit, they're feeling themselves. They want to go in, they want to take the barracks. 13 seconds until Jug respawns. It's very difficult. With this Basher on Pango, Juggernaut can't go for this split push. Like, he can't just sit in a base because eventually they're going to lose. Nisha,
Not
once
again.
No mana.
He has to BKB. He cleared the wave, but he's gone.
Nisha's playing the previous patch where he thinks that he has 3 nulls.
Well, he doesn't, does he? He's going to have to buy back and fight because they've lost their mid-tier 3 and the barracks. Oh, some sloppy mistakes from Team Secret here in Game 2. Team Spirit punishing them, showing that Game 1 may have just been a fluke. Tier 3 bottom, open the barracks. Crack this base wide open. Yatoro turns his back. Reza with a shard, and now the Omni Slash. Yatoro gets graved up, saved by Miposhka. And he does still have that Aegis of the Immortal to come back full HP and full mana. Toronto Tokyo trying to roll back into this Radiant base, and the Solar Guardian back defensively gets Resolution out of danger, but the Juggernaut, oh, he's bashed up and stunned. He can buy back,
Avalanche.
but I don't see what Secret can do. They're being dived in their base. Team Spirit, they'll bail away with the Yatoro now. The Vortex in. The Storm Spirit tries to catch him, but he's graved up. He's perfectly fine. Oh, Collapse will die, but not before he killed off Misha. 3-man Avalanche in as well. Spirit are cruising towards this victory now. It's game over.
They're gonna call it no real answer for the Bristleback. Like, they try to go for buy some time, get the Aghanim Scepter done on Shadow Demon. Never happened. Like, he also did invest his gold into Shard, which is a little bit of a delay, but even without that 1400 gold, I don't think it would be enough for him to get to the Aghanim Scepter. Team Spirit did have a strong timing going for that Aghanim Scepter on Bristle, and yeah, completely ruined Juggernaut's farm in the bottom lane. He always try to play from behind, always try to farm another wave, and once they got these Basher timings on Bristleback and mostly Pango, like, he could have played the game that he wanted. Also, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from Nisha, where he didn't do the math correctly, and yeah, gets stuck in the middle of a fight, forced to use a BKB, and in the end, Team Spirit does win.
One of those situations, you know, drastic situations called for drastic measures. Nisha's trying to make the best out of a bad situation, but here in Game 2, Team Spirit kind of saying to Secret, you want to play these long, drawn-out, pressure-filled games. Oh, we're going to take it to you. We're going to run at you. We're going to break your ankles.
They took things slowly. Like, they were not going for these early kills, because you do have Dazzle. At one point, Tiny was 0, 1, and 0. We're talking about like 10 minutes into the game. And then He got the Blink Dagger, got those initiations, especially in the last fight, getting 2 and then 3-man Avalanche.
We can play just as crisp and clean as you, because there was no franticness, right? It wasn't hectic from Spirit. It was really decisive, clean Dota. Now, a couple of kills here from Secret looked like they'd give them a chance to come back into this, but when your Juggernaut is so underfarmed and Resolution not able to connect really into any of these team fights, here a moment where maybe they could have saved the Jug and fought around their triangle. But Team Spirit bringing numbers time and time again, as we can head over to Arvo on the panel to break down Game 2 a little bit more.
Thank you for that sign. What a viewer. We would like to thank Aramco, of course, for providing us with these highlights. Game 2 goes the way of Team Spirit. As is tradition in this tournament, we either get 3 games or we get none. That's kind of the way. Team Spirit, they managed to win with a very exciting Bristleback. That's amazing, right?
QW, very exciting.
Wow, Dino. Seb, you spoke about this, you know, the whole way you stop Bristleback as we get this scoreboard provided you by STC. The way you stop this Bristleback is how do you prevent him from pressing Q and W over and over again, right?
Yes.
It didn't seem like they had any way to do that.
No, they did not, and I also think they didn't have ways to kill him.
Yes.
Honestly, I feel like it was a really good Bristle game. I feel like it was also a really good Dazzle game. Sure, it got addressed a little bit by the Storm, but then, you know, that's how Dota works. The Viper destroyed the bottom lane, which brought, you know, led into an early Orchid, despite Secret's best effort to slow it down. As you see on the scoreboard, the Orchid pickup was really huge because it then stopped the Storm from being able to kill the Dazzle and then enabled the Dazzle, which is, you know, I mean, if you look at Secret's lineup, the way they fight is they press their spells, it's single target. They're gonna Vortex somebody, Shadow Demon spells, Juggernaut, you know, Omni Slash, and that's kind of all they have. They don't really have team fight, and then that target just, it's already hard to kill the Bristle or the Pango with the ulti. It gets craved, now the fight is over basically, and you just get run down.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit odd, especially on that Juggernaut pick. I mean, they picked this into a known tiny Viper lane, right? Like you did this to yourself, basically, on Team Secret. It feels a little bit odd, and another thing, Zayats, he had a good start to the game. The laning phase went pretty well, able to get that first blood, create a lot of pressure, made a bunch of stacks, but he was caught out a few too many times. He really needed to make sure he was alive, because if that's the case, then suddenly Bristleback can't run at you. Suddenly the slows coming out of the Dazzle and the Viper aren't a big deal.
I mean, I feel like the Secret lineup they needed, the problem is, the reason why the Shadow Demon is also getting picked off so much and jumped on so much is because he has no cores to kind of frontline. I felt like Secret, you know, they play these lineups where they have stable lanes and then they kind of group up together and it's hard to deal with. Juggernaut, really good hero at doing so, of course, with the healing ward, you know, the early high levels in the spin. So is Chen, but I feel like both Jugger and Chen this game, they were really shut down. I think it was just a drafting mistake by Secret where they probably did not understand that, because they saw the lane. This was the first pick Tiny Viper into the Chen, and then Secret probably just, I think it's just a mistake from Secret or Crystadis or whoever called for the Jugger pick. They thought the lane would be fine, and then they got completely dumpstered, which, yeah, I think they should have known, honestly. It just does, I just don't see how a Chen Jugger can deal with that lane. I don't think they misplayed. I think it's just theory-wise that lane just doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the other options then that we could have seen here?
I mean, I was talking about the Sniper in the draft. Again, just something that's able to stand back a little bit more, but it's not that frontliner that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I know we've hated on the hero a lot, but honestly, Troll Warlord wouldn't have been horrible this game, just because you're able to dominate the lane.
You need a, maybe,
lose the mid game.
You need a way to be aggressive on the Viper. You cannot afford the Viper to just right-click you. You need to be, if you can't threaten the Viper, you will lose the lane to the Viper. That's just how it works. There is no such thing as tanking Viper hits on any hero. So if your GOAT doesn't kill the Viper, I think you're in trouble.
So maybe, like I believe you suggested, putting the Dawnbreaker position 1 might have been the way to go about doing that.
It could be. There's also tricks that you can do with lane equilibrium, heroes that are allowed to push the lane and then pick their fights. It's probably too hard to break down how to counter Viper here. I would have to usually use the 10 minutes, but I'm sure they have other options. They need to put more respect on it because it was definitely Team Spirit's plan. They did not ban the Chen. They baited it, and it worked perfectly.
Now we'll see what they do in the third game, because we would talk about the fact that Chen has been priority pick for Secret for a while. This time, let them get away with it. They bait it out. Do you think in the final game they're still going to put Chen, or maybe not Chen in the first phase?
I think the first phase, that's the issue, right?
Okay.
You have so many more opportunities to be able to address it. So maybe moving forward, they'll see if it lasts into that second phase. Of course, Puppey, so versatile with what he's able to play. It's just that his Chen is a tier above. So I think he just needs to address a few more of the potential counters.
Yeah.
And I think we felt also the Dawnbreaker in the sense that, I mean, we were talking about it, Rezo played a really solid game. Honestly, I don't think he was the reason why Secret, had a rough one.
No.
But there's only so much Dawnbreaker can do, right? Like, he had a really good lane. I think he even got the first blood, or I mean, worst part of it. They killed the Bristle, they killed the Dazzle over and over again. Dazzle Bristle, not the weakest lane out there. So I mean, I think he did his job. But so the point I'm trying to make is, like, I like the approach from Spirit to let the Dawnbreaker through and prioritize more on getting rid of the Zeus, countering the Chen. I really think that it's more about the Zeus and the Chen than it is about the Dawnbreaker, or any other hero for that matter.
And he wasn't even just like taking a lot of farm away from Crystallis, right? They gave Crystallis the safe farm after the laning stage and put Dawnbreaker in the more difficult safe lane that you get after that. And yeah, it really felt like he was still able to get a lot of that farm. Yes. Maybe there were a couple of times where he could have joined the team fights a little sooner, but it honestly felt like once the Shadow Demon was dead, the fights were over. And he was just like, okay, fight's lost. Let's try and not lose too many other heroes, like chain feed one by one. Let's get my farm and maybe I can carry the game in the next fight.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the styles, right? When we were on the other panel, we talked about how the Team Spirit has a style where they enable their cores. They seem much more like the Team Spirit Comfort than we saw the first draft, which seemed more like LGD, honestly.
Yep.
Do you like that as well?
Very much. I think it fits much more, and also the pace at which they played. They were always taking the fights to Secret, kind of fighting for the runes, invading early. We saw them contest the stacks really early. I mean, last game, I don't even know that they crossed the river in the first 20 minutes, even though they won the lanes. This game, they had rougher lanes, but still, I think they really, they're great players. They can click their spells as well as Secret can. They can take the fights as well as they can, as Secret, maybe even better, who knows. So I really want them to keep the aggression up, not necessarily go all in, but really play free, basically,
Yeah, and I know the Rolling Thunders weren't perfect out of Toronto Tokyo, but his use of the Diffusal was. Like, so many times he was able to catch out that Storm Spirit, make sure he had no mana. A couple of times Crystallis as well was just in the middle of a team fight, and I was like, why is he there? But he had spin-off cooldown and he had Omnislash. He just didn't have the mana to be able to use them to its full potential. So big props to Toronto Tokyo there.
Yeah, indeed. And also, let's talk about Collapse as well. He's been, well, the hero to a degree. We always talk about how he had found his hero pool. Last game didn't seem as much. This game with the Viper seemed to be impactful. I know he's known for these big team fight heroes, but how has he adapted his playstyle to these lane dominators? Very typical of Amar, actually.
Yeah, I think, he adapted really well. We've seen him play, Bounty Hunter. We've seen him play Viper now several times. And every time he has huge impact on the hero. I think his item choices also are quite unconventional. They're just really smart. We've seen him do the Orchid versus Abaddon, Skitter's Abaddon, now Orchid again. I think he's doing great, and it shows in, Team Spirit's results.
Yeah, and Viper is particularly great because Viper has a break, like the one we're going to take right now. So let's wait for that game number 3 to begin. Stay tuned for game 3 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. Welcome back. We're here with the last game of this series between Team Secret and Team Spirit, and this is the decider. One team gets to go home, or at least they're out of the tournament, and one team will make it to the grand final. LGD already said in the previous interview that we're looking for Secret or RNG. RNG is no longer an option, so Secret it is, I guess. But can Team Spirit funnel their plans? We're gonna have to find out.
I mean, either way is a hype result, right? Another TI-10 Grand Final rematch, or that rematch from the group stage where Team Secret were able to catch LGD off guard, get that 2-0 victory in very clean fashion.
I see. I am curious, but in this, first we have an obstacle, right? Which is either of these teams, depends on who you're rooting for here. For this last game, how is the adaptation from Secret going to go, Seb? Do you feel like that Chen is going to lose priority here for them? Is there anything they could do to Team Spirit's traditional form?
I feel like, I mean, I'm not exactly sure that that point is correct, the one I'm about to make, but I feel like Spirit has been drafting a little bit better than Secret has. That's the feeling I'm left with. Maybe Secret, you know, their players are playing incredibly well, and I think they could allow themselves to maybe have a wider hero pool when they look at what they want to draft, right? And they're smart enough, obviously, you know, the puppies and the resolutions, they've seen all the patches, all the ways of playing the game. And I'd like for them to have more tools to kind of deal with what Spirit's playing. I mean, if you think about what Spirit played game 1 versus game 2, you know, it was completely different heroes, different style. One game was very heavy on the team fight, you know, Kunkka, Phoenix, Warlock, the scaling with the Ursa. And now the second game, they went super aggressive, you know, tiny position 4, the Viper, the Bristleback position 1, even the Pango, that's super high tempo. And I feel like Secret, they're kind of doing the same thing against what they go up against. I mean, of course, they're switching some heroes and whatnot, but I think, at least in game 2, it really felt to me that they put themselves kind of downhill. It was an uphill battle for them to win, and I don't know that they have to be in that position.
When we were speaking with Misery in the OG series, he was mentioning the Viper, how you had such success with it in the group stage. You know, able to get multiple victories, be able to flex it around, whether it be a position 4, position 3, whatever you wanted, right? But Puppy, he's played a lot of Chen this tournament. He has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games of Chen so far. By far his most played. So do you think it's that similar mold where really there is only one way to play Chen, and these teams have had so much time to be able to look through it and say, well, actually, we think we've got the better of you?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're adapting. They're getting smarter about how to beat it, about also which heroes are going to enable the Chen. You know, a Chen with a monkey in a good lane is going to feel much different than a Chen with a jugger that is getting super pressured, because all of a sudden you feel helpless as Chen. You know, you cannot fix this lane. If you leave your carry alone, he's dying. You know, so what is it really that you're going to do? You have no slows, you have no stuns. Compare that to, you know, a Chen with the monkey that's having a great lane. Puppy gets to quietly farm his mech, or to gank, or to, you know, he can just, and Puppy is probably one of the best supports out there. He's been doing it for so long now, to just, you know, kind of be free to look at all 3 lanes and kind of decide for himself, like have a lot of different ways to impact the early game. He's gonna pick the best one every time, but if your lane is going really badly, you don't get that chance.
So they've got a couple of options then, right? Like, again, it's going to depend who has first, who has second pick, but like, do you go back to the well one more time? Do you try and pick up this Chen? And if so, you would think that maybe you get rid of one of these huge lane dominators like the Viper in the banning phase. You know, a few teams have been doing it. It might mean that the Marcy slips through, for example. I know you're not a huge fan of the Wyvern first phase ban, but, you know, something needs to change if you want to make sure that that just crushing lane isn't going to happen.
I mean, to be completely honest, it's not that I dislike the Wyvern, is I actually don't understand it. You know, I don't know what they're looking at yet, and maybe that I'm hoping that will change for me before tonight. But yeah, I think most importantly, they need to allow themselves to play more heroes. I think you have to respect your opponent. At this point, all the teams that are left in the tournament are very smart. And it's like, you tell them what you're going to play, they will break it.
There was another hero that you didn't understand, or you thought was lazy, as you called it, which was the Marcy ban from Secret. They've been running every time. It's curious, because after that Viper, you know, you could just ban the Viper, maybe try the Chen a second time, but they still keep to that Marcy ban.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about it. I quite disagree with it. It could be a Chen
Viper
thing.
Too?
Yeah, now they banned the Viper to protect the Chen, which I think is smart. The Zeus is banned, so I mean, this is much better. I'll be fair, I'll be totally honest. I very much dislike the Razor and the Marcy bans, but yet again, that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I think, but you know, I could be 100% wrong. There's a reason why they're playing, and I'm just commentating on that. But as for the Zeus, you know, it's shown to be really good, and the Viper obviously had a huge impact last game. So the heroes that are going to be left in the pool are the Dawnbreaker, and the Chen that have been super high priority. I think the Tiny also is something you could look at for Team Spirit. So Secret's just going to have to decide what they want to play with.
I mean, doesn't Team Spirit just pick up the Wyvern regardless of what Team Secret do? Like, you're assuming that they're going to be prioritizing the Dawn or the Chen. Wyvern deals with both of them amazingly.
True, and they actually beat Team Secret's Chen with a Wyvern lineup. So it's definitely something that they could consider. And I don't know if Team Secret is really comfortable snatching the Wyvern away. First pick Doom. Now that is very interesting, very unconventional also. I mean, I'm sure it's the first time we've seen it this tournament. What could that mean? What could that be? They're just laughing. You know, they had something planned and they seem quite. These guys are not laughing. These guys, they got some homework to do right now because you know, you don't want to miss out why this just happened.
So in this tournament, at least for Secret, right? We know Zayat is a big Doom player as well. Puppey has done the 5 Doom before in the past. We have seen Rezo Doom, of course, very popularly. Does Nisha do mid Doom as well?
I'm sure Nisha can play any hero.
There you go,
game,
easy,
so
easy.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 from Zayats and 1 from Rezo this tournament so far.
So mostly in the offlane Doom. We'll see where this is gonna go because it does seem like a new strategy. Was it picked up before this early, Dano?
I'll have a look.
I mean,
about other stuff.
one thing that could motivate the not really the Doom first pick, but the Chen as a 8 pick. I call it 8 because it's the actually it's not the 8 pick, but like I mean as a closing pick, the first phase of Secret. It's a way to not expose the Chen, which it's been abused in the last draft by the Tiny Viper opening, and you could only assume that Spirit they have an answer, you know, against Chen, a second answer probably, else they would not let it through. And now Secret, they're going to be able to pick the Chen on 8, I mean after the Doom, and to protect it with their second phase bans. That could be one way. I love the Monkey pick versus the Doom for many reasons. Monkey support bullies Doom in a one-on-one situation. Monkey core obviously does the same, and Monkey can just chase the Doom around the map. If it's a Doom 5, Monkey will go there. It's going to be a Monkey 4. If it's a Doom 3, Monkey will play position 1. And in the game, it's just a really good hero against Doom. Several reasons. You can place the Wukong, and Doom feels uncomfortable kind of going into the ring, and you know, the Wukong to place the Doom because he will just die doing so. Monkey, one of the few heroes that can fight through a Doom also, just, you know, right clicks and getting the Jingu. Just a great counter to Doom.
I think both of these teams are just trying to like out-mind game each other, right? Because Team Spirit, they can play the Monkey King in a couple of roles. You can play the Wyvern in 3 different roles on their team, both supports as well as mid. And even the Doom, 3 different roles Team Secret have been playing it on. So we've seen it a couple of times on Puppey, and of course the other 2 that we mentioned previously. So I want to see if that's the avenue that they want to go down, like try and bait out this Monkey King, which is of course a fantastic matchup against the Doom. But if it's just a position 5 Doom, what does it really matter?
And I feel like we're reaching, you know, the la crème de la crème, as we say in French. Like, you know, really the best that you get out of the draft, because there's so many mind games. Teams know each other so well by now. You know, this Wyvern pick, it blocks the Chen pick. So Puppey is now asking himself, do I want to Chen into the Wyvern anyways, or do I switch it up? And so Team Spirit, they successfully managed to not plant the Chen and have, you know, Secret not pick the Chen while getting a combo that they should be really happy with. I mean, Wyvern and Monkey, great heroes, good against Doom. Wyvern can just curse the BKB Doom to disengage, you know, and obviously embrace the target that has gotten Doom. So great hero against Doom, great synergy also, you know, the curse into the Wukong, into the stacks for the Monkey. I love the opening by Spirit. I think it's really brilliant. And, you know, keep in mind that they have second pick. So their second phase is usually stronger even than their first phase. And I feel like they did really well already in the first phase.
Yeah. Here's the puck pick by Secret. That's going to be their 8th. Thoughts on this hero has been a little bit forgotten in the tournament. We talked about it, Danog, right, with the prevalence of the Tiny, not as many puck picks, but we see it back here. No Tiny as well on Spirit.
Insta-ban.
Insta-ban.
Yeah. And that is the strength of this pick on first pick. Like first pick, I think the strongest part of the first pick is this. You pick a hero and you get to protect it with 3 bans. So, you know, Puck is already great against Wyvern and Monkey. Tiny band.
Yep.
On the counter side to that, though, with the second pick, Team Spirit will have the first pick of the next phase, which is what they're banning to protect right now.
Yes.
They want to make sure that whatever they leave open with Team Secret to be able to have that dual pick in response, you're just going to say, well, we've taken away the worst of it, basically. I honestly, I don't hate both of these drafts. Like, obviously, Team Spirit, because of all the reasons that you mentioned, it's great so far. But Puck, probably one of the better heroes at dealing with the Wyvern as well. You know,
definitely.
Just great way to jump on the back line, gets rid of a lot of that mobility with the Arctic Burn as long as you land the Dream Coil. The silence is just so annoying to deal with, especially once you start getting talents into it. So yeah, it's a little bit tricky to play this Wyvern this game in particular.
And it's a way to... No, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
No, it's like, I was just going to mention that because I was building the point where Wyvern is going to help deal with the Doom, but you know, it's this concept of like, sure, you counter the counter. It's like now it's kind of bringing pieces, right? It's like, okay, you got a Doom, I got a Wyvern. All right, you got a Wyvern, I got a Puck. So now your Wyvern is gone from the equation, my Doom is back on the table. It's a nice way to, you know, kind of counter each other's and make sure that my first pick Doom is still going to be potent.
Yeah, and just on your point from previously, look at the bans immediately after the Puck. Tiny, it's all right in the lane, but it's the mid game that it's really starting to pop off.
Yep.
Ember Spirit, even though the win rate is terrible this tournament, it's great against the Puck in the lane. So maybe they'll go down the route of the Kunkka, something that Toronto Tokyo has shown potential of playing before. Maybe they go back into the Pangolier with the ban again, just because it's, again, a lot of physical damage against a low armor hero in the laning stage. Could be anything.
I'm curious as well about how the Puck matchup goes against the Monkey King, right? We've talked about the Monkey being the other counter to Doom. Is that good against the Monkey King? I mean, it can escape the Wukong's command, but the stun can come from trees.
Both can be decent against each other's. I'd say it's a little bit more Puck favored.
Okay.
You know, it's quite easier to see how Puck would mess with a Monkey. You know, the silence, obviously very evasive hero. At the same time, Monkey is one of the few carries that has like an instant stun on Puck. You can stun him from the trees. If you have follow-up, I wouldn't say it's the worst matchup for Monkey, but you know, it's definitely not a bad hero to pick Puck into.
Sure.
But I don't think Monkey is. It's not a terrible Monkey game anymore. It's not like you're playing versus a Bat Strider, for instance. That would be like much worse.
I've seen some people that like to deviate the Monkey King into more of a supporting role, because then
could be that too.
You abuse the stun, right? We've seen a lot of Orchid Monkey Kings, for example, from the trees.
And Mira, very, very comfortable Monkey King player. Yeah.
Exactly. There's the Scarif Mage as well to protect the Puck 100%, Ember as well. We still have Hexers in the pool though, and I know EU loves their Shaman. Do you think we can see that for Team Spirit, Danog? Or is it too revealing of the Monkey King flex?
I don't think it's too revealing. I'm a little bit worried that as a Shaman, until you get that Blink Dagger, you are a little bit more vulnerable. But
there's your answer. Instant stun.
Well, it is still open, right? Because Mipashka is one of the few players that have looked at the Rubik position 5, so it could still be a Monkey 4, a Wyvern mid, and a Rubik. So even though, for that team specifically, nothing is locked yet.
I think with the Wyvern, like, you can run it mid, right? But I feel like Puck is one of the better heroes, at least, of being able to deal with you. Like, even once you got your Aghanim Scepter, as long as you land that Dream Coil and you've got some damage to be able to punish the Wyvern, you don't have a ton of stats. You can get burst down pretty quickly. So the option's there, but I'm a little bit more hesitant about it.
So if Monkey King is a better core right now, looking at this draft, right? Do you deviate the Doom into maybe a 5 position so you avoid that lane matchup as well and you still have a useful Doom there?
It's a possibility, for
Most likely they would look at a 4, I would say. I mean, I'm sure Puppy can play it, but it's more like Zayak is probably really wanting to play it.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of the best, you know, post 4 Dooms. He's played at this tournament and with great success. So he's probably like trying to convince Puppy. Sure, it could be good as a 5, but I think it's even better as a 4, you know. And down the Jakiro comes. So most likely we're going to see the Doom, you know, play in the offlane. And the Monkey, I mean, once again, it's about, you know, re-enabling your heroes that got disabled by the enemy draft. It's like, sure, you have a Monkey versus a Doom and it can get rough, but what if Resolution is playing a Bat Rider or a Venomancer? Now this Monkey doesn't get to threaten the Doom as much, and now the lane turned again. So there are ways to protect the Doom pick still for Team Secret.
Just wondering with this Jakiro, if it might even be a position 4? No, not a plus 3.
Are you sure? There's no chance? I mean, it does destroy the Monkey King completely.
It does a really good job against the Monkey King, for sure. But, well, maybe, might be the 3 Jakiro. I mean, you were talking before, Seb, about how you use the Cold Embrace coming through to be able to protect against the Doom. But now you just lay a Macro Pyre on top of it. You lay all of your high magic over time spells. It wouldn't be a terrible pos 3 game.
I love the Ench pick, and that's exactly what I was mentioning before this draft started. It's like I wanted Secret to, you know, kind of get away from, you know, not be stuck with the heroes that have brought them here. Of course, it was, you know, a lot about the heroes, but mainly about the players, and they've proved that they're playing incredibly well. You know, I'm assuming this could be a Puppy Ench. It could be a Rezo Jakiro, by the way. Very good hero against the Monkey.
Yep.
With farm, very good also against the Winter Wyvern. You know, you buy the Witchblade. You have a lot of ways to scale into that. And the Puppy Ench, probably one of the best Ench players out there, as well as the Chen. And of course, you know, Wyvern counters Chen. It is true in the sense that you get a lot of creeps. It's gonna kind of turn against you, of course, because of the Winter's Curse, but Wyvern does nothing to Ench. Ench bullies Wyverns, actually, and Ench also has pure damage to go on the Embrace. It's the same kind of style. Puppy's gonna secure the lane, pressure heavily the game. But now, you know what I mean? Like, I think they really adapted well to what Team Spirit is trying to do. So really high level drafting from both teams right now.
Yeah, but even now, Team Spirit, they're going back and adapting to Team Secret. Like, they're going with the Void Spirit, you know, one of those Yule Scepter builders. So now they've got multiple ways of that instant catch for the puck. It's going to be a really decent response there. And even against the Enchantress, right? Lots of AoE damage that's going to be able to take her out.
But at the same time, I feel like Nisha allowed this Void Spirit to get through. So he has to be confident about the matchup. I'm sure they have asked him before they went to the Skyban, you know, okay, we picked the puck, how do we protect the pick? You know, what do you want to see banned? And he probably mentioned the Tiny, the Ember, and I assume he was like, you know, what about Void Spirit? I don't care, I'll crush him. So hopefully, you know, Nisha's going to be ready for the Void Spirit coming. I love it when two, you know, players of that caliber both think they're right.
Yes.
It's going to be down to DOTA.
It's classic 50-50 matchups. You know, who is better, Void or Puck? Depends on who I'm playing, right? That's what mid laners
Probably
would
both
say.
said, I'll crush the Puck, I'll crush the Void Spirit.
Exactly.
So please, have
Show
the fight.
us.
We're watching.
Yeah.
You know, to our greatest pleasure.
Final bans are coming here, so it seems like Team Spirit needs an offlaner. They get rid of the Slardar. That might be indicative of the last pick for Secret. Probably looking for a carry that's weak against Slardar. Melee carries here.
Crystallis heroes. What could it be? Bloodseeker is out. Monkey has been snatched away from him.
Jug is still there.
Jug is there. Yep. Slardar notoriously good against the Jugger.
Yep.
Maybe some PTSD from the last games, or maybe not. You know, you never know. What does he play? He plays Huskar. I don't know that he would have cared about the Slardar if that was the case.
Dawnbreaker still in the pool as well.
Indeed, indeed. It's funny to see how, you know, it does tell the story about how Team Spirit has adapted to Secret, because both Dawnbreaker and Shen, their most played heroes with the most success of the tournament, have been untouched.
Yep.
I'm still racking my brain here, to be honest. I have no idea what they're going to do. These teams are just full of like mastermind, giga brain chads coming through on both sides, and it's really on the back of Silent there. You know, you can see him referencing the papers, making sure that he's able to try and just get that little edge out, because that's what it comes down to. Winner of this goes through the grand final.
Yeah, we're looking at a collapse hero. I think I'd like to see a Night Stalker, to be honest. I feel like it's one of the heroes that deals really well with the puck, also with the Doom. You get a vision advantage. It's also really good against the Jakiro. I think really helpless against Night Stalker vision. It's gonna help Monkey have a freer game, because for Secret it's gonna be about jumping. Team Spirit, they need the Rubik to die, they need the Winter Wyvern to die, but all of a sudden you're in the dark, you know, Dark Ascension, Night Stalker has the vision advantage. This whole team fight mid-game is gonna be really tough for Secret to play against.
Ooh,
so yeah, this is the situation where you might not want to play the Night Stalker, right? Into this
makes it
difficult
harder,
lane.
yes.
This or the Juggernaut were like the ones that if it came out, I was like, I don't know if you could possibly do that, because it is a great Night Stalker game. So again, this feels like one of those block picks where you don't actually have to ban the hero. Your pick on its own is enough to dissuade you away from wanting to go it.
It's a really scary lane to go against. I want to see Collapse, you know, man up and go for it anyway. It's so good for the game, but I mean, Ange Ursa, I can't, probably one of the hardest lanes to go against, so I don't know if that is still an option.
Are you forced to go for like a good lane? Oh,
He
they
goes
are going to go for it.
I like the confidence. I mean, it is a great Night Stalker game, so I love the pick. I love the confidence. This is Collapse. Like, you know, they probably were doubting him. Are you sure? Bro, I'm a TI winner. I am sure. Give me the Night Stalker and just watch.
And
he'd sit back, relax, enjoy the ride.
And he even has the ability to keep up in farm. Doesn't need to go this Midas build. You're up against an Enchantress. There's almost always going to be a creep available for you to use that Hunter in the Night on. So that's going to be really useful for him there, just to make sure he's keeping up with the rest of the cores after what might be a difficult laning stage.
That is true. How do you take it when you know the lane is, you know, it's lost theoretically, right? How do you play that lane?
I mean, there's a lot of work that Mira has to do. You know, pull the waves, kind of put yourself in a position where you give your Night Stalker a little bit of space, and sometimes you just have to accept the fact that you're going to have a rough lane. And look at coming back, look at something else, pressure other lanes. These guys have enough experience to get through it. I'm sure, you know, you see Collapse in a pop game, you counter pick him, he's playing versus counter picks and like all day, all week. He's going to find a way. He's looking at what's more important is how do we win the game.
Yeah. Anog, what are your thoughts here? Do you think that they have what it takes to make sure that Night Stalker work?
Sure. Let's play some Dota.
Let's play some Dota indeed, as we're getting ready for the last game. This is going to determine if Team Secret or if Team Spirit stay in the tournament. So, will Team Spirit Boundless Strike pour Team Secret out of the tournament? Or will Team Secret enchant us for their plays and take out Team Spirit? We're going to have to find out with Gareth and Lacoste.
And an enchanting segue from Arvo there. And you're going to love the state of Dota 2. People picking heroes into counter picks. The drafting level of these two teams just amazing. Lacoste, are you leaning one way or the other?
This is the elimination game. I'm a big fan of Night Stalker, I gotta say. I think he can get stuff done after the laning stage. Like we're talking about Ursa, Puck, like having silence on top of these heroes is gonna be very difficult for them to just deal with it. Like we were talking about the itemization, how much they're gonna be able to get done, and I like this is a third game. Void Spirit against Puck. Nisha scouting things out to see if there's any ward placed already.
Yeah, the confidence of these players, right? Like Seb was saying, Toronto Tokyo probably going like, oh yeah, destroy this Puck, and Nisha the exact same thing the other way around. And of course, Collapse picking that Night Stalker into an atrocious lane, but we've seen this previously, right? Where we've had some of these melee heroes against the Monkey King, you know, actually get away with it with some lane equilibrium shifting from their position 4.
Both offlaners don't want to play the lane. Position 4s will need to drag the creep wave closer to the tower, and okay, a little bit of a pause here.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves back underway shortly. Sort out whatever issue there may be. But who was it? It was LGD that had some lane matchup that was going to be a struggle, but they broke out of it, didn't they?
It was against Nigma Galaxy. It was Doom plus Earth Spirit playing against Monkey King, and they found a way. And then they completely ruined Monkey, forcing him to get Hand of Midas and losing the game.
We'll see if Spirit can do a similar job here.
A lot of the time, what I feel about Ursa is similar to how I feel about the Troll, is where it looks like a good pick, but then the hero doesn't get anything done in the game. There's way too many counters, too much kiting, Yule Scepters, Heaven's Halberd.
Even the Crippling Fear, if Night Stalker can get on top of him. Puppy taking a tremendous amount of damage early on, but I'll be a Tango eaten and wanders back to lane. And it feels like we've started seeing a shift in these warding patterns, right? We talked about the Chinese teams at LAN, PSG, LGD in particular, that international play between teams. And we're seeing a lot more of these triangle wards early on.
Scout things out, potentially go for a kill, hold the high ground, but also scouting out the stacks. If there are any stacks being made this time around, they don't have heroes that can clear the stack, so I don't think both teams are going to be stacking the triangle anyway. Maybe the big camp, but that's about it.
Crystallis playing forward with the Earth Shock, keeping Mira away. And Poppy with that enchant level 1, just trying to chip away at his opponents. We saw a very similar move up at top. I was watching at the same time. Miposhka as well as Yatoro were playing up in the face of Zayat, who was bodyguarding the Resolution Doom. Very similar lanes on both sides. Monkey and Ursa. The archetype of hero that lane dominated with the stacks and the damage.
Ursa did play very aggressive first wave. I don't think they won that trade battle. Collapse making adjustment on his item build. 4 branches, Tango bringing Boots of speed to be able to outrun Ursa.
That's clever. Adaptation. Give you the upper hand here and there. And looking into that mid lane, that matchup between Puck and Void Spirit. Currently Toronto Tokyo out in the lead at 7-2. And both of them very, very low on HP and regen, right? Waiting for the bottles to come in.
Fairy Fires are available, so you know these players are gonna overextend. Try to see what happens if they poke like one more time, if they use another spell. I like Void Spirit matchup against Puck, even though Puck has been one of the best heroes in the last month. Yatoro.
And Puck, one of those heroes against Spirits that's always been incredibly good. Knife's Edge Dota in that mid lane. Yeah, Yatoro farming under his tier 2.
Almost impossible.
Tower does too much damage.
CS.
A little rough for him, 7-3, but a little bit ahead of his counterpart, the Ursa, who's having his own worries. But Enchantress will return to the lane with a little Wolfie. Tag teaming up against that Mirror Rubik. And Collapse. Look at him just placing himself in front, force them back, while Nisha now getting the upper hand, it appears, in terms of the regen trade at the very least. CS is a couple ahead as well. Yatoro. Getting run at, not something Monkey King enjoys. He wants to be the one doing the running at, not being, as Mira getting found out by Crystallis and Puppy. The impetus, no, he stops. Stutter steps.
Last second, gets the magic stick off. Still, Collapse, 15 CS, very impressive. Doom on top of CS. Both starting with the boots of speed pretty much, and Resolution has a full wave to farm up.
Yes, beautiful stuff. We saw him in game 1 as well, be incredibly farmed, getting the most out of his lane.
Zayat did a very good job playing with the enemy creep equilibrium. We saw Yatoro struggling to get some CS underneath the tower.
14-5 Yatoro. The difference between this Wyvern and Jakiro is apparent, isn't it? Jakiro can just shove spells on the Wyvern, especially if Arctic Burn's on cooldown. You're doing so much more harassment back into them, as it looks like Collapse going to take a few swipes again. He does have those boots, like you mentioned, to deal with that kind of aggression, so he's able to get himself away from them. His Mira was going to grab the Water Rune. Toronto Tokyo bottles the top one, so no refill for Nisha.
Big moves from Mira, securing the lane for Night Stalker, keeping back, not dying, using the stop function, very powerful.
Still gonna die though. Oh, maybe not. They find him in the end. Puppey with a final touch, but a good attempt by Mira to drag the Ursa away. But Puppey well positioned there.
Collapse also tried to use Void on neutral camp, so maybe they get in and get the deny, but didn't happen. Also, I put it out to Mira because he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle, also secured the rune for Void Spirit, which is pretty good. Still, Puck having a good time. This time around, they didn't block the small camp, so Nisha will be farming that one as well.
Time for some vengeance here, maybe. Oh, Puppey, tanky enough, gets out of danger, and Crystallis trying to 1v2 Collapse
6
and Mira
charges
now.
of Fury Swipes.
He's stacking them up, but nighttime comes. The clock strikes 12, and Collapse, a stroke of midnight, speedy. Maybe even going to turn here with a Fade Bolt. Collapse is he looking for Enchantress? She's nowhere nearby. She's already bailed on this bottom lane. Looks like it might be wave dragging, farming in between tier 1 and tier 2. Collecting as much farm as he possibly can.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Up he drags it to the small camp.
Pulls it across while Nature takes a beating there. And Miposhka Yatoro. It's just constant harassment out of this Jakiro and the Doom. He's got phase boots up on Resolution already.
Monkey King does struggle against the attack speed, overtime damage. There's no Scorched Earth, but when that's back online, they might start to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, they can throw the Infernal Blade in towards them. Another Dual Breath will take Miposhka low.
Also, they found the best creep mana aura, mana region 2 with the Jakiro. That's going to be constant pressure. Miposhka using the healing salve on himself. Yatoro's very low.
Yeah, it's a spooky place to be, and look at Zayats with his positioning. He's got one value point in the ice path.
And they see him with the ward that they already placed.
Knowing exactly where he is. Well, bottom, the first rotation, the DD Rune Void Spirit clears through Crystallis in that bottom lane during this first nighttime, so a good move there to help Collapse in his laning stage.
Courier is being pinged out. Deep Observer Ward gonna scout it.
Puppey knows.
Will move the Courier.
He's got a Centaur tracking back. Watching Mira on the retreat. While Nisha comes top, snaps the coil. Got it onto the two of them, but Monkey King safe on the canopy. Focusing the Wyvern rather. See if they can do a bit of damage and chip away at that tier 1 while Puppey down bottom. Toronto Tokyo stuck around, so him and Mira give chase to the Enchantress. Another little freebie there, 2-2, 7 minutes in.
Yatoro did very well, snapping that coil immediately, jumping onto the tree. They lost vision. A lot of damage on this tower. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to defend. We see Wyvern deeping out. Usually Wyvern is one of the better heroes that can do it, but it's damage has already been done.
Yeah,
Catapult is still alive.
Barely.
Can he get the deny? Not gonna go for it.
Oh, we might try now. He's waiting. Oh, but Resolution is there. And they know the Wyvern in the trees is an easy target. Rezo unable to catch up to Miposhka. Of course, going for the Hand of Midas on the Doom to accelerate his farm even further, along with the Devour.
Doom becomes ridiculous in the mid and late game. The amount of farm that you get, it's also damage output and removing one of the cores from the game.
I was like, oh, it's 25 minutes in. What's the Doom got? Oh, he's got Midas, Blink, BKB. Halfway to Refresher.
Yeah.
Zayats looking for the monkey, nearly had him. Nisha gonna waiting rift in onto them, and another 2-hero coil. Focusing Yatoro as Resolution's arrival should clear through him. All the Monkey King life sealing up. The Doom now finally arriving.
Can he get a
finish
deny?
off
Yes,
the Monkey.
he can.
The deny from Mira. Wonderfully done as they swing back and punch into Secret. The Astral Step and a double kill for Toronto Tokyo. Well, Collapse. He's hunted by the bear, but it's not a spooky bear. Little teddy bear.
They lost Monkey. He's gonna respawn full HP, full mana. Still chasing Mira. Nisha does have Illusory Orb, but does not want to go for it. Was hoping to get a rune.
It looks so decent.
9-minute rune. He's
out-clicked.
Toronto got it.
He did indeed. Astral Step, the last one remaining. Nisha, he wants this pretty badly. Chasing forward. Doesn't jaunt to the orb. Hiding in the trees. Toronto Tokyo is going to bottle up, and Nisha stuck here with no resources. Being blasted down by the Splinter Wyvern, the Boundless Strike, and the jump back in. Nisha couldn't evade the danger in this jungle, and Secret twice in a row now, playing aggressively and losing out.
Super deep into enemy jungle.
And Collapse.
Losing 2.
He's going for the 1v1.
Crystallis.
He's winning the fight.
There is no enrage for 10 seconds. Collapse getting a solo kill with the freshly bought armlet.
I thought Ursa countered the Night Stalker, not the other way around. Armlet first item, 2 minutes faster than patch average.
Collapse performance has been top-notch, I would say, and it's gonna take out this tower. 220 damage, 10 minutes into the game.
Nisha wants that top rune real bad. They'll coil the 2 supports. Mira has to hand his life over to Secret, but in comes the Void Spirit, blowing up Zayat. Nisha under the guise of invisibility, trying to chip away at Toronto Tokyo. Crystallis arrives as well, but he has that escapability through the Astral Step.
Ursa joined the mid fight. I thought they might go for Roche, considering that Crystallis just moved with the Alpha Wolf. Maybe Alpha Wolf could have tanked Roshan. He does have a Morbid Mass for sustain. Fury Swipes were available. Still respecting Wyvern and also Void Spirit. Night Stalker, no HP whatsoever. Needs to go back to base and heal up.
Was that Monkey King buying the tome? Feels like
I think he did, because he was level 6, 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, Rubik and Wyvern already level 6, so they're all right. Give the Monkey King a little bit of a leg up to catch up to where he needs to be. Currently bottom of the cores in net worth. And Yatoro trying to get that Echo Saber up online. Oh, crap. Playing down into the bottom
Rezo
jungle.
loves using this voice line.
Yeah, he does. I think he can use it sarcastically, he can use it genuinely. Those are the best lines. Multiple contexts you can use them in. Spirit smoking out their tier 1 mid, but it is spotted. Now Zayat's pinging it out. They caught a glimpse of them moving. And Puppy's going to tank it. Look where he's standing. Well, he moves away from the staircase. He wants to go
Those
farm.
creeps look juicy. That small camp extra 20 gold.
But this could mean that Nisha dies. He gets the phase shift out, jaunts to the orb, very quickly removes himself from the bottom lane, but he's got so many heroes chasing him. Puppy tries to heal up Nisha. The Witness Curse comes through though. They get the coil out, but the Puck about to die. Miposhka and Yatoro, along with the rest of the Spirit, aiming towards the Enchantress of Puppy at this point. No escape available. Resolution and Zayats were kind of getting close to that fight, but not fast enough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they could have used this long fight. This was 30+ second fight for Ursa to go inside the pit, because he is inside the triangle, and like you always threaten this Roshan kill whenever you're playing Radiant.
Yeah, a bit of missynchronization there in terms of the macro play, that map control. Even if you lose that fight, if you get Aegis, it can be worthwhile. Ice Path and Macro Pyre expended by Zayats to kill Miposhka. Get rid of that Winter Wyvern. Oh, look at how aggressively Toronto Tokyo's playing. He's feeling himself.
Don't mind me.
He's about 300 net worth behind the Puck, but doesn't seem to matter that much. He'll get himself that Yule Scepter shortly. And a Fairy
Trinket. going for Yule Scepter, kind of a natural build-up whenever you play against Puck, and now you even get more benefit because you want to buy time inside the coil, dispel the silence, and also against Ursa's Enrage, it's also a setup for your Remnant, so perfect item.
Ah, spot on. What's the move from Secret then? Because it feels like they're being smoked at, run at, ganked at. Do they sit and wait and try and fight back, or do they make a play of their own?
They're still 3k gold ahead of Team Spirit. Waiting for the Fusel Blade. I think then it's a go time. Dire using a scan, knowing exactly where they are.
They lift him, they catch him. The stolen coil was that, in onto the Puck, and the Enchantress, the green lines show it's the Rubik's catch and kill potential from Mira. Finding Nisha and Puppey.
Night vision. Miposhka using Arctic Burn immediately. Scouts things out, and then Night Stalker also with his unobstructed vision.
The perfect move. Secret being caught unawares. And this is now control of the Roche pit, pushing mid tier 1. Shoving Secret away from their triangle there. As you can see, 3 heroes offset from the triangle on the left-hand side of the map. Trying to rally themselves into a position where they can maybe defend the mid tier 1. That is nasty business though. A Puck TP will force the Team Spirit boys back now, but Mira is the only one caught in the coil, and Nisha's jumped forward aggressively. A great curse. A kill on Mira comes out short, but you've lost your Nisha Puck now. Oh, jump out of Toronto Tokyo. He's doomed up, but he's slipping away. The grasp of Team Secret is slippery.
Fine.
They can't get any traction. Monkey King with a Wukong to the 3-man boundless. Yatoro, he's back to the high ground. Ursa can't deal with a cold embrace, so Secret, what do? You move forward aggressively, you're gonna lose resolution in a second. Toronto Tokyo dissimulates on him, collapse back in again, and down you go.
Oh, what a team fight from Team Spirit, not losing a single hero. Miposhka coming in with a clutch Winter's Curse and then healing people up. Toronto Tokyo, not enough chase potential. They're still not done.
Chrysalis as well. They just keep on chasing the Wildwing Ripper, hurricaning him around, and another pick off for Spirit. 15-5. Sure, Secret have a mild net worth advantage, but the game
definitely doesn't feel like it. Whenever you have Doom, you need to be able to chase them down, go onto that target and kill it. Without Puck, they don't have that hero because they're like we're talking about Jakiro, Ursa with no Diffusal Blade, no Blink Dagger, so he can't chase people down. Toronto Tokyo comes back into the fight, playing.
Waited out the Doom.
Yeah, playing on the 20% HP. Next rune is spawning. Let's see who gets it.
Right, really beautiful stuff. Our Team Spirit, now the net worth lead is theirs. Diffusal Blade, the timing for Secret. They are building up and getting to a point where they can look for these fights and pickoffs, but Collapse is an ever-present threat on the map. 4 more minutes until daytime. So that's 4 minutes of panic and fear.
Bottom. Can they get him? Not really. It's Monkey plus Rubik. Rubik has Enchant stolen. Not the best Rubik game in terms of like spell stolen. You would want to go for Dual Breath, Ice Path, potentially Doom, Rezo.
Straight on him.
He's gonna drop.
Ice Path misses. They're also hunting the Puck. Nisha caught up. Will be able. Oh no, he won't. He's dead. I thought he could jaunt to the orb, but he's out of there. Zayas being pummeled into the ground by Team Spirit, and a double kill for Yatoro.
Collapse, having a perfect game. I love the itemization when he started in the lane, 4 branches, going for boots, that armlet allowing him to get a solo kill on
Puppey.
Ursa. And now with the Blink Dagger, maxing out Crippling Fear, only 2 points in Void.
And he's got the shard as well, eating and munching on the creeps, and that's basically what the Enchantress is at this point.
Night Stalker shard is not gonna use the word OP, but it's so good. Like it doesn't allow Beastmaster to play the game that he wants to, and also it does allow you to get in and out of the fights, especially if you're fighting near the triangles, so you can get more HP back eating the ancient creeps.
Team Spirit have absolutely woken up here in this series. Game 1, a little bit messy. Team Secret were very crisp, but Team Spirit showing the exact same traits. Every move has been precise, deliberate. They know what target they want, and they know exactly how to execute and cast their spells to kill them. We'll see a smoke from Secret.
Has a full BKB after disassembling Echo Saber.
Oh, he does. Secret not going straight into Roche. They want to get to kill first. Crystallis, they see the monkey, they got the tree, got off the BKB. The Fury Swipe still stacking up with the cold embrace, but it's time for him, and in the back lines, Collapse, he's hunting, finding Nisha, the puck is down. The stolen coil again from Miro as the Wukongs arrives, and Yatoro, he might lose his life, sure, but he's going to turn around and fight with the help of the Yules, he's still alive. The mischief bought a bit of time, and Crystallis, one more touch. The move from Miro, not enough. Crystallis under the Glimmer Cape, he's away, no, he's not. Collapse has his number. A huge fight for Team Spirit. Resolution in trouble.
And Miposhka.
He's just got an ultra
give him the
kill.
rampage. That's gonna
Give
be
him the rampage.
One more hit.
Go on,
That's gonna
Collapse.
do it. We talked about him having a perfect game, and now he's getting a full rampage. Miposhka in a good spot to be able to use the curse, buying some time with the cold embrace, but good reactions from Yatoro, getting that BKB. Ursa locks onto him, 11 charges of Fury Swipe. We're probably going to see that again, and yeah, gets the Wukongs, gets a couple of dodges with the Mischief, barely dies there, like he was so close to living.
And it all starts with this, yes, Collapse has had the perfect game, but Miro's stealing coil after coil after coil. That's 4 coils or so. He's been able to get in these team fights. Hunting in the backlines, like, yeah, the monkey drops, he gets his BKB off. Toronto Tokyo baiting and drawing attention. On the left side, you can see there, Nisha's puck obliterated by this Collapse Night Stalker. Perfect execution from Team Spirit, and Yatoro, he does die in the end, but it is all so worth it.
Night Stalker untouched in
The
these
diving,
fights. And
look at where they are. Puppy, usually he's king of the castle. He's been dethroned in his own base.
I don't know how you itemize on puck to be able to survive against this. Yatoro still chasing, because you're playing against Silence from the Night Stalker. You're playing against Winter's Curse that can't set things up for any kind of follow-up silence. And then there's gonna be Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit in another 500 gold.
Oh, is there?
So Nisha also doesn't know what to buy, has Armlet queued up.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
So he does. Go Scepter Armlet. He wants to role play as Collapse. That's such a great game.
We saw Spectre today with the Spirit Vessel, and now we might see Puck with Armlet. 2022, what a time to be alive.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, anything is possible. A smoke out from Nisha and Poppy. Might be able to spot Toronto Tokyo here. Waning Rift collapses in though, and Nisha and Puppy overextending greatly. They bring Crystallis in, but he's dragged back by the telekinesis. Wukongs from Yatoro, gonna catch him with a boundless strike. They'll hold out for now. And wanting just to pick up the pieces, it's Puppy, pummeled. He's not powerful. He's got himself a heal and a Glimmer Cape, but the 2 cores of Team Spirit, okay, they'll leave her be. Let the Bambi escape. Focus on the rest instead. Crystallis forced away to his tier 1. They did get the Doom out, but Resolution, trapped in the middle of 3 Spirit heroes, has to BKB and run away. Good cold embrace and a great Winter's Curse. Miposhka, he's caught 2 of them next to each other. Ursa's gonna kill his buddy. Zaya's dead, and another team wipe incoming. The Ursa being blown up. Arctic Burn to slower. Toronto Tokyo with a beyond godlike streak.
I don't know, Team Secret, they just collapsed. If you know it.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean. This Night Stalker's massive. 13, 1, and 10. Going for the Bastard next.
Oh, look at this. Nisha. Oh, yeah, can we see Nisha side by side with Collapse? Because I feel like Collapse has been on Nisha 24/7.
Stunned now. There's not much he can do except using the voice lines. Can we check the hero damage? I want to see how much damage Ursa has dealt in this game. I think when he locked onto Monkey King, that was like half of his damage in the fight. Yeah, 5.8.
A third of Night Stalker's damage. Stolen Enchant, which thereby steals a creep from Puppy. And Roshan, unlocked by a couple of these kills, Team Spirit just waltzed straight into the pit. Nothing to stop them. Secret looking dejected. A 10k lead, 32-8. It has been a one-way street this entire game.
Nisha thinking about what's gonna happen in next 65 minutes. He had Divine Rapier, Butterfly queued up at one point. Yeah, he's just trolling.
I try and buy an E-Blade, but it's, again, one of those situations. What can you do? There are so many options and so few of them are going to be game-changing or fight-winning. I can't find those little edges. Team Spirit have made sure that they are a well-oiled, well-tuned machine.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Every cog whirring in symphony.
tower has fallen.
Puppey and Nisha just clearing out mid-wave. I mean, tier 1 still standing mid and bottom lane. If they can get an objective, a bit of influx of cash into their pockets, and maybe Secret can start feeling a bit more confident. Puppey's going to deny yet another rune, regen removed. As Rezo sits in behind his tier 2 mid. But look at who's storming across the map. Toronto and Nipochka straight on to Puppey. Fine. A simple, quick and easy. Oh, it's
not
quick,
that easy.
And it's
Hold the
not
locket
easy.
plus the Glimmer Cape.
Tank
Using
the edge.
everything. I feel like they're just going to ignore Puppey in the fights. Go for the rest. Crystallis needs to finish off his BKB. He's so far away from it.
Desperation going to start kicking in. What does he need? Another 1,200. Then he wants the blink after. Then he wants the basher. 9,000 net worth on the Ursa. Night Stalker Monkey leaps and bounds ahead.
Night Stalker's level 20, 25 minutes into the game. His damage output is insane.
He's a monster. Oh, did they saw him? They caught a glimpse of Nisha. Can they find him? He jumps away. Moving on to Mira. Rezo BKBs. Self-Yules there from Mira and the Wukongs to buy time. Safety play from Spirit as Collapse goes in, slaps down the Jakiro. Zayats didn't last very long. Munches up a creep.
2 Yule Scepters against Ursa, against Silences, set up for the Remnant. I don't think Ursa gets to play this game. He had 25 minutes. It's not going to get any easier for him.
We're going to have to start rethinking how we talk about Dota 2. The position 1, 2, 3. You know, the carry from the offlane is becoming so much more prominent now.
This
Collapse
is
in this
basically
game.
a solo kill.
Yeah, just kill Crystallis, easy as you like. He's the carry now.
Daedalus would have survived there.
So he needs to upgrade, does he?
Yeah.
Go for the rebrand.
Only level 1. Night Stalker all over the place. I don't think you can ask for a better game. Seb mentioned it on a panel. Looks like a godly Night Stalker game, and Collapse shows why.
Yeah, boy, was he right. Dire Ward spots Puppey. But yeah, like you said, right? You can poke at him, you can prod. If you kill him, fine, but don't want to expend too much trying to take down the Enchantress.
Puppey trying to pull himself with the Hurricane. Too much damage.
Beyond godlike on him as well.
We had a lot of these similar games today, Gary, where after 10, 15 minutes, you feel like how the game's gonna end, and it's all about pickoffs, getting that lead, getting even more lead, controlling Roshan, getting Aegis. Aegis gonna expire every minute.
Knowing that your opponents are gonna have to do desperate split pushing, trying to defend their base, Jakiro inside the Wukongs. Clear through by Mira and Yatoro. But you know that Team Secret, like you said, they've got a split push, they've got a puck, they're going to be hiding in trees, looking for that wave clear elsewhere on the map. So we could start to see the Tinker Wards, Night Stalker moving around with his vision. Get the catch on some of these sneakier heroes. Rapier's queued up again for Nisha. We'll see if he gets there.
Collapse hunting in a position this time around, not going to find anything.
Still a good attempt. If you get that one kill, you could turn it into something bigger. Bottom tier 2 could be cracked wide open. But the Radiant Ward, I think, spotted him incoming. He cuts the wave.
500 damage with Armaton during Dark Ascension.
20 odd minutes in. Top lane. taken over by Secret, though. They are getting a little more farm the past minute or two. As Team Spirit are playing tight together, looking for that clash, a big team fight around an objective like this bottom tower.
I like what I see from Nisha. Queuing up double Divine Rapier with Ethereal Blade.
There could be more as well.
Yeah, one of the best combinations. E-Blade and then can attack him with the Divine Rapier. He's having fun. You can tell.
Upgrade the Witchblade.
You can, yeah. But that's going to take another 45 minutes, if not an hour.
That's time he doesn't have. Wukong's catch on. Chrysalis, chain stunned, he gets the enrage out, but the Winter's Curse is there on Puppey. No one to hit into him, so just a remnant drag back from Toronto, Tokyo. Another pick into a potential for high ground push, but no, it's patient again from Spirit, just calmly waiting. And here is that split push from Secret. Cutting in behind waves as Spirit make their move. They know there's blood in the water here. The Sharks of Spirit getting up onto high ground, tier 3.
Not that much tower damage from Spirit, so Yatoro needs to man up and go for the tower.
Stand on top of the staircase. Tier 3 will be taken down. Collapse helps him out. Brings in that bonus damage. Secret, do you let this just fall? I'm gonna TP back and start the defense. Range barracks sat at 37 health.
Unhealable damage.
That's true. Come back for round 2, finish it off.
Now they will suffer.
It's the systematic play, isn't it? Just topple the dominoes over. Go mid, go bot. But daytime comes. Night Stalker's worst enemy and a smoke from Secret. This is their big chance. Miposhka scouted, they know he's there. Gets Lincoln's put on him though.
Protection, all about holding hands together and keeping an eye on everybody from the team, even position 5. He's the one holding gem, 5 sentry wards as well. Team Secret does have 1 observer ward, scouting things out near the outpost, and that's about it.
Yeah, sneaky ward there. It's more than just the buddy system, isn't it? It's Team Spirit, a great read, knowing that Secret, one of their last chances there during daytime, is a 5-man smoke to connect into a team fight, so they stay as 5 together. Knowing no one is showing on the map, no one's split pushing. Don't give up any areas of that map over to Secret as we wait for Roshan, and when his timer is going to announce the respawn.
2 minutes.
Quick little hop, skip, and a jump from Toronto, Tokyo to clear mid-wave.
Yatoro will finish off Bloodthorn, so another layer of silence for Puck. Also great synergy with Wyvern's Curse. If they use it close to anyone, you know the target is dying.
Secret. I can go and farm it. Yeah, another wave or 2 bottom if they realize Spirit are all planted up top lane.
Miposhka, 8 sentry wards and a gem. This might be a bit too much.
He's prepping for the end of the world. He's got that warehouse stocked up with tinned food. He's in a warding battle with Puppey and Zayat, so don't blame him. But hello, goodbye, say goodnight resolution. Collapse turns day to night. Zayat's being hunted now as well by the 2 of them. Toronto, Tokyo straight towards the Jakiro. And one by one they die again.
There is a region rune for Toronto, Tokyo. Has a full BKB going into Lincoln's. Nisha.
Oh, he's going to get caught. No, oh, they didn't see him there.
Oh, they thought he jumped, but Nisha sneakily TP'd away.
Clever boy. The Secret is wanting to try and hold on to what you've got. Grasping at straws a little bit. But they do have the potential with, with this Doom, with this Puck. Find a pick onto someone, but it can't be the Monkey. I don't think it can be the Night Stalker. You're going to aim towards your Void Spirits and your Wyverns. Stop those teamfight chaos creators from doing their job.
Roshan is up in 10 seconds. Team Spirit will definitely go in, take it. There is no Dark Ascension for 60 seconds. Maybe they need to wait until that's back online. Secret needs to do something about it. They cannot allow Spirit to pick up both Aegis and the Shard.
That's the signal of the end there, if they let them get that. And 1 minute 40 until night. Spirit in no rush. They can bide their time. They know they are so far ahead now. They're basically playing Secret's game against them. We saw this systematic play style. Keep the pressure up. Don't allow the split push. It's never comfortable for Secret, so they have to go.
This is the move that they need to make, but they are already scouted.
Immediately spotted in the pit. Crystal is still trying to go for this. Well, roll himself out there with the Earth Shock.
Very low on mana. Has clarity to work with. It's gonna be nighttime in a minute. 38 seconds on Dark Ascension duration, so in 20 seconds, full nighttime for another 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it's go time. 5-man smoke. Here we go, Collapse. Pops the ulti, looking for the target, jumps straight onto Rezo, Abyssal Blade, but he forced out the BKB.
Gets the bash.
He's gonna get the bash and the stun, control on Rezo, he's done. Buys back straight off the bat as Jakiro launches damage in towards them. Eposhka dies, will return with a buyback of his own, but Yatoro focuses the Enchantress and Collapse. He's 1v3ing, he's got the silence on Rezo, he's just pummeling him into the ground. Yatoro will join in as well, hunting the Doom down. Miposhka and Toronto focusing the puck. Nisha in trouble, he's done for too.
And they call
it's game over. Team Spirit with an absolute hammering of Team Secret.
It felt like this game was over for over 20 minutes. They could not do anything. Collapse on a Night Stalker. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen better Night Stalker performance.
Ever.
Maybe ever. Yeah, I'm not even lying. I'm not trying to hype this one up, but he was all over the place. He made Nisha's life miserable.
I mean, we're all going to run out of superlatives for him. We've used flawless, spectacular, splendid, tremendous. Albo's going to have to get a thesaurus to try and figure out another word to explain.
Yeah, absolutely. They will need to find some new words to try to figure out how to call Collapse, because not just in this game, but like the whole tournament, he's been overperforming.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, from group stage, right, Team Spirit, the only team to have Secret's number, to take a game off them, and here proving that they are still worthy of the TI champion status. And this tournament, the top 3 teams, top 3 at TI last time, weren't they?
That is correct.
Yeah, repeating things.
That means some of these teams are pretty stable. They know how to stay on top, but this also means that Team Secret, they're out of the tournament. They are going home with $425,000, which is pretty good money.
Yeah, $500,000, and now we've got LGD up against Team Spirit, playing for $1.5 million in the grand final. And that's going to be a great one, isn't it? We've seen this patient play. The drafting style of both of these teams has been spot on. What are your expectations going into this, though, Lacoste?
You know, this is a BO3. If it was a BO5, I think we would see a lot more experimentation. We still might see, because both of these teams, they have variety of the heroes that they can play. As already said a couple of times, especially for PSG LGD, that they can turn the switch and just play something completely different in Game 2, in Game 3, if necessary. They've been on point throughout this tournament as well. So two gigantic teams, TI10 grand finalists playing against each other.
Yeah, they're all learning from each other as well, as I think we can pass it over to KP.
Member of Team Spirit, the one, the only, is Toronto, Tokyo. That's the support we need. All right, first of all, congratulations on the win, bud. I've got to ask about the hair situation. We've seen your teammate do this before. Is this an experimentation before the major? You know, if this works, if you win this event, are you going bald for the major?
Yeah, I changed the hair, as you see. I had my barber in Moscow, the city I live, then I had to move to Belgrade, so I don't have the guy who will deal with my hair, you know. And I didn't do anything with my hair for a long time, and then I think, why not? I was bald once in my life before, and I liked it, and why not, yeah.
اللاعب عندنا تورونتو طوكيو من فريق تيم سبيريت بعد فوز كان جدا قوي معنا في المسرح. السؤال الاول اللي كنا نبي نساله اياه انه هو حلق شعره صفر بسبه خسارتهم في الميجر الماضي، وهو كانوا السؤال متركز على انه هل حلاقتك هذه هي الشيء الاساسي اللي بيخليك تفوز الجيم ولا لا، لانه مجرد ما حلق شعره قدر انه يفوز المباريات كلها، لكن كان الجواب متركز على انه حلاقته الشعره كانت مجرد ان الحلاق حقه ما كان موجود، وقال خليني اجرب شيء جديد ليش لا.
And you know, also before I come here, I checked the weather, and it's like plus 50, and I think I will not be alive with this. I will not go through it with long hair. So yeah, it's helping though.
سبب ثاني حلاقته لشعره، يقول اني شيكت على الجو في السعوديه، والجو درجه الحراره دائما تكون فوق ال50، فقلت انه ما راح اقدر اعيش وانا شعري طويل، فخلني احلقه مره واحده.
But if you do win the Riyadh Masters and it looks like a lucky charm, do you go bald like Yotaro did to win the major?
Maybe. But my next goal is super long hair. I start from now. Maybe I can go bald again because it doesn't matter. So yeah.
السؤال كان هل فوزك في رياض ماسترز لو قدرتوا انكم تاخذون الكاس هل بيخليك انك تحلق شعرك صفر مره ثانيه؟ لكن الجواب كان انه ممكن يكون هو السبب اللي يخليني اكمل على شعري زي كذا، ممكن ايضا اطوله مره ثانيه، بس عادي ما عندي مشكله احلقه صفر باي وقت.
Now, talk to me a little bit about your opponents here. Team Secret, they came in, last second switch up with Zayat, Resolution joining in as a stand-in as well. Did they catch you off guard a little bit, or did having two CIS bros on the other side feel something you were too familiar with?
Personally, I was really confident that we will win them. I think it's TI, you know. We beat Kaka, then we beat Secret, we lose first game, and now it's LGD.
يقول اللاعب انه بالعكس حتى التغييرات اللي صارت مع دخول زاياكس او حتى ريزولوشن من فريق سيكرت ما عنده مشكله انه يقدر يتعامل معهم، هو اللاعب جدا واثق هو مع الفريق انهم يقدرون يفوزون المباراه هذه، لكن النهائي بيكون تي اي تشامبيونز، يعني خلصنا من فريق سيكرت والان نبي نقدر اننا برضو نواجه فريق الجي دي ونقدر نفوز عليهم.
Okay, so we have got the rematch ahead of us. LGD versus Team Spirit. Oh, the goosebumps, the grand finals of TI. Are we getting a repeat of what happened last time?
Sadly, it's not best of 5. So, honestly, I wanted OG to win because LGD anyway is so strong team in my opinion. So I wanted OG to win because for me OG is easier than LGD. So, but we will see. We will see anyway. I think it's as I said, it's like TI. We will see.
نهائي التي اي الماضي كان ما بين فريق الجي دي وفريق سبيريت، والان بيصير عندنا ريماتش للجراند فاينل، لكن هالمره بيكون بيست اوف 3. اللاعب كان السؤال له انه هل تقدرون انكم تفوزون عليهم في الريماتش هذا، لكن جوابه كان انه انا كنت افضل الفريق او جي هم اللي تاهلون من نصف النهائي مو فريق الجي دي، لان فريق الجي دي ادائهم احسن ونشوفهم انه فريق جدا قوي، لكن برضه راح نحاول ان نفوز عليهم.
All right, and just to round this out, we had Miro on the stage yesterday. He was talking to us a little bit about the confidence in the team, how you guys are feeling right now. He said he feels like you're playing some of the best Dota you've played in a while. How does the Dota you're playing right now compare to that TI form?
I cannot say. Before TI, we had a really good scrims. We was crushing everybody. But now, before this tournament, we was not in the best mood. We lost a few games in CIS. But I feel like we progressed really good this tournament, and now we are in really good mood, I think.
في البطولة الميجر الماضية أدائهم ما كان كويس مرة، لكن السكريمات حقتهم كانت مرة متميزة. في بداية البطولة هذه أيضا بالجروب ستيج ما كان أدائهم ممتاز، بس قدروا أنهم يحسنون أدائهم، وبالعكس الآن هم مرة كونفيدنت وأدائهم متحسن زي ما قال ميرور أيضا في مقابلته بالأمس.
Well, you've definitely been delivering some amazing Dota on the stage, and we look forward to seeing what you can do in the grand finals. Thank you for the interview. Good luck up against LGD, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's going to be all from us here. Let's head across the desk to break down this fantastic series.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. الآن ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم بعد الفاصل على طول في تحليل المباراة هذه، وأيضا راح نجهز للجراند فاينل، فخلوكم معنا.
We're back after this wonderful series. Team Spirit takes it 2-1, and they'll be going to the grand final. And on top of taking, you know, or actually eliminating, in this case, Team Secret, they also had some spicy words in that interview, as in usual Team Spirit fashion, didn't they, Dano?
What do you think about that, Seb?
I think it's making me itch to sit back down, you know? Last warning before I do.
The old man wants to come back and play a little bit more?
I mean, it doesn't sound like music to my ear, but I think when you're on the winning side, you're allowed to say whatever you want, and they played such a good game. They're in the grand finals against LGD, just like they were in TI finals. So I think it's only fair. I mean, they showcased, you know, amazing DOTA. I mean, especially Collapse. I am still stunned by the performance. I thought I was trying to emphasize on how good of an ice soccer it was going to be, and that they were for sure thinking about it. I thought it was a really hard lane to execute, but they did it masterfully. I mean, what happened later is just I don't know, Collapse just piling.
You had to get out of that laning stage in a good spot.
And he did so well.
He didn't even break even. He won the laning stage, which is kind of nuts.
It was
how?
incredible.
Like, genuinely, how? What were the small things that happened that Collapse did so well to deal with this lane?
I mean, I think, I want to say Crystadis maybe got outclassed a bit. I do feel like Collapse is one of the best offlaners out there. I mean, if I had to name 2 offlaners, I would name Collapse and Faith Beyond, and they're both in the finals. I think both of them are amazing. I mean, Collapse, everybody, you know, from offlane, it's not that easy to. Nah, I can't. I can't take it, guys. Well.
Sorry, name from the offlane.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough.
We were watching in the green room, just looking at the match, and you know, obviously we had what the official observers were watching, but I was looking at individually that matchup and all the aggroing going on between them. And like you said, Collapse, such a great individual laner. And I know you were talking to me about how there's these lesser known aggro mechanics that a lot of these players tend to do. And I feel like that went a big way towards setting him apart from a really rough lane. Nightstalker against Ursa is not easy.
And usually I think offlane players are not the most flashy ones, right? They got the least, I mean, even if you think about TI, everybody was talking about Collapse. I mean, it's like you can't not notice this guy. He has so much impact on every game, and there's so much he does, from the lanes, the rotations, the scaling. He popped off last game. It was really impressive.
What do you think of that armlet pickup on Nightstalker?
It was very good. I think it's a build that has been popularized by Saberlight. It's the armlet and shard combination. Obviously, Nightstalker doesn't really have a way to sustain the armlet, you know, HP loss. But then when you have the shard build, all of a sudden it is great. You do get away with the armlet, which enhances your first timings. You're super scary. Suddenly you solo kill an Ursa during silence. You kill pucks, you know, and then you get the shard to kind of back it up. The fact that the shard was pushed to the 15 minutes timing, you know, had a big impact on that. So, I mean, I love the build. I think it's a really good build, and Collapse showed how strong it can be.
I'm really interested by this because Collapse was with the, there we go, we see his massive Nightstalker. Collapse was known for creating the armlet Mars build, right? TI, that was his creation, or the one he popularized it at the very least. And we saw that build kind of fall out of favor because now it was too slow, the meta became quite fast, and now we're slowly creeping back up to that point again. Like, how does that happen? Were there many big changes that allow the meta to be slower now, to allow teams like LGD and Team Spirit to play this defensive way, or is it just teams figuring out a more efficient way of doing it?
As for the armlet, I think it's a bit Nightstalker specific. It really has a lot to do with the shard, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why. So then you have a big mid-game power spike that justifies a little bit more.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Denog, what do you think of the rest of the team? Because I know Collapse always kind of the center of this team, of course, but Yarrow got back to his full form, avoiding ganks as per usual. Toronto Tokyo seems to be on top again.
Yeah, he didn't die a single time, Toronto-Tokyo. Like, he popped off again. It's another one of these matchups where we were saying they would have been asking him in the draft phase, like, what do you actually really not want to play against? You know, and clearly it was Nisha saying, you know what, I can deal with this Void Spirit. Apparently not. You know, Toronto-Tokyo just had another fantastic game, was able to get a lot of that lockdown going with the Yule Scepter, of course, into the Aghanim Scepter. So it's just a lot of great control that they had for the puck. And even the top lane, like, Yarrow didn't have the easiest time. I was a little bit surprised that the Doom plus the Jakiro were able to do as much as they were to stop him out. But I really felt like, again, Collapse, Toronto-Tokyo, they played so well that they made space to enable him to come back into the game.
I think you have a really good point. We've seen these pucks being picked early and have immense impact over the game. If you think about Team Spirit's lineup, every hero on Team Spirit has a way to threaten the puck. The Nightstalker, the Winter Wyvern Curse. Yep. It's a really strong tool to deal with puck. It's a setup that puck can't really evade. The range is pretty high. Instant lift from Rubik. Boundless. Then obviously you have the Boundless Strike, instant stun from the Monkey King, and the Yules on the Void Spirit. So the 5 heroes, so when you play as Nisha, you're playing this puck, there's 5 heroes you have to worry about, you know, as opposed as having, you know, this one Rasta that you need to kill, and it's pretty straightforward. You have, you know, Blink Witchblade, you solo kill him. I think they did a really great job at addressing the puck.
But they still picked the puck into many of these heroes, right?
I mean, the puck was picked quite early.
Oh, right, it was the
It was Wyvern Monkey, and then they came up with 3 heroes that, you know, and I think it was the right way to go about it.
Yep.
Honestly, I feel like Secret did a great job at drafting, but so did Team Spirit, and to me it says something about why these teams are still, you know, are the kind of last man standing, because I think they're the best drafting teams, or they have developed into becoming the best drafting teams of the tournament.
This was an outplay. This wasn't an outdraft, in my opinion. There were very even drafts that could have really gone either way.
How do you learn these concepts? As you were the drafter for OG as well, and also coach beforehand, like, do these concepts come with experience? Is there anyone that you've talked to that helped you with draft theory, quote unquote, or what's the idea behind that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you learn them over the years, I would say. For instance, Team Spirit, they might be looked at being a young team, but they have a coach, you know, Silent, former teammate of mine, that he's been around forever. And maybe he doesn't get as much credit because he's not as known and he's more of a quiet kind of person, but he is extremely smart about the game and he's seen so much that he would find the answers. Obviously, it also comes from the players, but you need to emphasize a lot on drafting. Drafting has huge impact, especially when you get players of that caliber. All 10 players in that game can execute. You know, there's no such thing as, oh, this guy is a little bit worse than the others. That's done. So it's going to come down to the draft, the understanding of it, the strategy, and it has a massive impact. And I think that's also the beauty of Dota. The game is so complex that you have to give this a lot of attention, an immense amount of attention.
As we see these highlights brought to you by Aramco, I want to follow this up by Danok. Do you feel like drafting in general has become more refined as an art over the years?
I think so. I think a lot of teams aren't really letting those big gotcha picks be as much of a factor anymore. I think there's a lot of knowledge about Dota. Whenever I'm casting, for example, I always go down a checklist of like, do they have this? Do they have multiple avenues to be able to do this?
Winter does that too.
Yeah, so they've, like, if one hero is locked down, do you have a secondary out? That's the way I go about it, but I know a lot of teams just draft against each other. Don't actually play the games, they just draft against each other, and then of course they've got that great level of understanding that they're going to be able to say, okay, we won this draft because of X, Y, and Z. So not only does it get you into the mindset of, okay, how are we going to outwit our opponents, but also like what is actually good about this draft and what's going to enable it to be the most effective it can be.
As we see the scoreboard brought to you by STC, I want to once again ask you, Seb, when we used to talk about tournaments, right? We used to talk about tournament meta, the meta would set in a specific tournament, it'd be different from the meta that was up until now. Is it true that now we're starting to see that metas just develop in single best of threes? Like, teams are so versatile and they're so diverse that they're actually adapting to each other within the same series?
No, definitely. It is. It's a real thing, and it happens 100%. And I think that what's been also shown is that there's been a little bit of a switch, maybe more emphasis, and it kind of always happens in these big tournaments, like more emphasis being put on the overall synergy of the lineup and how it deals with the opposing lineup, as opposed to kind of using things such as the laning phase or mid matchup, because now you end up with players that are so aware of, you know, the teams that, you know, the heroes they're going to go up against and ways to kind of damage control what could be an unfavorable situation, that it doesn't do the job anymore. You need to understand that, I mean, you play versus Spirit, you play versus Secret, you play versus LGD, there's no such thing as stumping them in 10 minutes, you know? They will find a way to have a stable game, and then you're going to have to worry about what happens next. How do we get into the mid game? And I feel like, you know, LGD, they've done that. Team Spirit, they've done that. They don't have these lineups that are all in kind of lineups. And Secret have tried to adapt to that as they went to the game 2 and then the game 3 unsuccessfully. And, you know, as Danok said, I quite much agree. I don't think it was a drafting issue. I think it was more of an execution issue in game 3 especially. I mean, that bottom lane, it should not have went that poorly for Secret.
Yeah, I think Rezo did a great job in the top lane as well. We saw on the scoreboard, he did end up like 1 kill, 8 deaths, sure, but he did his job. He bullied the Monkey King out of the lane. He was creating a ton of space, and then of course you have that potential to be able to go in onto someone like Toronto Tokyo, use the Doom to try and kill him, but it just never got to that stage. It was honestly the bottom lane and even mid. I feel like Toronto Tokyo outplayed Misha as well.
That's actually an opportunity for me to get a message across. You know, MMR is just a number. KDA is also just a number. And I really want to emphasize on that. I mean, I'll give you an example. You're losing a game. Somebody's actually trying to win. You know, he's going to go in and fight, buy back and fight. That's 2 deaths. And then you have the Shadow Amulet player on the other side of the map. He's not dying. He's having a flawless KDA. So, you know, it might sound like a joke, but sometimes, you know, having, you know, dying a lot means you're trying a lot. Right. Whereas, you know, playing a very safe game, being like, oh, I lost a tower, a second tower, they got roached. Well, you're not dying. You have a positive KDA, but you're literally griefing the game. So the KDA, when you have a really high KDA, obviously it means you had a really great game, high impact. The opposite is not true.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that point. I mean, famously, you knew players like, what is it, I'm dying to create space, right? Paladai was known for that, for example. And he was regarded as one of the best 5s back in the day, you know?
Course.
He would go 112 every single game, didn't matter.
It really means nothing. Yeah. Like, I really want to emphasize on that. Like, literally nothing. And I think to maybe add a little bit on also Secret and their run, because, of course, yeah, they're knocked out and, you know, it's bitter and everything, but at the same time, I think given the circumstances, they had an incredible showing and an incredible run.
Yeah.
Okay. Top 4, you have to be happy about that at any kind of lane.
Of course. Let's remember the run a little bit. We have brackets here to remind our viewers of short memory loss what happened the previous days. Here we go. So if you can see the playoff brackets, Secret along with OG, were the two teams that made it directly through from the group stages into the semifinals, and they've both been knocked out. Perhaps, you know, that extra warm-up game, who knows, that actually helped out. PSG, LGD, Nigma, Galaxy, Roll, Never Give Up, and Team Spirit were the 4 teams that made it through from group stages to the first stage, and Team Spirit and LGD won both matchups that they've played in. So they're coming in hot, they have momentum. That is always a factor. I always remember when I talked to the when the whole DPC format debacle was starting, and like how teams are getting directly to the playoffs of the major, right? And I talked to a couple of teams that got there, Thunder Awaken, for example, one of them, and they all told me, I actually wish I didn't get into playoffs directly. They all wanted to play group stages because they thought that was much better for them. They thought that actually improved their Dota. Do you resonate with that sentiment, Seb?
Definitely. I mean, I think skipping group stage is a mistake, as in like having a format where some teams are going to skip the group stage. I'm not a fan of it. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I hate it. You know? I think it's really bad for teams because then they don't get the experience of like playing against all these teams. You know, kind of learning is just taken away from them. It's like you know, having somebody warm up for a game and then the others are just like locked in a dark room. They don't get to see anything. They don't get to warm up. It's actually unfair. You know, in that case, all the teams here got to play the group stage. They got to play, you know, 8 games, which is a lot. There was 1 series left for the teams that dominated their groups. I don't know that it had that much impact, especially knowing that actually all the teams used that day to have practice games, scrims between teams that were already knocked out and that, you know, knew that
are still really solid teams as well.
So that is actually, it's not official games. If anything, it's even better because they get to try a lot of strategies, you know, experiment a little bit more instead of being put under the spotlight in a single elim bracket where you can't really maybe play around as much.
So it only shows the strength of PSG, LGD, and Team Spirit then, doesn't it, Danog?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they didn't get as long of a break. They had to just keep their nose to the grindstone and just keep pushing on through. Again, it's just the power of those great minds. Of course, Silent, like you said, underrepresented and underappreciated by a lot of people. And of course, Xiao Wei, he isn't underappreciated. Everyone knows how good of a coach he can be, but
that's why I mention him so much, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's going to come down to maybe it's that battle of wits rather than the execution, because both of these teams, they can just play at such a high level in the grand final.
Hopefully TrueSight can shed some light on what Silent does backstage, you know, what his impact. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, and maybe then it would change the Western perception or just general Dota perception of who he is. I don't think there's a wrong perception. I think people just don't know him.
Exactly. I mean, it just comes because there's so many Dota youngins these days. You know, they come in TI7, TI8. They miss the days where Silent was considered one of the best carries that you've seen. Like his days with Roxkiss when he came by and he was actually...
He was incredible.
He was incredible, right? But it's always good to remind people not just what these coaches do, not what these people play and how well they are, but what they're playing for as well. Which is why we have... Oh, okay, we have an actual trophy shot. That was amazing. I thought we were going to pan out. This is the trophy they're playing for. And yes, to you it might look similar to the AR trophy, but this is the real one, and we've all touched it. Sorry, production. We've all touched it, and it is actual real metal trophy. It feels really nice.
It's heavy.
It's heavy. We were kind of concerned about some players being able to carry it, but don't worry. We have Xiao8 and Silent will be the ones to lift it up.
It might even be heavier than the Aegis. It's that heavy.
Oh wow!
It is serious business.
Okay. Oh, that's only you can say that.
I can say it twice too.
Oh, was one heavier than the other?
No, they were the same.
They're the same. Okay.
Did you hear that, Toronto Tokyo? You can only say it once. Anyway, this trophy is what they're going to be playing for, and it's going to be a really, really exciting matchup. So let's talk about it a little bit, right, as we get ready for that and get ready for, of course, the players walking out on stage and everything. Danog, what do you think? So LGD has been the adaptable, the versatile team, right? They've found literally 5 strategies, I think, in this tournament. Team Spirit, they've stuck to their guns a little bit more, right? And their comfort is a bit stronger. What do you think LGD will try to do against Team Spirit to break their strategy?
Anything that they can do to disrupt Team Spirit's strong lanes, I think is going to go a long way to giving LGD the edge. I think, honestly, both teams are so good at teamfight that there's such little differences that are going to be able to make the changes there. It might be on the back of Maposhka getting a clear ward off that's not identified. It might be on the back of, you know, someone like Xinkyu just popping off in a team fight, you know, catching 3 heroes like he consistently does on heroes like his Tiny, his Earth Spirit. So it really could go either way. I can't make a prediction. I think it's going to be another series like the rest of the playoffs that goes the full 3 games.
I hope so. And we always want more Dota. Seb, do you think that Team Spirit, they've tried a little bit, right, to experiment with Secret, and they went for this, honestly, LGD draft. That's what it looked like to us. Do you feel like they're going to go back to they're going to stick to their guns this time? They're not going to try out different strategies as much against LGD?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between now and TI, I feel like at TI, Team Spirit, they were in the driving seat. They were the team that figured the meta the best. I feel LGD, they had some really strong strategies, but I think Team Spirit, they were super confident about what they were doing. You know, they had these Marses, these Magnuses, tried, you know, it revolved a lot around what Collapse plays, and they were super comfortable with it. And LGD, they had to really kind of scratch their heads on how do we get them out of that comfort zone, and they did not manage to do so. I feel like here it might actually be a little bit of the opposite. I feel like Team Spirit at the beginning of the tournament, they were maybe even a little bit confused, and now they're starting to pick up some steam, understanding what works for them better, and it shows. But you know, for instance, in game 1, it was a big flop. Like, you could tell that this was a draft they really did not know how to execute or were really uncomfortable with, because they had a stable early game. You know, it was on them to kind of execute. Whereas I feel like LGD, that doesn't happen with them anymore throughout this tournament. They seem to me, I think LGD will be in the driving seat, you know, throwing stuff at Team Spirit, and I'm just looking at, you know, how well can Team Spirit match up against that.
Okay, well, we're going to have to see. The next series is upon us. We're going to take a rather large break, right? As you guys know, they're in the driving seat. We're going to press the brakes and come back with the next series of the day. Hello and welcome to the grand final. It's best of 3, but it's still a grand final here for this tournament, and we're going to be watching the best teams duke it out one last time. But it's important for everyone to understand how we got to this moment. So let's do a little bit of remembering. Follow me in the moment to the past. You know, let's do the TV shows, the blue, 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 and you know, when the screen like fades away, and let's remember the groups a little bit to see how this whole thing started. Once
Right
we
now.
get that on the screen.
On the screen.
It's going to happen any
It's
second now.
happening.
There we go.
Yay!
Yeah, there we go. All right. Group A and Group B. This is how it all started. 2 teams are going to be eliminated from this. From Group A, we lost TSM FTX and Team Liquid. From Team B, we lost Tundra Esports and D-Boosters. OG and Team Secret, they both went directly to the semi-finals. Now, let's look at the brackets and how they advanced.
Quite a big difference between groups A and B as well, like in terms of the cutoff there. The ones that advanced clearly deserved to, and it goes to show, right? We got these best of 3s that went the distance every single time.
Exactly. As Enigma Galaxy lost in the first round against PSG LGD, but they did win one game, much like Danog said. All the best of 3s won the distance. RNG lost to Team Spirit, and then Team Spirit and LGD advanced over to beat Secret and OG respectively. Now they're in the grand final. They're gonna face each other off. It is the TI rematch. These are it's actually true, right? It's not the same orgs. It's actually the same teams, including the same coaches. It's super exciting. It's only a best of 3 format though, but it's gonna be 3 great games of Dota, and that's why we have this panel to analyze it. As now we can go and see who they are, because you know a very important rule in Dota is you always need more panelists than matches, and that's why we brought 4 people on this very panel. We have, okay, well, we go with it. We have Seek and Strike, Dota, Danog, and Seb. You cannot see them, but they are here. Make your voices heard so they know you're here, Seek.
Howdy.
Danog.
Bonjour.
I'm trying to imitate what you did. I thought it was really good. Was it accurate?
Yeah.
That was.
You need to make the noise again so that they cut away from the graphic and show us.
Oh,
I mean, I just did it in French, so that's why you probably.
Oh, see that? And it worked.
It was
It
a
worked.
French.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Seb, for bringing us back from that hellscape.
Omelette du fromage, absolutely.
Yes, Danog, yes. Anyway, we have a match in front of us, guys. Richie, is my first time seeing you on panel today, so I want to ask you first. Hello.
I couldn't avoid it, unfortunately. They're like, you have to go see Avalon.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, man.
We have to do at least one of these together.
That's
anyway,
true.
What are your thoughts on this final match? Who are you favoring coming into this encounter?
It's hard to say, right? Because if you follow the storyline of the tournament, well, first of all, this is a Group B grand final. We should say that, right? Which means that the teams did face off not only those TI-10 grand finals, but also for LGD's first match. And it wasn't particularly close. LGD completely wiped the floor with Spirit. You know, it was 2 pretty big stomps, but you follow Spirit throughout the rest of their group stage. They were the only team to take a game off of Secret up until the playoffs here, and they've been looking pretty good as well as the tournament's progressed.
Yeah, tell me the progression, Danog. How have they increased as a team?
Team Spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it seems like they're really versatile, right? I just had a quick look over the entire tournament, just see, are you going down that one road like it seemed Team Secret were doing? You know, we saw so much Doom, we saw so much Dawnbreaker, we saw so much Chen. You know, these styles of heroes that are still very, very similar. They don't play a lot of the same heroes, and I view that as a positive, but Seb, you were telling me that it did seem like they hadn't, even at this stage of the tournament, hadn't completely focused on, like, what is their playstyle.
Yeah, because I don't think they're a team that's necessarily known as, you know, wanting to kind of be super versatile and looking at all the heroes at the same time, whereas LGD has always been that team, right? Back to Wings Gaming too, where LGD, it's classic LGD, you know, opening with Ange Void one game and then the second game, all of a sudden they're playing a Doom, and like that's classic. But Team Spirit, if you think of TI for instance, they have these go-to heroes, and it's kind of always been like that for them. So that's why I feel like this tournament, the versatility is more of a testament of them trying to figure out what works best rather than, you know, their true identity of how they like to approach a Dota game.
So
I think they've been
reactive a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been doing a pretty good job of that, to be honest. I mean, you take a look at Collapse, he's played, I think, 14 or 13 games total, and he's only played the same hero twice this tournament. He's played a brand new hero every single time. But for as good as he looked on the Night Stalker in just the last game we saw, that was the first time he touched it in the entire week.
Who was the hero he repeated, do you know?
Viper, yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Someone figured out a little bit about the Viper, but tell me, do you feel like these heroes shared an identity though, Richie? Do you think anything in common that they had?
I don't
or
really.
anyone actually.
Yeah, I didn't really think so. I mean, you take a look, he played a Queen of Pain, he played a Centaur, he played a Darkseer, you know, it kind of just seems like they've given him I mean, the only thing in common is that they've always been in the offlane. He hasn't won, you know, on the Dawnbreaker, for example, but he even tried to play the offlane Bloodseeker, you know, so it was kind of a bit of everything for him, to be completely honest.
I remember, Seb, back in the day when offlane Bloodseeker was much more of a thing, you were like, look, this hero just dominates most of the lane. You know, it's very easy to be able to secure your farm, and it really does feel like that's what Team Spirit have been focusing around, is pick Collapse's hero in response to what the enemy carry is, because we've seen the Bounty Hunter come out with really good effect from him. We've seen the Slardar, we've seen Razors, Kunkers, Dawnbreaker, Viper, like these heroes that are going to win the lane for you. Obviously, that last game that we watched with the Nightstalker wasn't the case. It was in a disadvantageous matchup, but he just played it so damn well that it didn't even matter.
And I feel like against the team that we just saw on the screen, you know, like this LGD team, I think it's going to be less effective. I think you're going to have to respect the fact that they will abuse you, drafting-wise. I think they did it really well against OG. I felt like, you know, to my... this is hard for me to say, to admit, but I do think that they outdrafted OG pretty heavily 3 games in a row, even the game that they lost. And they showed that, you know, we understand how to break you, how to break your strategy, and we know how to abuse it. And I think Team Spirit, and I mean, I say if, but I actually think they're going to be able to go away from that to being too one-dimensional, you know, try to abuse LGD's laning phase. I think they're going to respect LGD. They have a lot of experience playing against them, and they will look at the bigger picture also.
I want to ask a question to everyone. We obviously had, you mentioned the OG series. They ended up picking Amar, that position 3 Husker. Xingqiu said, look, we haven't played against it. We didn't know how to play against it, and that's why we went a Spectre with the Spirit Vessel. Only the 22nd time it's ever been done, by the way, and the first time on this patch, and obviously it didn't work out too well. Hopefully
I don't think we're going to see that one again.
I think the last time was Mizu in the SEA region that was doing it. But yeah, do you think Team Spirit can look to bring out something like that perhaps they're not expecting? Like, is there anything that comes to mind for you guys?
I think, like, for me, LGD, right, we saw a bunch of their drafts even in playoffs here, and one thing we were constantly saying is that they have not been drafting the strongest lanes in order to kind of secure space for Ame and then play the mid game into the late game. That's always kind of been, I don't know so much their style, but at least the drafts that they've been presenting here. With Collapse, you know, trying out different heroes, you know, perhaps it is for that very reason. Maybe that's going to be where they find success the second rematch here versus LGD, trying to apply pressure there when LGD have appeared to be weakest, which is going to be in the lanes.
If I could answer you, host Danog, I'd like to answer that question too. I'm going to join the analyst here a little bit closer. So when you talk about Team Spirit, what you're seeing here, you know, and you talk about their identity, and you compare it to, say, Outsiders, right, for example, from the same region, they're more of a classic EU team. Like the classic team, when you look at Collapse, I remember when Richie and I were casting him on Cascade. Teams. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was known for the big team fight heroes. That was his strength. That was, I know, that's fun. He was known for the big team fight heroes. He was known for the classic EU plays, right? He was known for, honestly, just doing the 5-on-5 constantly, which is what EU is known for. So maybe that's not their style, like Seb is saying. Like, they're not supposed to surprise you. They're supposed to outplay you. And that's kind of what we saw at TI, didn't we, Seb? Like, they just played really well.
Yeah, everybody knew they were going to be looking at Magnuses, at the Voids, you know, the Tide Hunters.
The Sand King, they didn't even have to pick the Sand King, and it's one of his best heroes.
Iomars, you know, every game, you know, in a lot of games, and everybody knew what was coming, but they just did it too well. They were too comfortable with it, and I really think this is their comfort zone. This is what they like. They have no problem, you know, winning a tournament with a pool of 3 heroes for all players, and it doesn't mean that these players can only play 3 heroes. We've seen Collapse here, you know, maybe he had a limited amount of heroes at TI and he won TI with that, and now all of a sudden he's playing 14 heroes in 14 different games. It's not a bad thing to you know, use what works for you. It's called being smart, being intelligent.
Yeah, and really was enabled at TI because of Yatura. He was famously someone that just played a different hero basically every single game at TI. It's just such a wide range, so versatile. So the fact that you've been able to maintain that, again, he has been very adaptable with whatever position one he plays, plus add Collapse to the mix. It's a pretty dangerous thing to be able to come up against.
I do have a question for Seb particularly, because I know that EU was probably the first region that I knew about that were asking hero spammers for tips on how to play certain heroes. I know Collapse famously talked about Arise, and how he taught him Magnus, and Arise was playing before Magnus had the horn toss, right? So that was actually hard. Have other regions started to do that as well? Like, do people talk to any region that you've talked to, they do this?
For sure, for sure. I think it's funny how, like, every TI kind of brings its own morale to the DOTA world. You had, for instance, you know, CDEC, and then people would start looking at younger talents, unknown players, and respect them, not only the big names. Then you had, I don't know, I can name, I mean, you know, Alliance. Then you looked at teams kind of bringing you know, really breaking down the style and the strategy to the little details and how that can be impactful. Maybe you had, you know, us in TI8 with the mentality aspect, where people started valuing that more than the younger talents. And I feel like, yeah, the hero spam kind of, you know, the experts about a hero, they used to be a little bit downlooked, but there's always a fine limit between kind of hating on someone, you know, like, he's too good, I'm just going to say he's a hero spammer, but there's a real value to knowing your hero in and out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if you look at how teams have been drafting against, for example, OG, it's always been a lot of respect bans. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would have to assume most teams here, when they played against OG, probably at least if they didn't ban the Timber, at least the Razor, right?
Yep.
Speaking of the Razor, that's what a lot of teams have been doing against LGD as well, isn't that right?
Yeah. Another hero spammer that was well known, you know, we're looking back in the past, the A6 move, for example, is Timbersaw.
Yeah.
He was lethal, right? He also changed something else about the meta. You know, Move discovered that if you bring your parents to TI, you become much stronger. They cheer like crazy for you, much like the audience will cheer like crazy for these teams coming out this very second.
It is finally time. 5 days of Dota 2 action have been leading up to this. 2 teams remain, 1 best of 3. At the end of this, 1 team will be crowned champions and walk away with $1.5 million here in Riyadh. But to get to that, we need our teams. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you, to the stage, a legacy that is so large and so long in the Chinese Dota 2 scene. They are the representation from the East, the top dragon from over on the other side. It is the one, it is the only PSG LGD.
PSG وصلوا لما المسرح، لكن زي ما احنا عارفين خصمهم ابدا ما يستهان فيه، ولا ننسى ايضا انه الكومباكس اللي سووه من الجروب ستيج الى ما وصلوا البلاي اوفز كان جدا جدا مميز، ولا ننسى ايضا انه في اخر مره تواجهوا فيها قدروا انهم يفوزون عليهم وال جي دي كان هو الخسران، لكن هل يقدرون يكررونها مره ثانيه ولا لا؟ خلونا نشوف. اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتي اي 2021 الوينرز فريق تيم سبيريت.
The stage is set, the wall has been dropped, East versus West. And this match, what a beauty. The last time we witnessed this in an elimination situation, we crowned a champion. And yet once again, here in Riyadh, in an elimination series, we will crown a champion. Let's head across the desk as we get ready for PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
في آخر مرة شاهدنا فريق بي اس جي ضد فريق ال جي دي وقدروا انهم يواجهون فريق سبيريت، بالاخير عرفنا مين اللي منهم يكون البطل، ومرة ثانية عندنا في رياض ماسترز راح نشهد الريماتش حقهم بيست اوف 3 والفائز منهم على طول راح ياخذ الكأس ويبي ياخذ معاه $1,500,000 يبي يرجع فيها الى مدينتهم. بالتوفيق لهم ان شاء الله، كلنا متحمسين للمباراة هذه، فخلونا على طول نشهد الجراند فاينل رياض ماسترز مع الاستوديو التحليلي ونبدا المباراة على طول.
So nice to see the audience this hyped up. You know, they all stood up from their seats, and getting a gamer stand up from his seat's a big deal here, as they both want to witness these TI Grand finalists. What an exciting match to see. And Poshka also graciously allowing, you know, you said, as a support, you have to let whoever get out of the way, you let them pass. They seem in high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? I think Spirit definitely, it's kind of nice that they get to face LGD to start the tournament, and now to end the tournament, they get to close up the games versus them. I think they were very much looking forward to like that rematch, right? I'm pretty sure, I mean, I think every single pro player is going to go into every game thinking we're the best team, we're going to win, but after being dismantled like that 2 games in a row, I'm sure they're eager for another go at LGD.
Curious for another side thing as well from a pro player perspective, Seb. What is your personal preference? Do you rather have these be the last one to play and thus come in a little bit more warmed up into this grand final, or do you rather be the team that played earlier and could watch your opponents play?
I think I'd rather be the team that played earlier and watch your opponent, but at the same time, then the fatigue can come in.
Yeah.
I think it really depends. The fact that it's a best of 3 might also matter a little bit, because usually, you know, on the last day for the lower bracket team, you have a best of 3 into a best of 5, and that can just be too much.
Right.
It's just too long of a time span. In that case, that might differ a little bit, but to be fair, it just depends on also the team. You know, like some teams have a good time, you know, like they like to analyze, they like to take their time, think about it. Some just like to be kind of in the heat of the moment. So it just really depends on the team's identity, I would say.
Yeah, and obviously both of these teams have been in this situation before. Again, this is the TI-10 Grand Final rematch. And Seb, I know it's something that you've talked about in the past, where playing online, playing in this DPC where you can, you know, spend a week prepping for another team to face. You know, it's a very different type of mental and physical fortitude that you are able to bring to this. So how do you think these teams have modified that, considering they are playing so many games in such a short span of time?
No, I mean, it must have had a big impact, and I think it's also a reason why these teams are here, right? Like, if you're going to be in TI finals, it means you're a team that can get really smart at adapting. You know, at adapting when it comes to your own things, but also at understanding the opponent and the opposition and just the metagame of the tournament, and kind of picking what's the best and, you know, leaving out what's the worst. And these are the teams that we have here now. We have teams that are incredibly smart at, putting distance with. I'm sure they completely forgot about the DPC. No, the whole meta only revolves about this tournament now. You know, what have teams done, what worked, what didn't.
And there's a beauty to it, right? Like the wake up, think about Dota as it's happening, you know, go to bed, think about what's happened during the day, living in the present, right? As opposed to having to live 6 weeks in the future. This is what the Dota grew up on. And we're seeing that feeling yet again here on this grand stage. I'm sure that Silent and Xiaoba are really excited about this, because this is how they grew up with Dota.
Yeah, I mean, like, as soon as LGD landed, right, we caught them in the lobby when we were coming here for day 1. They had the first day off, as they were the last team to arrive, and they were just, like, immediately in pubs, right? Yes. Like, it's that mentality when you get to land. DPC, right? Like, it doesn't matter. It's all about here. It's all about this best of 3 series.
And it takes very different skills for teams to perform here instead of DPC. Obviously, then here there's the pressure, there's the audience, you know, like the maybe the higher stakes. Of course, DPC points are important, but you have the entire year to kind of make up for it. Here, there's no room for mistakes. Everything's going to happen over 4 or 5 days. The meta evolves much quicker. You have teams kind of clashing with each other, clashing ideas. So you got to be well aware of what's going on. You know, you got to be paying attention so that you can perform in that very crucial moment of the game, which is the drafting phase that just started.
Exactly.
Even just the minor things, right? Like, yeah, sure, teams go on boot camp, so they're able to play around each other together, but sometimes people have the comfort of playing from their home. Very, very different on LAN. You know, it's a new setting. Some people are able to adapt better than others, so let's see if that plays a part in this one. Now, I just want to highlight, as we begin this draft, the matches that were played previously, where in 29 minutes on average, LGD were able to steamroll through Team Spirit, and that was where we saw that Arme Lone Druid come for the first time in 2 years.
And the second time.
Yeah, he played it back-to-back alongside the Razor, so this time around, Razor, it is dealt with during the banning phase, this time by LGD, because Team Spirit have the first pick and they still value it as a very strong hero, but who knows what could come out, some of these more unique gotcha picks.
Yeah, and LGD is certainly showing some adjustment. Usually teams end up banning the Razor against them right in their first series. It was the Razor first pick. The second time around when LGD had second pick, they still even first picked it on their turn. So showing that they're going to be adjusting a couple of things here. as they look to open up the draft.
And Marcy's not banned this time. It actually gets to come on through. So it doesn't have the pairing together with the Razor, of course, one of the stronger laners. But again, it's so versatile, right? We've even seen in separate regions, some people play at a position 3 role. You know, you're able to be that more brawling style. You can really take advantage of your sidekick and become a core that actually just rips apart someone else rather than being, you know, position 4, position 5. You can itemize for it, but you know, if it's actually a core and you're able to get that initial farm, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I'm still questioning this Razor ban, to be honest, but we'll see how it develops throughout the series. I feel like both teams have like nicer, more deadlier, you know, tools to use than a Razor. At the end of the day, the Marcy comes up. I mean, you think of the, so you had the Puck versus Tiny kind of thing happening, where if Tiny's banned, you know, it's one of the better heroes, that at least one of the favorite heroes for teams to pick up against the Puck. So Team Spirit respecting the nothing to say Puck and understanding that this might be a way to protect it. It could have been, you know, Wyvern into Puck if Tiny was not banned. So Team Spirit are going to remove that. We see the Wyvern that has been one of the biggest heroes of the tournament, at least in the playoffs. You know, in the group stage, maybe it was hard to kind of see the trend, but in the playoffs, it's been really clear. It's been, yeah, one of the, you know, highest priority for all the teams.
So I do want to talk about this Wyvern, just even the style for PSG LGD, right? They are all in on the team fight. That is their style. Like, that is the way that they play Dota. But Team Spirit, when they've been able to pick up this Marcy, it's always been on mirror. It's always been in that position 4 role. If this is indeed another Collapse Viper coming through, it's such a strong lane, right? And in my opinion, the way to be able to beat this Marcy in lane, you got to pick a stun. You got to get something that's able to take advantage of her when she tries to use, you know, the dispose, the rebound, put herself in that more vulnerable position where she thinks she can get away with that extra movement speed, when in fact, it's exactly the opposite. You can turn around and look to punish her.
Let me derail this though, because we got a Pango, and we haven't seen a Pango given this high priority. Is this back to what you were saying, Seb, where you're trying to get a massive flex perhaps and not reveal anything? Or is there actually some value to the Pango that we haven't seen from other teams?
I mean, it is a flex in the sense that XinQ plays Pango, Faith Beyond plays Pango. Of course, it's less played in other roles than mid because of the changes, but probably still viable if it's a really good Pango game. It synergizes pretty well with Wyvern, you know, a lot of team fight, a lot of early game presence. Okay. And yeah, I mean, the Puck is out, the Tiny is out, the Ember has not been working, the Zeus is out. So if you think, you know, what mid laners are people gonna, you know, are these players gonna put like rate high in priority, there's gonna